Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. In a blink of an eye, they got drowned. It's called Blackwater and it's a legacy from. Let's move. Rojan interrupted the old man's words and stepped forward. The two walked through the 5th floor quickly. Nothing was able to stop them in this place. After a while, they reached the 2nd floor. Great fireball technique. Water style, great waterfall technique. With both hands, Rojan made quick printing seals. All the guards who came to stop Rojan and his mate lost their lives in a blink of an eye. What shocked number 8 even more, was the roaring monsters behind them. The eyes of those beasts were full of line. It was obvious that they were controlled by Rojan. As they moved forward, the number of beasts increased and gradually formed an army behind them. The advance of the two people attracted the attention of the prisoners that shouted with excitement. Someone broke out of the prison again, ha ha ha. They are going to make it. That's amazing. The Marines are in trouble now. After a few minutes, Rojan and number 8 reached the 1st floor of the Impel Down. We can get to the exit from here. No 8's eyes twinkled with excitement. After spending a long time here, he finally got the chance to escape. Has the world changed a lot? Do his wife and children still alive? Rojan nodded and then he moved forward. 0 along the way. Rojan didn't meet a decent opponent. Even Robert, who saw him first when he came in, didn't show up yet. According to Rojan's estimation, Robert could be as strong as Garp and Sengoku. However, when they reached the 1st floor and even saw the light, Robert didn't show up. Meanwhile, in the director's room, Robert was in a deep sleep and made a loud snore. Wake him up, Rojan is going to run away. It's over. Robert-sama won't wake up. Let's call the Marine headquarters and let them do something about it. In the rear, a young man was looking quietly at the scene. Magellan, go and call the headquarters to do something. Hurry up. When he heard this, he nodded and left quickly. At this time, Rojan and number 8 have already stepped off the gate of the Impel Down. They subconsciously blocked the sunshine from the top of their heads using their hands, waiting for a while to get used to it. We are out. Number 8 shouted with excitement. In front of them, there was an endless sea, in which waves were sweeping and pushing forwards. The smell of the sun, the smell of the sea. Rojan's face showed a large smile. He looked down at the sea ahead, said. It's been a long while. How are my friends? He raised his head and looked at the sky. Finally, I'm out. I will never come back again. Looking at the warship that was undulating below, Rojan smiled. Marines. Rojan, let's leave. We are free now. Number 8 shouted and laughed, and then he jumped toward the warship below. We will be free when we leave through the gate. With a light response, Rojan jumped. On the warship, the Marines were lying on the deck enjoying the sun and the sea breeze. They are full-time troops responsible for receiving pirates. They were waiting here. At that moment, one of the Marines squinted and saw 2 black sport coming from the sky. Immediately, he opened his eyes. Is that? There are two people coming toward the warship? Boom. As he shouted, Rojan and number 8 crashed onto the warship. The force brought by their small size made the whole ship shake. What happened? I have only one thing to say. Standing on the warship, Rojan stared at the Marines with indifference. Huh? All the Marines stood up and looked at each other in confusion. Sail. As he said that, number 8 took out his sword and pointed it toward the Marines. In the frightened eyes of the soldiers of the warship, the sword cut open the sea and extended to the front for 1 kilometer before it stopped. Where did these guys come from? Hey, they just broke out of the impel down. One of the Marines recognized the clothes on number 8 and screamed in horror. A minute later, the warship drifted in the sea and moved. At the headquarters of the Marines, Sengoku was angry. He kept flipping through documents from the New World. Blue, blue, blue. Suddenly, the Danmachi rang. Speak. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Something bad happened. A panic shout came from the other side. Calm down, boy, what happened? Sengoku asked calmly. Rojan, Galdi Rojan ran away. Sengoku got shocked when he heard that. What did you say? 4 years ago, he broke into the Marine headquarters and married Joyce, and now, the boy who has a bounty of 880 million on his head just escaped from the most dangerous prison in the world. The shocking news spread all over the Marine base in an instant. Don't give up, you need to catch no matter what it costs. This kid, don't let him out. He's too dangerous. Chapter 293, 6 Paths of Pain. Rojan's escape shocked the whole headquarters. The defense of the impel down was very tight, and they even put shackles on the prisoners' hands and feet. Escaping from the impel down was nothing but a dream for all the prisoners. But Rojan, after spending 4 years there, did he actually escape? Immediately, Sengoku prepared a chase team with 3 admirals. The troublemaker is out. Standing on the deck, Kuzen's pupil contracted. Kizaru was silent at that moment as if he was thinking about something. I will crush all the pirates. Sakazuki shouted. The warship was sailing at high speed toward the impel down. Sengoku-sama, there is no sign for Rojan. The prison is in chaos, the prison beasts became crazy. Kizaru's words made Sengoku's heart sink and didn't know what to do. Damn it. Sengoku hit the table hard, he was extremely angry. At this moment, all the forces of all sides expanded their power and collected money. Everyone wanted to be the new pirate king. You 3, wait there and stabilize the situation in the impel down. Sengoku abandoned Rojan's pursuit plan and ordered the admiral to stay there. I'll catch them again. Sengoku leaned back on the chair and rubbed his forehead, he was very confused. On the other side, Rojan who kidnapped the warship already left the Marines' territory. It's easier than I expect. On the deck, Rojan crossed his leg and smiled. No one ever thought that he could escape from there. Number 8 was excited. When checked the newspaper and saw the date marked on it, Rojan smiled again. In a flash, 4 years passed already. It has been a while since the last time he saw his partners. As you know, the Wraith aged 5 years old now. Go to Water 7. Rojan turned and ordered the helmsman. The Marines were very careful, they were sure that these 2 escaped from the impel down. No one could believe that someone actually escaped from that prison. What kind of power these 2 have? Number 8, where are you going? Rojan turned and asked his mate. I have my own name. What is number 8? Is that the key question? Mark 3. Number 8 shook his head. It's only a code name. Rojan answered with a smile. I'm going to the West Blue, it's my hometown, I want to die there peacefully. Number 8 sighed. The 2 kept talking together all the way, and they decided to stay together for a while. After 1 hour, they finally arrived. At that moment, the power of the possession dissipated, Rojan realized it silently. The last attached soul was Nagato, from Naruto's world. The one who experienced all kinds of misery in the world, and finally transformed into a villain. He is also the leader of Hidden Rain Village, the Village of Rain. Nagato was as strong as the admirals in their peak. Unfortunately, Nagato has suffered from a long illness. Otherwise, his strength will surely go further. System, exchange the Rinnegan, the Uzumaki's bloodline, and the most important thing, exchange ninjutsu. Although he didn't face anyone strong to use Nagato's power, Rojan wasn't disappointed, he could exchange his blood and eyes. With this exchange, Rojan has only 10 million possessed coins left in the balance. After spending all his coins, Rojan wasn't sad, the effect was obvious, his blood has changed, and he could accommodate more chakra. Originally, his chakra was full, and could not hold any more after the awakening of the Haki, but at this moment, his capacity expanded 10 times. After a while, his eyes slowly closed and reopened again. The red color and the 3 tomos that were rotating just disappeared, and turned into 6 circles. It can be said that Rojan finally got the Rinnegan eyes. Deva path, Asura path, human path, animal path, Preta path, Naraka path. The 6 paths of pain were gradually perceived by Rojan, which made him smile. It can be said that Rojan's chakra volume was no less than the Kage level. Rojan has enough power to become a Kage. In this world, those eyes allow him to enter the Admiral level perfectly. At this time, Rojan became furious, and fear nothing. Even without the help of the system, Rojan has the power to face the Admirals. Well, I need 6 separated bodies now. The 6-path strength has its own characteristics, and it's impossible for Rojan to fully release it alone. Therefore, he needs to rely on the power of the clones. As he said that, Rojan lifted his hands, and 6 bodies appeared on the deck. Is this? Behind him, number 8's pupil contracted. He seemed to recognize those 6 guys. Chapter 294, The New Ship. Patrick Redfield. Number 8 was shocked when he saw the corpses. Burned World. Katrina Devon. Gangplank. Guts. Number 8 shook his head. He couldn't believe what he just saw. When Rojan decided to leave the Impel down, he killed these 6 prisoners. Unexpectedly, those 6 appeared in here. 6 powerful clones, this is what I want. Rojan smiled. Creating the 6 paths takes a while. After pulling out these 6 corpses, Rojan kept thinking. Patrick Redfield, the user of the Bado Bado no Mi model, vampire. Can he really suck others' life? That is going to be human path. Burned World, the user of the Momo no Mi animal path. Katrina Devon, Inu no Mi model, Kibai no Kitsune, Preta path. Gangplank, Asura path. Guts, the Black Swordsman, Naraka path. After calling this, Rojan used his Rinnegan, and in a blink of an eye, he activated the vitality of the 5. Such an action doesn't really revive the 5 people but preserves their body vitality, and their souls have been already devoured by the 6th path. Doro, Deva path. After reaching this level, Rojan smiled. He just awakened a powerful force that could destroy all his enemies. If anyone wanted to fight him, he had to defeat those 6 guys first. I'll start with the Deva path. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 5 bodies disappeared, leaving only Doro, the Deva path. As he moved his hand, dark metal sticks appeared, thick, thin, long and short. There were a lot of them. After a while, he began to pierce it into Doro's body. The scene was very cruel and bloody that makes all the Marines terrified. Rojan was nothing but a cruel monster that fear nothing. Those 6 guys were very brutal and tough. I've never thought that you could use them as clones. Number 8 was confused. 1 week later, when they reached Water 7, Rojan was standing behind a bald and cold-faced monk. The body of this monk was covered with black metal rods. Is he alive? Number 8 wondered. Nothing but darkness. When he heard Doro's voice, Number 8 was stunned. Damn, this dude is so powerful. After a while, the two jumped off the ship and headed toward Tom's shipyard. At that moment, Tom, the owner of the shipyard, laughed loudly. Haha, I knew it, it's hard for the Marines to catch you. As he laughed, tears came out. Mr. Tom, I am here for my ship. Rojan smiled. Well, I've already built it, it has been there for 4 years. Tom turned and led the way. When they reached the inner harbor of the shipyard, Tom smiled and pointed his finger. It's right there, quietly waiting for you, buddy. When he saw the ship, Rojan's expression changed. 4 years ago, he was only a 17-year-old child that has nothing but dreams. At that moment, his dreams became true. He won a very big ship worthy of a great pirate. His current power qualifies him to master such a ship, to sail, to take risks, and to see the magnificence of the sea with his crew. In the harbor ahead, the medium-sized ship was quietly docked. It can hold up to 200 people. It was a large ship covered by the curtains. From the outside, it was a very spectacular ship. After a while, the staff of Tom's shipyard climbed onto the boat and lifted the curtain off. Is this my ship? Rojan murmured. Yes, it's yours. Tom answered with pride. He can guarantee that this is absolutely the highest masterpiece he has ever made in his life. There are 99 small guns all around the ship and 1 main gun in the middle. Those guns have the power to smash a small island as long as there is energy. Also, I've already made a piece of land on the top of the boat. You can plant some flowers and trees. Of course, that is not the most important thing. The power system of the ship made me very proud of it. Oh. Rojan seemed to be very interested. On the sea train, I've used the steam power, and it was so effective, so at the beginning of this new ship, I added steam as well. I have to say that after studying the Pluton and the sea train, I've found a new kinetic energy. Kinetic energy? Rojan was curious. Yes, it comes from thunder and lightning. By chance, I've discovered the energy of thunder and lightning. It has powerful kinetic energy. So, I added the electric power system. Mr. Tom was very excited. Rojan, this new ship, if it has enough energy, it can be comparable to the Pluton. No, it's stronger. This is definitely the highest achievement of my life. Hearing Tom's words, Rojan was speechless. As a boy coming from the 21st century, Rojan naturally knows the power of electricity, but he didn't expect that this old man would know about this. Electricity is the power that transcends steam power. Chapter 295, Shinro Tensei. This new ship has 3 operating systems: wind power, steam power, and electric power. No one can defeat this little beast. On the sea, I can guarantee that the Marines on their warship will see nothing but the 2 lights on the tail of your ship. Tom was getting more and more excited. Rojan didn't know what to say. Am I going to have the best ship in the Grand Line? That is so exciting. After that, Tom introduced to Rojan the various capabilities of the new ship, and then, he gave him a little book to follow the instructions. I need a helmsman. Rojan shook his head. It can be said that Rojan was ready to find his crewmates that were scattered around the world. In silence, Doro jumped into the new ship and searched around. Do you have a name for this new ship? Tom asked. Yeah, Logan. Rojan didn't hesitate when he answered. Awesome. Tom nodded, and then he said. Ah yes, I remembered something. What? Last year, a strange cat came to Water 7, it gave me a Vivre car. Tom was a bit confused. Did it say anything? Rojan's eyes contracted. He was sure that this card belongs to the Little Master. I think that he's asking for help. He asked me to give this card to any member of the Wraith Pirates. Where's this card? Rojan's voice was very deep. Tom took the Vivre card from his pocket and handed it to Rojan. Take it. When he saw the piece of paper, Rojan felt relieved. The card was very clean, which means that its owner was safe. Rojan cares about the Little Master more than his other companions. The little cat was the weakest one. Mr. Tom, I have to leave right now. Of course, see you later, little buddy. Tom smiled. Arigato, Tom-sama. The food reserve and daily necessities of the Logan had been prepared by Tom. Nothing left but jumping on the ship to leave. After thanking Tom, Rojan jumped on the ship. 2 minutes later, the Logan roared and sailed. On the Marines' warship, all the Marines shouted with excitement when they saw 3 warships coming toward them. Support is here. It's the Vice Admiral Momonga. The 3 ships made the Marines very happy. Where are Rojan and his crew? The Vice Admiral Momonga looked very serious. He was very clear about the strength of the other side. This battle had to be done by an admiral at least. He asked for Rojan's whereabouts to report it to the headquarters, so they could come with support. Momonga-sama, they're on the island, we didn't dare to fight him. The Marines were embarrassed. Momonga was very aware of the situation, so he didn't say anything. About 5 minutes later, their ship sailed very fast, and in a blink of an eye, they saw a ship sailing not far away from them. It's Rojan. Momonga's eyes froze, and immediately he ordered the Marines to follow him. He didn't give the order to attack, he just wants to determine the position of Rojan only. Rojan, the Marines chasing us. At the same time, Number 8 and Doro noticed the warship behind them, so they reported immediately. David Path. Rojan smiled. They will see nothing but darkness. With a cold tone, Doro put his hand on his chest and stepped forward slowly. In a blink of an eye, he jumped off the ship. Momonga-sama, someone is coming. One of the Marines shouted. I'll take care of it. Momonga raised his long sword and got ready to fight. But in the next moment, his eyes contracted. The other side was very strange. When he jumped off the ship, he leaned forward, put his hand toward the rear, and ran on the sea surface. He was extremely fast, the sea was like a flat land beneath him. He crossed thousands of meters in less than 10 seconds. He's very close. In an instant, Doro has reached the air above the warship. How dare you came here? As he said that, Momonga took a jump toward Doro. Air-splitting blade. It seems that his sword cut the air and in a blink of an eye, a chopping wave appeared in the void and headed toward Doro. Shinra Tensei. Doro's expression remained calm, besides, a spherical light shield appeared around his body. What was strange that the chopping wave got destroyed and dissipated when it hit the cover. In a blink of an eye, Doro flickered and appeared in front of Momonga, who shouted again and waved his sword. Momonga was 2.51 meters in height, and his sword was very long and strong. The Vice Admiral of the Marines could smash tall buildings as one hit. However, Doro didn't care about the Vice Admiral's attack, he jumped and stood on the blade, and then, he held it with his feet. The blade was big enough to stand on it. Damn it. Squatting on the blade, Doro stared at Momonga and aimed his right hand at him. Feel the darkness. Universal Pull. Chapter 296, An Easy Fight. Momonga wanted to wave his sword again, but somehow, he was pulled forward, it was like an invisible force. At the same time, Doro strode forward and pressed on Momonga's forehead with his right hand. Shinra Tensei. As he heard that, the heart of the Vice Admiral trembled. He felt that a strong invisible force pulling him down. In a blink of an eye, Momonga fell to the ground, and he couldn't stand up. Besides, the repulsive power spread all over the warship, and the seawater around the ship rose to the sky. The huge marine warship began to shake violently, even the hull of the ship cracked. Standing on the Logan, Number 8 was completely shocked by the scene. 3 seconds were enough for Doro to get off the ship and attack the other side. With his power, the warship of the Marines started sinking. Is it just a clone? Number 8 was very jealous. He turned and kept looking at Rojin, who didn't make any reaction. Crack. Under the power of Doro, the hull of the ship was completely damaged. Momonga, the Vice Admiral who could cut a Sea King in one hit, was covered with blood. He couldn't withstand Doro's power and lost consciousness. Everyone is useless against my Devapath. All the Marines screamed when they saw the seawater on the warship. They quickly grabbed all the bowls and tried to clean it. Seeing that the warship was about to sink, Doro jumped to another warship quickly. He stood on the bow and kept scanning the whole ship. Shoot him! All the Marines panicked, and they immediately launched fire. Shinra Tensei. As he said that, Doro extended his right hand. The powerful wave swept across the Marines and dealt great damage. Only a few soldiers jumped to the sea, but all the rest fell down and lost consciousness. As usual, Doro destroyed another warship using his Shinra Tensei. There was only one warship left, and of course, 3 seconds were enough for the Devapath, Doro, to destroy it. Useless Marines. Rojin laughed. 1 Vice Admiral and 3 warships didn't last 1 minute against the Devapath Doro. Rojin was completely happy with such a result. Let's go. After a while, Rojin turned and left. After the fight between Doro and the 3 warships, another warship just arrived. They couldn't even procrastinate. I'm afraid that this boy is stronger than before. Kizaru was shocked. Even with his speed, he couldn't catch up with Rojin. Kizaru lost the 2 fights against Rojin. The Admiral of the Marines was very cautious and serious when it comes to Rojin. Admiral Kizaru, it wasn't Rojin who attacked us, a strange monk who did that. When he heard that, Kizaru's eyes contracted. What it looks like, I need more details. Immediately, the soldier of the Marines took a piece of paper and drew an approximate picture of the monk, and handed it to Kizaru. Who the hell is this? Although he didn't recognize him, it didn't mean that the headquarters of the Marines couldn't recognize him. After a few minutes, he heard the news. Dora, a demon monk who was captured 20 years ago and sent to the Impel Down. He is not very strong, but be careful of him. It seems that Rojin takes some prisoners with him when he left the prison. Sengoku was angry. In the Impel Down, all the guards rushed and counted the prisoners. They wanted to know how many prisoners broke out of the prison. That's terrible. That boy is very troublesome. Sengoku-sama, I don't want to take that risk. Kizaru had a headache. He was afraid of death. Come back to the headquarters and wait for the orders. After hanging up the phone, Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, he turned into light and disappeared. Kizaru wasn't brave enough to face Rojin and a group of Impel Down prisoners. The Logan was sailing fast. At that time, they haven't left the Sea King's area yet. West Blue? Looking at the distant sea level, Doro raised the sails, and with the help of the steam power, the ship sailed even faster. The Vivre card was leading them to the West Blue. It seems that you didn't finish yet. After knowing the purpose of Rojin, Number 8 smiled. I think that, do you want to stay with me? Rojin smiled. Number 8 was very strong, he might be useful in the incoming fights. No, I will leave after crossing the Com Belt. I really miss my home. Thank you for everything, Rojin. Number 8 shook his head. You're welcome, you helped a lot too. Rojin nodded with a smile. Half an hour later, the Logan reached the Com Belt. Rojin didn't lower the sails, he used the steam power to keep sailing in this windless area. However, with the power of the steam, the ship kept sailing at a very high speed. Try to avoid those bubbles on the seawater, Sea Kings are there. Number 8 didn't show any fear when they reached the Sea King's area. In a blink of an eye, the Logan passed through the Sea King safely. After 3 hours of safe sailing, the Logan was about to reach the West Blue. From here, it's the West Blue. If you want to get to the West Sea very fast, crossing the Com Belt is the best choice. Gradually, the sky has become dark. When the sun completely disappeared, Number 8 whispered. Be careful, Rojin. Chapter 297, Animal Path. Okay. Vision at night is limited, you need to pay much attention to avoid Sea Kings. The Sea King species are very huge, and they took a large space when they rest. Because of that, Rojin needs to be careful to avoid them, otherwise, he will be in a trouble. At that moment, Rojin ordered Doro the Devapath to pay attention, and then he called out another clone. Verndai World. Looking at the body that just appeared on the deck, Rojan kept thinking. Among the 6 people he killed at the 6th level, every one of them was a powerful pirate before entering the prison. Indeed, they weren't as strong as before, but still, these guys were so strong. Burndye World was a pirate of the same era with a Whitebeard and Roger. 500 million is the bounty on his head. As a devil fruit user, World can amplify the size, speed, and strength of any object he touches. In terms of strength, Rojan would be in trouble if he decided to fight against World in his peak strength. However, he was trapped in the Impel Down, and his physical strength fell to a low level. The Momo no Mi should have a miraculous effect. Rojan's eyes twinkled. After a while, he took out black metal sticks and inserted them all over World's body. Having those eyes is an amazing thing. I can use the 6th path easily. Rojan was very clear about this point. With the possession of the Rinnegan, Rojan could use Nagato's special skills. Like the Sharingan from Itachi. What if I can combine both eyes? That would be awesome. Rojan was sure that this was something impossible to achieve in a short time. It was even hard for him to reach the peak with a Sharingan. Such a thing needs a lot of time. After a while, he shook his head and stopped thinking about this. Instead, he kept preparing the 2nd clone, the Animal Path, which gave him the ability to summon various animals and creatures to aid in a battle. This kind of ability was very useful to Rojan. Time passed quickly, and it was already the 2nd half of the night. All of a sudden, number 8, who was sitting cross-legged on the deck, held his sword and stood up. Move. When he heard that, Doro's eyes contracted. Just 100 meters ahead, there was a giant head like a hull just came out of the sea. After a careful look, it turned out that this was a Sea King opened his mouth and tried to eat the Logan. It's a huge creature, I've seen it many times. Number 8 said with a smile, and then he waved his sword. The Logan was sailing very fast, and the Sea King was rushing toward them at a high speed. Blackwater / rain. As he said that and waved his sword, an endless rain curtain fell and covered a large area. Roar. In a blink of an eye, number 8 jumped and headed toward the Sea King and cut him. One attack was enough for this old man to defeat the Sea King. After killing the huge beast, number 8 jumped back to the ship and acted normal as if nothing happened at all. At the same time, Doro kept advancing very fast with no stop. My sword is still strong as usual. Number 8 smiled. Your swordsmanship is awesome, number 8. Rojan praised him. I don't know why, but every time I look at you and your clone, I feel something strange. You'll be surprised when you see all my clones, haha. On the other side, Rojan, who was busy with the 2nd clone, laughed. Strangely, you can create different clones from dead bodies and get their power. I'm surprised by your strange ability. Number 8 was confused. Haha. Rojan laughed and didn't explain anything. These 6 clones are flawed. They cannot inherit all the strength of the dead perfectly, they can only get 70% or less. Chapter 298, Whitebeard's Big News. Rojan was busy with the 2nd clone, and the ship kept moving forward at high speed and safely under the guard of Doro the Devapath and number 8. Time passed quickly, it has been already 3 days since the Great Escape. In the Marine base, New World. Marines were completely angry, and a lot of pirates were excited when they heard the news. Did you hear that? We need to be careful, there will be chaos in the New World. We need to inform the headquarters. What happened? Some people who didn't hear the news asked in a daze. Whitebeard, it's the Whitebeard, we need to move. What? What are you talking about? Explain. Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, is known as the most powerful man in the world. He remained calm after Roger's death, even after Shiki's news, he didn't act. But now, shocking news came out. It's Kaido. Kaido's subordinates have captured an island under the protection of the Whitebeard. One of the Marines shouted with fear. Oh, my God, something terrible is going to happen. The news spread quickly through the world, which made all the Marines in a daze. On the other side, all the pirates got excited, such people love chaos. After Roger's death, the Whitebeard pirates became the world's top pirate group. Over the years, their strength and power have already reached their peak. It can be said that Edward Newgate was the king of the New World after Roger's death. He has countless pirate groups with powerful people under his command. No one dares to challenge or provoke this silent king. On the other hand, Kaido, the rising star in the New World. He was completely strong, especially with his immortal body. It was rumored that this guy was no less than the Whitebeard in terms of fighting alone. Kaido has been in the New World for a short time, and he decided to meet the king so early. What does that mean? The New World, no, the whole world is going to be in huge chaos. At the same time, the Fishman Island ushered a new pirate group. Haha, Fishman Island, there are fishmen here. Mermaid, I can't believe my eyes. I finally met the mermaid. The red-haired young man stood on the bow of his boat and kept looking forward. After a while, all the crew jumped off the boat and walked into the Fishman Island with excitement. Izawa, stop acting weird. Jinx shouted at Izawa. Jinx, I'm really curious. These mermaids are so beautiful. Yusuf, what are you doing? Follow us. Izawa turned and shouted at the curly man who was dozens of meters away from the group. Hi, I'm coming. Yusuf laughed and then came running. Beckman, you don't look excited at all. Izawa turned his head and asked the man beside him. Ha. Yes. I'm excited. Ben Beckman answered with a smile. Well, what do you think of the captain's plan? Izawa asked again. You've joined the group before me, you know better. Besides, we've been together for a long time, don't you understand me yet? Ben Beckman turned his head. Izawa was speechless after hearing this. Well, ignore him. Of course, he's so stupid. We can't follow a stupid like him. We want to meet the white beard. Beckman shook his head. After a while, the whole crew noticed that the atmosphere on this island was somewhat strange. What's wrong with this island? Shanks turned and asked his friends. As he said that, Jinx ran forward and hit Shanks. Why are you walking so fast? In the rear, everyone laughed. Damn, it hurts. Shanks stood up slowly and looked at his group with a serious expression. It seems that something bad happened. All of a sudden, a cry of panic rang out in the street. Damn, Whitebeard is going to fight against Kaido. Hearing this, everyone got shocked. At that moment, they looked at the pirate flag that was hung at the highest place on the island. It belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. Oh, it seems that someone is faster than me. Shanks picked up his straw hat and put it on his head and said. We're going to speed up then. I don't want to miss this great event. In the calm belt, on the Logan. Rojan stood up slowly and smiled. The animal path was more difficult than the Deva path, but anyway, he made it. As he stood up, Burndie World opened his eyes. Burndie World. Number 8 murmured. Call me, Animal Path. With an indifferent tone, Burndie stood up slowly. Doro, Burndie World, and Rojan. The strength of this boy has skyrocketed in just a few days. Number 8 heart trembled. It can be said that he was a bit afraid of Rojan. Fortunately, there was no conflict of interest between the two, otherwise, Rojan would kick him to death. I need some materials. As soon as he stood up, Burndie murmured. Take what you need. Rojan answered with a smile. Thus, Burndie looked forward at the Sea King who was lying on the sea surface. He regarded the Sea King as his material, and wanted to get it. The 100 meters tall Sea King had no resistance in the face of Rojan and the others. In a blink of an eye, the huge beast disappeared in the hands of the Animal Path. Where did they go? Number 8 was very curious. In my eyes, do you want to go there? Animal Path smiled and asked with an indifferent tone. Chapter 299, Charm. Number 8 was speechless when he heard Burndie's indifferent words. Does these clones have their own consciousness? He couldn't help but ask. They are all my scattered consciousness, haha. Rojan answered with a smile. Number 8 shook his head. He kept thinking about the difference between the Deva path and the Animal path, and then he sighed. In a flash, 5 days passed. The Logan rushed out of the calm belt and the unique sea breeze blows in Rojan's face. Welcome to the West Blue. Rojan opened his hands and smiled. Nothing can stop him. With the existence of the two clones, Number 8 and him, even the Sea King has to walk away obediently. Boy, it's time for me to go. At this time, Number 8 stood up slowly. Where are you going? Rojan smiled. Goodbye, my friend. Number 8 didn't say his destination and jumped off the ship. At the moment, Rojan's heart trembled. He kept looking at Number 8 who was standing on his Blackwater's sword and moved forward. This guy is awesome. I wish I could see him again before death. Number 8 tears came out. He smiled and then disappeared. There are a lot of talented people in this world. What a big world. After leaving the calm belt, the Deva path opened the sails and followed the direction given by the Vivre card. For Rojan, the West Blue was very strange, but there were mysterious treasures out there. In the Impel Down, he gained a lot of this from other prisoners. Among them, a chart for 2 places in the West Blue. The treasure map of Kanoria Island, and the position of the king of the kingdom of Balat. Rojan's expression was very normal after seeing the first island, but when he saw the kingdom, his expression changed. As he knows, in the pirate world this kind of succession to the throne is generally passed down from father to son. He had never seen such a transaction. The trade was between a kingdom and a set of keys that could open hand shackles. Balat ring. Rojan took off the golden ring tied on the rope from his neck and kept thinking. The ring was given to him by his cellmate. According to his words, the ring is the keepsake handed down by the king from generation to generation. The prisoners had been in the Impel Down for 50 years, and that moment, He was old, that is to say, that the position of Ballot's king had been vacant for 50 years. No one knows what happened to that kingdom. Maybe that country doesn't exist anymore. Rojan shook his head. In any case, he has to go and take a look. What's more, the direction of the Vivre card leads to that kingdom. Coincidence? The two clones were responsible for the control of the ship, while Rojan was busy thinking about the route on the chart. The ring maker was very smart. There was a ferocious eagle carved on its surface. This eagle is pressed. The ring is going to be divided into two crescent shapes. In the middle of this crescent there was a chart pointing to the kingdom. After looking at the ring, I can only say that this kingdom is very amazing. Rojan was very interested. After the departure of number 8, the silence ruled the place. The silence reminds Rojan of the first time he went to the sea. He still remembers that he was forced to be quiet to avoid the Marines at that time. What a quiet sea. As he said that, Rojan closed his eyes to rest. It can be said that he never had a complete sleep for 4 years. At that time, he closed his eyes and slept for a whole week, and he didn't wake up until they docked in the harbor of the island. He stood up slowly and shook his head, and then he turned and walked toward the island. The direction of the Vivre was very accurate. I'm very close. Over there. At the same time, a loud shout came from the streets. Immediately, Rojan turned to see what happened. He saw a 30-year-old man holding a long knife ran toward a fruit stand. I've seen her too, it's Nico Robin. Ha ha ha, we can get a lot of money. That little monster, there's 80 million on her head, we should catch her. As everyone knows, this little girl with a bounty of 80 million has no power. Everyone was chasing her to get the reward, especially when they heard that she was on this island. This day, when they heard the old man's words, everyone got shocked. The little black-haired girl wearing a black robe was shivering when she heard that they have found her, and she didn't know what to do. Next to her, there was a little cat. Robin, run. At that moment, the kitten behind the fruit stand trembled and shouted. Immediately, Robin hugged the kitten and ran quickly. Get her. Come on, stop her. Get the 80 million. After 2 minutes of running, Robin was blocked in a narrow alleyway. She was very sure about the result of getting caught. Until now, the image of O'Hara under the gunfire still lingers in her mind. Robin, don't be afraid. Seize the opportunity and get out of here. The voice of the little cat came out encouraging Robin. There are few people there. Break through from there. Yes, don't be afraid, just run away. Chapter 300, Losing the Little Master, again. The sound voice sounded in Robin's ear. Holding the cat in her arms, Robin looked up and panicked. Dozens of persons were standing in front of her. Stop her, and get 80 million. All the civilians shouted with excitement. For such a little girl, they should have a pity, but at this moment, everyone wanted to get the reward and didn't care about her feelings. 80 million is good money after all. Help, help. Robin ran quickly and closed her eyes. Robin, I'll be with you always. The little cat calmed her again. At that moment, everyone saw the kitten in Robin's hands. In a blink of an eye, the cat transformed and became a little cute girl. Everyone got shocked. This girl was very beautiful. Like a princess, this little girl has very long black hair with some waves at the tail. All the civilians felt ashamed when they saw her. Charm. In a flash, all the men looked at her and got stunned. Would attribute control. With a wave of her hand, a rainbow light came out and rushed toward the big man in front of her. It seems that the little master was able to control men with her special ability. Jump on him. The little master transformed and became a cat again, and then she went back between Robin's hands. At that moment, Robin jumped on the man's shoulders who ran immediately. Chase her. All the females shouted, but there was no response from the men. She's beautiful. Love, is that love? That little lady, she's astonishing. Everyone was confused by the beauty of the little girl, and they were unable to move. After crossing 13 streets, Robin looked at a little kitten and said, Sister, every time I see you in human shape, I got stunned, you're so beautiful. If you look carefully, you can find that there is a fork on the tail of the cat, it seems that she has 2 tails. Don't be silly, have a good rest, we have to leave the island. The little cat smiled. Robin and the little cat have been together for 1 year and a half, and they suffered a lot of bad things together. Sister, we're leaving. All right. After a brief conversation, Robin took a careful look at the alley before taking the last step on this island. Suddenly, and before she notices, everything became dark, and then she lost consciousness. I made it. Finally, I got these 2. Now, I will give them to the king, and I will be his right hand. Also, I will marry the princess and get the opportunity to reach the peak of life. Ha ha ha. A burly figure was standing with pride and laughed. The members of his group were standing behind him, they were happy and proud of what they did. Take them away, don't let the others see you. As Mordal waved his hand, His little brother, who was a member of his group, stepped forward and tied Robin and the little cat, and then, he put them in a black cloth bag and left. This little girl is very cunning, it's really hard to catch them. Fortunately, Mordal is here. The little brother laughed loudly. Mordal-sama is the smartest man alive. After giving those little idiots to the king, my brother will take the highest position in the kingdom. After thinking about his future, Mordal left the island. Be careful, no one should know about us, guys. Hi. Mordal's group was very careful. 1 minute later, Mordal raised his hand and stopped everyone. Wait. That's a Vivre card. After noticing the Vivre card on the little master's body, Mordal sweated. Damn it, we almost make a stupid move. He threw away the card and then headed to the unknown kingdom, as they said. No one knows whether this little girl has companions or not. It would be a problem if they find our kingdom. In a blink of an eye, he jumped on his ship and left. Just 5 minutes later, Rojan appeared there. After looking around, Rojan's heart trembled. He didn't find anyone. Suddenly, his eyes contracted. Vivre card. He bent down and picked up the Vivre card with anger. Something bad must have happened to the little master. He came here using the Vivre card, but he didn't find anything but the other half of the card. Damn it. He clenched his fist and then left. After a while, he heard the news that the little girl called Nico Robin and a cat that could transform into a human appeared on this island. Chapter 301, Ferocious Monsters. What a pity, I'm afraid that Mordal's group kidnapped that little girl. This was the conclusion of everyone. These people have been looking for Robin, so they were familiar with the people who were doing the same thing. Everyone has seen Mordal's before, but now, he just disappeared. Where did Mordal come from? Rojan asked with a gloomy face. There are rumors that Mordal is a merchant for some kingdom, but no one ever heard the name of this kingdom. One of the civilians shook his head. That should be the Ballad Kingdom. I've heard about it 50 years ago, but no one heard about it since then. On the other side, a man bit the apple and shook his head. Hearing the familiar name, Rojan got stunned. What a coincidence. Rojan's eyes contracted. Are you sure about that? Mordal is a very dangerous guy. I think that he came from there. The kingdom of Ballad is not simple at all. It's the kingdom of legends. What do you mean? Ballad Kingdom is known as the Kingdom of Magic. Kingdom of Magic? Yes, it is said that there is a mysterious power called magic. Only Ballad people could use this power. Of course, these are just rumors. We haven't seen anyone from there, except for Mordal. No one is sure whether this kingdom is really existed or not. Everyone smiled. No one was sure about this legend, and it can be said that no one believed in it. Rojan was confused. This kingdom may really exist. His cellmate gave him the ring of this kingdom. This must be true. The Kingdom of Magic. That's interesting. Rojan smiled, and then he turned and left. Everyone shook their heads and laughed when they saw Rojan. Another man who is bewildered by the mysterious kingdom. He's not even sure whether Mordal has come from there. Everyone was careful when it comes to Mordal. He was very suspicious, but no one knew his origin. The map shows that the Kingdom of Ballad has 2 high mountains in the sea as its gate. You can enter the kingdom through the mountains and see the magnificence of this kingdom. In the original plot, there are many magical places in the pirate world, as Alabasta, Skypia, and but Rojan didn't expect to find another island that didn't appear in the original book. Let's go. It's time to be a king, haha. With a laugh, Rojan moved forward in a good mood. As the Logan sailed forward, Rojan gradually found something strange. That's really confusing. If I take this route, the ship will involuntarily deviate from the course. I have to pay much attention to it, otherwise, the ship will return and go back. The direction of the ship has changed a little bit, but this slight change might lead to a disaster for Rojan. The Deva path was just a clone, but his consciousness was very keen. He immediately changed the direction of the ship when it deviated. We should be there in 2 days. With closed eyes, Rojan sat on the deck and kept thinking. Also, he practiced the sword skills and left everything for the 2 clones. At the same time, in front of the Logan, a wooden boat was moving fast. Haha, my prosperity days will come when I hand over these 2 to the king. Mordal was very excited. He didn't care whether there were people chasing him or not. He was sure that no one could know this route. It's a special route for Ballad. At the stern of the wooden boat, there was a huge magnet, which seemed to suppress something. Make sure that there is no problem with the magnet. Remember, this magnet is very important. No one of the crew knew the function of the magnet, only Mordal. At this time, Robin and the little master just woke up. And when they found the rope in their hands, they panicked. Where are we? And who are you? Robin cried. Haha, don't worry little girl, we're not bad guys. Mordal smiled and then he looked at the little master. I'm sure that you are a bit special, that's why I used sea stones to cuff you. Mordal is a very careful guy, and his prudence has helped him a lot in his business. Are you going to take us to the Marines, or the world government? Marines? World government? Mordal seemed to be a bit surprised. Why would I do that? I'm going to take you to the king. You'll be his treasure. Mordal's voice was very calm, he didn't want to act like a bad man at all. King? Robin and the little master looked at each other and felt sad. Hey, don't be sad, you're going to have a better life in the kingdom of Ballet. It's a pleasure to say that our king is the most powerful magician in the kingdom of Ballet. Mordal was very proud, also, he has no idea that Rojan was behind him, a few miles away. On the morning of the third day, Mordal's ship entered an area of white fog. Damn it, boss, we can't see anything at all. All the crew shouted in panic. Hee, don't panic guys, it's a very normal situation, we're going to enter the kingdom of Ballet soon. Mordal smiled. At the same time, everyone got shocked again. There were two huge and ferocious monsters staring at them. Chapter 302, Crescent Island. Under the white fog, two huge shadows on the sides of the ship appeared. They looked like ferocious beasts. As they saw these huge shadows, everyone shouted, "Captain, these beasts are going to attack us." The crew members were afraid to move forward. Stop talking nonsense. Listen to me, keep sailing forward. Mordal doesn't seem to be afraid at all, he shouted and ordered his crew to move forward. His crew had nothing to do but following his orders. The wooden boat swayed under the white fog, and after a while, it disappeared. It's foggy. After a while, the Logan came to this area. When he saw this dense fog, Rojan sighed. These two mountains that look like beasts are the gates of Ballet. Great, I'll enter the mysterious kingdom after passing through here. Rojan's face showed a smile. With the possession of the ring of the kingdom, Rojan is going to be the king of the Ballet. In other words, Ballet is his kingdom now. From rebirth to now, this is the first time for Rojan to be in a rich class. The whistling of the wind sounds like a roar of the beast. This is very unique. The strange route, the two mountains, and the white fog made Rojan feel excited. The pirate world is a world of adventure and exploration. There are many magical scenes and mysterious kingdom on this vast sea. With the rich history and the unique costumes of various islands and countries, there was also a wide range of species. Simply, this world is very attractive. The Deva path and the animal path kept checking the movement and the route carefully when the Logan rode quickly across the sea. In a moment, Rojan's eyes flashed. An endless clean sea that seems to be connected to the blue sky, little fish were jumping on both sides of the ship. After a careful look ahead, Rojan's eyes contracted. Is this? On the uneven ground, there were mysterious castles with spire-shaped building roofs, also, there were cable bridges across the sky. What made him even more shocked, the huge monsters that were in the sky. Is that a dragon? Rojan was surprised and deeply attracted by everything in front of him. In front of him, there were 6 islands, and they were connected by an iron cable bridge, forming a beautiful half-moon. Is that the legendary kingdom of Magic? After taking a deep breath, Rojan got excited. He saw a lot of people walking fast and wearing black robes and pointed wizard hats. At the entrance of the island, Mordal got too excited and ordered his crew to approach the harbor. Oh my god, Mordal-sama, is that the kingdom of Magic? Everyone's eyes contracted and asked with excitement. Oh yeah, this is the legendary kingdom of Ballet. Mordal was very proud. Remember, you can't tell anyone about anything here, the policy of Ballet is to stay in seclusion and never share anything with the outside world. Hi. All the crew nodded. Robin and the little master were amazed by everything in front of them. This world is amazing. Captain, do you know magic? Mordal's eyes contracted when he heard that. I can turn you into a pig. As he said this, everyone stepped back. At this time, someone came from the sky riding an owl about 3 meters long. Mordal, welcome back. What did you get this time? On the owl, a middle-aged man with a wizard's hat smiled. I've got a very precious thing, take me, I want to see the king. When he heard that, the middle-aged man got excited. It seems that the harvest is very good. Don't worry, my friend, I won't forget you. Mordal smiled. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, and in a blink of an eye, the huge owl began to flutter its wings around the wooden boat. Get these two on the owl, come on. Mordal ordered his crew. I'm going to leave now guys, but remember, you are allowed to move in the Crescent Island only. If you tried to enter some restricted places, you'll be executed immediately. Hi. Everyone nodded. These islands were tens of meters above the sea level, and the Crescent Island is the nearest one. Ships can't reach there, they can rely on those huge owls only. Woo, legendary birds can do a lot of things. The crew was excited. After a few seconds, the Logan reached the Ballet area. Looking at the top, Rojan saw a group of black spots falling from the sky. In a blink of an eye, These black spots turned into a group of armed knights with swords on owls. It's an outsider. As they approached, they saw that Rojan's face wasn't familiar at all. Hey, outsider, who told you about this place? Rojan's eyes twinkled for a moment, and then he smiled and said, I'm an explorer. I came here with Mordal. Mordal? The warriors seemed to be familiar with this name, so they welcomed Rojan. Sit on the owl and let's go. Rojan didn't hesitate at all, he jumped with the Deva path and the animal path on the owl quickly. A minute later, they landed on the Crescent Island. Wait here, we will send someone to guide you. The warrior pointed his hand and smiled. And after a while, the owl flew up and disappeared. That's awesome. Rojan got excited. Hello boy, come here. At the entrance of the tavern, an old man with a wizard hat called Rojan and waved his hand. Chapter 303, Wizard. This old man wasn't as short as the other wizards in this kingdom, he was very tall. Sitting at the entrance, he was at the same height as Rojan, also, his body looked very strong. Hello, old ma. And before he could say anything else, the old man stopped him and said, You can call me, Salo. As he said that, he pointed to the tavern behind him and said with a cold tone, Go in and wait. Rojan was embarrassed, he was willing to find someone to understand a lot of things, but this man had no intention to talk to him. Rojan shook his head and entered the bar. As soon as he entered, he found that the tavern was quite lively. That's right, that's right. This is the Magic Kingdom. Those guys know magic. I just saw that. I saw it, too. It was exciting. If we can learn magic. When he heard those words, Rojan turned his head immediately. He found that those people were wearing normal clothes, and their temperament was completely different from the people who lived here. It seems that they were outsiders like him. Rojan smiled and then he kept walking forward. You want to learn magic too? Haha, in your dreams. The flat-headed bartender who was wiping the glass sneered. What? Why? Everyone looked at the bartender. Stupid question. Do you know that magic has been taboo in the kingdom of Balat 50 years ago? Only those who have the permission of the king can learn it. And you are nothing but outsiders, you don't even have the right to think about it. Even your boss, Mordal, the king's dog, he only learned a little bit of metamorphosis, haha. Hearing this, all the crew lost hope. When he heard Mordal's name, Rojan's eyes flashed, and then he looked at the people sitting at the table and smiled. Sander, who gave you permission to talk nonsense here? Salo, who just entered the bar, looked at Sander, the bartender, and scolded him. Salo-sama. The flat-headed man looked at Salo, the 4 meters tall, and trembled. You're not allowed to talk about the king's affair, and as a punishment, I forbid you to talk for 3 days. After saying this, a strange stick pointed out from his sleeve robe, and then, a green light rushed out and hit Sander. Voom. At that moment, Sander's expression changed, he was helpless, as if he knew what is going to happen to him, so he turned his head and returned to work with his head down. Magic, it's a real magic. Salo's action made everyone excited. Right, that guy named Sander, his mouth is stuck by something and he can't talk. Everyone kept whispering, and they were even more excited. Even Rojan couldn't believe what he just saw, he looked at Salo and kept thinking. Did I cross into the world of Harry Potter? Rojan began to doubt. But Salo, he said that we don't even have the right to think about magic? Why can't we learn magic? At that moment, Rojan pulled a chair and asked loudly. You're not allowed to ask. Salo answered with a cold tone. After the boring conversation, Rojan took his chair and joined Mordal's crew. Rojan, are you serious? Are there islands under the sea surface? Are there mermaids in there? Tell us more. Soon, everyone got excited about Rojan's stories and became interested in him. While they were chatting, Salo paid attention to Rojan. He was shocked, how could this young boy know all this, and how could he visit all these places? Salo was sure that this kid wasn't lying, he naturally knows everything. Damn, who is this boy? And what is he trying to do? Clenching his fists, Salo was angry, and then he calmed down. 50 years passed since he lost contact with the outside world, especially after the great changes with the outside world. The only connection was Mordal, who became a merchant. That guy was the only man who got the qualification to go out under the authority of the king. With the corner of his eyes, Salo kept looking at Rojan carefully. There is a kind of fruit, called the devil fruit. You can gain great power by eating it. In my opinion, it's much more convenient than magic. Rojan smiled. So, you don't need to care too much about magic. His words made everyone excited. What is so special about magic? There's no need for it when you have the power of the devil fruit. Everyone decided to get a devil fruit after leaving this place. Brother, you've seen a lot, you're amazing. Yes, there are only a few people who know all this, you're awesome. They have realized that Rojan was different. It's hard for ordinary people to know all this. He was in the famous sea, the Grand Line. Everyone was stunned. Ordinary people live in the 4 seas, only strong ones could stay in the Grand Line. Yes, I've been there, it was an amazing experience. Rojan rubbed his head. As Salo watched him carefully, Rojan kept looking at the tall man. Even more, he noticed that the other side clenched his right fist after hearing that he had been in the Grand Line. Besides, can you tell me where the woman and cat that your boss caught went? Chapter 304, The Real King is Back. The sudden change of topic from Rojan made everyone stunned, but after a while, someone answered. What's up with you guys? Hey Rojan, he's on the way to the King's Hall. When he heard that, Rojan's eyes flashed, and he got angry, and everyone inside the bar felt the anger of Rojan. The King's Hall? Rojan hit the table and stood up in a hurry. Hey, little brother, tell us more about the sea again. When he went to the bar's door, one of the crew shouted, he wanted to hear more. However, Rojan didn't pay much attention to him, he hit the door with his right foot and left. At that moment, Salo stood up and followed him. What's the matter? Inside the bar, everyone wondered. Outside the bar, Salo stopped Rojan and said. Boy, stop, let me ask you something. I'm in a hurry, you can ask me later. With a cold tone, Rojan smirked and headed toward the iron bridge in the distance. I know the reason that made you come here, so if you answer my question, I will take you to the palace of the king. And trust me, my griffin is much faster than you. Salo's tone was very deep. At that moment, Rojan stopped and turned around. Devapath and the animal path also stopped and stared at Salo. Just hurry up. After taking a deep breath, Salo stood in front of Rojan and asked. Where did you hear about the kingdom of Balat? When? And who told you about it? We have lost contact with the outside world for 50 years. I'm sure that no one knows about the existence of this kingdom. At that moment, Rojan shook his head, he was sure that this was an important thing for Salo, and without hesitation, he took out the ring on his neck. 4 years ago, and the person who told me about this kingdom should be your former king. When he saw the ring in Rojan's hand, Salo's heart trembled. Balat ring. At a first glance, Salo recognized the ring, and at the same time, his expression changed, and his eyes became full of tears. It's Balat's ring, where is our king? Where is he? At this moment, Salo, the old wizard got excited. Compared with the previous king, the present king was very cruel and heinous. Under his leadership, the kingdom of Balat is heading toward destruction step by step. Everything will be saved if the king could come back. He's in 6th level of the Impel Down, the strictest prison in the world. Rojan spat out those words directly to Salo, who was completely shocked. Oh my god, Impel Down. Salo cried. He naturally knows what was the Impel Down. Although the power of magic was unique, it was hard to use it against the Marines, they are much stronger. Yes, also, he gave me this country. Rojan whispered. Gave you the country? Salo was completely angry, and helpless at the same time. He couldn't understand how could a king give away his country like this. Is it because he's dying? Or because you're his best friend? Salo asked with a sad tone. We don't know each other, he gave me the ring just to free his hands. At that moment, Salo's expression changed, and he roared with anger. Asshole. Seeing this reaction, Rojan smiled. Ho, calm yourself big man, I have the ring, so I'm your king. You know this ring, right? Salo trembled, and he couldn't know what to do. He just calmed down and lowered his head. Since you got a ring, so according to the tradition of our kingdom, then you are the king. But. Salo sneered. It's not easy to be a king. Besides, if the current king knew that you had this ring, he will kill you for sure. So, my advice to you is to get out of here as fast as you can. When he heard that, Rojan smiled. Where's your griffin? What? What are you going to do? Salo wondered. We had a deal. You promised me that if I answered your question, you will give me your griffin to go to the king's palace. Rojan replied. Are you serious? It's the king's palace, there are at least 36 wizards stationed there, and then there is the king, the most powerful wizard in this kingdom. Even the admiral of the Marines will not have a chance to come out alive. Salo shivered with anger. Oh really? What else? Rojan was surprised, he didn't expect that the wizard's power could be compared with the admiral of the Marines. I can teach you magic, so you can challenge the king. And if you defeat him, you'll take his place. Salo sighed. It was a long-term method, but Salo didn't find any other solution. I don't have much time, my companion is right there, and I have to save him. Rojan refused immediately. Besides, you already said that I'm the king now. That means that he's nothing but a fake king. Salo shook his head and then he cursed. Damn it, I know that he's fake, But he's so strong, what about you? Looking at Rojan, Sala shook his head again. The most powerful wizard who has the power to destroy an island, can this boy fight against him? Well, I'm strong too. Rojan smiled. Boy, don't get yourself into trouble. I was the right hand of the former king, and one of the 5 great wizards in the kingdom of Ballet. Trust me, the current king isn't an easy man to deal with. Sala shouted with anger. Even with the possession of the ring, you can't do anything alone. Rojan laughed when he heard that. Dude, I'm the king of this country, am I not? Sala's face was pale, he had to admit that the other party was right. From ancient times, the king is the one who's holding this ring. I'm sure that there are a lot of people in this county who could recognize this ring. So please, call them now. Tell them that the real king is back. Chapter 305, Reinforcement. No way. Immediately, Salo refused. He thought that Rojan was joking. He doesn't know how strong the king was. With an angry tone, Rojan frowned and shouted. Where is the griffin? Don't even think about it, you are the last hope of this kingdom. And you'll do nothing but chaos, you'll make it worse. Salo answered coldly. In a moment, the breeze suddenly rose, and the atmosphere became cold. Rojan was completely mad at that moment, and then he turned and shouted. Animal path. As he said that, the clone nodded and then pressed his hand toward the ground, and with a bang sound, huge birds appeared here. Rojan didn't hesitate to jump, which made Salo angry. I can't let you go. As he said that, Salo stretched his right hand and take out a strange curved wooden wand, and pointed at Rojan. Suddenly, a green light came out of the stick and headed toward Rojan. Immediately, the Deva Path jumped in front of Rojan and pressed with his hand. Shinra Tensei. The invisible repulsive force exploded rapidly, and the green light deviated. Immediately afterward, Salo's body was pressed on the ground. What happened? Ugh. With all his power, Salo reacted quickly, and with a flash of green light, he jumped up and looked at Rojan. He was completely shocked, and couldn't believe what just happened. When he stood up and looked at the sky, he found that Rojan has disappeared. That sky, he's going to mess it up. Immediately, he took out the Denden Mushi and contacted the others. Hey, Usi, hurry up, let's meet in the palace of the king. Oh, Wizard Salo, what are you going to do there? That's the king's territory. Going there is going to cause a war. Usi wondered. The real king has appeared. Salo was very urgent. What? Did you just say, real king? Usi was shocked. Tell everyone, and let's meet there, the war is about to start. The real king has to win this war. Salo said quickly. Salo didn't waste time and immediately called everyone after Usi. All those who received the call from him got excited to hear the good news, and they acted quickly. After contacting everyone, Salo breathed a sigh of relief, and then he whistled. After a while, a ferocious griffin landed in front of Salo, who jumped on it quickly. That boy, I don't know what is he willing to do, but I have to save him. Salo gritted his teeth. He wasn't willing to launch a war against the fake king, but this time, he felt that it's his duty. For the first time in the last 50 years, he saw the ring of Ballet. He felt that this boy is the real king. With the high speed of the huge bird, Rojan has crossed 2 islands already. The king's palace was a very conspicuous place. It was in the deepest part of the island. The magnificent place between the tall castles should be the palace of the king. Outsiders, stop there. If you tried to break into here, we will kill you. Suddenly, a loud voice came out. When he turned his head to see what happened, Rojan saw a team of warriors riding huge owls chasing him. Deva Path. Hi. Immediately, the Deva Path stepped forward and waved his hands. And then, he punched the void with his hand that was covered with armament hockey. Monster Fist. With that punch, a huge purple beast appeared from behind and attacked all the warriors. At the same time, Under Rojan flapped its wings and reached the 3rd island. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the bell sounded all over the kingdom. It was like a general alarm. When they heard that, all the civilians raised their heads. They got shocked. There was a giant bird flying above them. Mom, look, there's a huge bird. A little girl looked at the sky with amazement. I haven't seen outsiders here since a long time ago. The old man who was walking on crutches shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the guards are going to kill him. Exactly at that moment, Rojan reached the 4th island. At the same time, several teams of strange people in black robes and wizard hats. They were completely covered under their robes. All of them gathered and followed Rojan. That's the guards of the former king. They're alive. Oh my god, there are a lot of them. What are they going to do? Everyone kept looking at the crowded sky and they didn't know what was happening. Over the past 50 years, the current king has eliminated almost all the allies of the former king, and the rest stayed low and avoided him, and no one even saw them again. But at this time, they have shown up. Everyone felt that something bad is going to happen. Your Majesty, we are here to support you. Rojan, who was standing on the giant bird, heard something, so he turned immediately. He found a wizard standing on a strange magic broom approaching him. My lord, my name is Asi, I'm the former chief on the king's guard. Asi was a guy in his 50s, he wasn't tall, and he has a look of excitement at that time. I'm Rojan. Rojan nodded. Great, we have a new king, finally. Can you show us your ring? Behind him, there were more than 200 people in wizards' robes, and they were all riding broomsticks. Of course. Rojan got excited to see this group of people with a look of respect in their eyes. With a smile, Rojan took out the ring and put it on his finger. Here it is. The true king, yeah, he's the one. Chapter 306, I want to eat you. After seeing the ring in Rojan's hand, the guards of the former kings got more excited. Even more, all of them lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at him. The guy in front of them is the real king. Your Highness, are you here to take the kingdom back? Asi was very excited. Looking at the Asi and the group behind him, Rojan couldn't let them down. Yes, no one can take my kingdom from me. Rojan answered without hesitation. Great. We are the king's guard, and we will support you. Asi said cheerfully. Very good. Is there anyone else with you? Of course, there's another team of wizards on their way, and there's the right hand of the former king, Wizard Solo. Asi answered quickly. That's good. Rojan nodded, and then he mentioned the other side to continue. Half a day later, Rojans haven't heard any movement. No more? Rojan asked in shock. Unexpectedly, the other side nodded with embarrassment. Rojan didn't find a large number of supporters for the real king. Was that a joke? Balat is a very big kingdom, where's the others? There are only the 3 of us who are strong, the rest are all mages, there are 2,000 of them. Wizard Solo called them all, they should be here any time. More than 2,000, not bad. Rojan nodded. As he progressed, more and more people gathered behind him, and they gradually reached more than 500 people. Everyone's eyes flashed, they kept looking at Rojan with amazement. This is the real king, they were curious to see how strong their king will be. After checking him carefully, they were disappointed. Their new king was a young man. The current king was absolutely a cruel tyrant, they wanted to change him so badly. More than 500 mages and wizards gathered together, they were like black clouds in the sky, which scared all the owl warriors who were patrolling the area. Are you serious? How dare you gather together and rush to the king's island like this? The leader of the owl warriors shouted with anger, but he couldn't stop them. Report to the king immediately, those idiots are going to revolt again. The leader shouted. The king's castle was on the 6th island, the final island of the kingdom. At that moment, in the castle, Mordal was walking very fast behind a group of wizards. He was excited to show what got to the king. When they approached the deepest part of the castle and came to the gate of the main hall, a circle of black fog flashed, and then a thin figure appeared from it. Come in, Mordal, the king is waiting for you. When he heard that, Mordal took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and then dragged Robin and the little master into the room quickly. After walking on the red carpet, the black fog dispersed and revealed the face of the king. Ghost. Shut up. Mordal's face suddenly changed, and he fell on his knees and covered his head with his hands. He was completely afraid at that moment. Ghost? A hoarse voice came from the throne. What did you say to me, little girl? The king was half lying on the throne, his body was very thin. His face was like a skull with no skin, just like ghosts. The worst thing was his skin, it was like a mountain that has been blown by the wind for a long time, it was very dry and cracked. At that moment, Robin didn't dare to speak. Do you know the consequence of making the king angry? The king shouted. Mordal trembled and immediately answered. Your Majesty, this girl is called Nico Robin, and there's a bounty of 80 million on her head, offered by the world government. I thought that this is the best gift for you. 80 million? The king was stunned, and he looked at Robin carefully. After that, he raised his sleeves and stretched his right hand forward. With a slight hiss, a poisonous snake came out, and then, it turned into a stick. Standing up slowly, the king stepped only one step and he came to Robin and put the stick on her chin. What is so special about you? Why did the world government put 80 million on your head? At that moment, Robin shivered, she felt that the snake was waiting to bite her. Beside her, the little master was in a true panic. Oh, I love cute little girls, I like them very much. The king smiled and then turned and looked at the little master. A changing cat? After being touched by the stick, the little master felt that he was imprisoned. The little master turned into a human. Mordal's eyes flashed when he saw the transformation. You are human. At that moment, the little master didn't dare to move, and her forehead was sweating hard. Standing in front of the king put her in a very bad position. Chapter 307, Get out of the way. So, let's talk a little. Why did the world government put 80 million on your head? The king pointed his stick at Robin and asked her. How does it feel to be wanted? Ha ha ha. The king laughed loudly. Let me go. Robin cried. Why did they put 80 million on you? At this time, the king's tone changed, and he seemed to be angry. She can read the poneglyph. Mordal was afraid the king might kill this girl if she refused to answer him. Who gave you permission to speak? The smile on the king's face disappeared. He stared at Mordal with anger and pointed the stick at him. The invisible force hit Mordal and threw him away. It's so boring now, he told me the answer already. The king shook his head, and went back to his throne and laid down. You can read poneglyph, is that right? After a moment of silence, the king spoke again. Robin bowed her head and refused to answer. The king turned his head as if he didn't care, and then, he remembered something. That reminds me of something. When she heard that, Robin's eyes flashed. As I remember, there are only a few people in this world who could read the poneglyph. You can do it, right? The king was a little curious. He stared at Robin and then looked away. The king closed his eyes and tried to remember. He wasn't interested in poneglyph, but if he had the chance to know some secrets, he wouldn't refuse. Mordal said that this girl could read the poneglyph, but he didn't believe it. Putting a bounty of 80 million for a little girl is something odd. As the king was thinking, silence ruled the place. After 5 minutes. Oh, I remembered. The king opened his eyes and smiled. Ballet's previous generation obtained a poneglyph. I think it's made of stone or metal. As he said that, a cloud of smoke appeared in front of Robin, and then, he came out of it. Little girl, if you helped me to read that poneglyph, I won't peel off your skin. It was a clear threat. The king's words made the little master and Robin afraid. They felt that they were in hell. All of a sudden, a group of armored warriors strode in. Your Majesty, there's bad news. The guards of the former king gathered together and they are coming here. Assi is there too. The warrior entered the hall and shouted. Assi? Is that the guy of the fireworks? The king laughed. Why didn't you get rid of them? Or you wanted to report me first? No, Your Majesty, there's something more important. The warrior took a deep breath. Say it. The ballot ring, one of them has the ballot ring. When he heard that, the king's figure turned into black smoke and appeared in front of the warrior. What did you just say? One of them called himself the real king. He has the ballot ring, I saw it. Ballot ring? The king's eyes were deep, and then he laughed. Interesting, that idiot chose to be a pirate, and he got caught by the Marines a long time ago. It's amazing that the ring is still out there. What? What should we do? The warrior hesitated. Although it has been 50 years since the king ruled this kingdom, the tradition of this country and the heavy pressure of history made them feel hesitant when they heard about the ballot ring. That's the symbol of the real king. What to do? The king laughed. He looked down, and then he raised his head like a snake. Kill them all. The king shouted with anger. The front part of the island is a huge square made of white stone with huge pillars on its sides, leading to the ancient castle. Anyone who wants to enter the king's hall should pass through here. At this time, a huge number of people came quickly, and the sound of footsteps was constant. In a blink of an eye, a large group of guards gathered at the gate and blocked the way. Get out of the way, didn't you see the real king? Assi stood in front of Rojan and shouted at the guards. At that moment, the guards got confused and didn't know what to do. The sudden change made them shocked. How could the old man who ruled the kingdom for more than 50 years be the fake king, and this young man is the real one? Didn't you see the ring in his hand? How dare you disobey the orders? Do you want to die? Assi shouted again. The guards were even more hesitant when they heard that. Suddenly, there was another whirlwind in the distance, and in a blink of an eye, a group of people in white robes appeared here. I make me. Everyone, get out of the way. His Majesty is here. How dare you stop him? As soon as they appeared, the leading old woman yelled. It's Akme, from the Kingdom of Potions. After recognizing the woman, all the guards trembled again. Even more, some people could bear the pressure and retreated immediately. Assi and Akme, two of the most powerful wizards in this kingdom. Rojan, Assi, and Akme, the three of them were standing in the front with no fear. He could clearly see the hesitation of the guards, especially after seeing the two powerful wizards. 30 seconds later, a group of griffin landed in here. Guards, I'll give you 5 seconds to clear the way. Otherwise, you'll die all. Wizard Solo. The most powerful wizard in the kingdom. Oh, my god, he is here too. Is that the new king? He's just a young boy. At that moment, everyone got shocked. Chapter 308, Show me mercy, my lord. The guards decided to surrender. It's impossible to face the most powerful wizards of this kingdom. A lot of guards ran away and didn't want to die. Even though, and in a blink of an eye, more guards came up and joined the party, there were at least 10,000 men wearing brocade robes, and they were all under the king's command. Hello, hello. This large group of mages quickly surrounded Rojan and the others. Wizard Solo, you can retreat now, and we will ask His Majesty to forgive you. The old man in the silver robe stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Alchemist Jerry, you traitor. When he saw the old man, Solo shouted. Traitor? Jerry laughed and then he stared at Solo. How dare you say that? You have to know that even if you brought the ballot ring, you can't be our king's opponent. Solo didn't say anything. He was sure that Eden, the king that ruled the king for 50 years, was very powerful, and it wasn't easy to defeat him. It's not good to start a war, you are going to lose it with no doubts. Jerry leaped over the crowd and stood in front of Rojan. Are you the one who has the ring? What a lucky kid. At this time, a group of warriors came quickly. Jerry-sama, His Majesty ordered to kill them all. Those words were enough to make the atmosphere tenser. Only our King Eden deserved this ring. The warrior looked at Rojan with disdain and then he pulled out his sword and pointed at Rojan's group. Kill them. Hey warrior, take back your words. Do you know what does that means? Jerry's expression changed, and he whispered. Of course, I know. The warrior sneered. In this country, anyone who goes against King Eden will die. He completely ignored Jerry and ordered him to attack. At that moment, Solo was about to open his mouth and say something, but he was pulled back by the Devapath who was standing beside him. Enough. The deep voice spread all over the field, it was like thunder. Stop wasting my time. Rojan strode forward and he looked indifferently. Tell your king to come out, he's going to die now. Wow. 10,000 men of the king fell into silence after Rojan's words. Do you know what you are talking about? Jerry was shocked, he didn't expect that this kid would have the courage to say this. Let him come out and die. I can't waste more time on this. Rojan was very impatient. Solo wanted to cover Rojan's mouth, but the latter has stepped forward already. As he stepped, the shocking aura swept out from his body. The Conqueror's Haki rushed into the minds of the guards of the king immediately. Also, the huge pillar suddenly cracked. At that moment, Rojan kept stepping forward, and behind him, the Deva Path and the Animal Path strode forward with no fear. As the three stepped forward, people kept falling on the ground one by one. What happened? What happened to them? What kind of magic is this? As if they were facing the gods, everyone lost consciousness. The kingdom of Ballot has been locked up for a long time. People here became like a group of frogs that have been born at the bottom of the well, and can't see the vastness of the outside world. Rojan's voice came out softly, and everyone lowered their head when they hear that. What an amazing spirit. Asi was shocked. Is that our new king? Solo. Akemi was very excited. Did you see that? That's the Conqueror's Haki, only real kings could have this. Solo's lips trembled, he couldn't say anything. The power of this young man was completely unexpected. At this moment, he found that he underestimated the other side. The strength of this boy was far beyond imagination. Master, what did he do? How did they all fall to the ground? Behind him, a 20-years-old woman wearing a white wizard's robe asked with curiosity. Nanlin, this is the Conqueror's Haki, it's a special power of true kings. It was an amazing scene for the one who came to support Rojan and a shocking scene for Eden's guards. No one could withstand Rojan's Haki. The number of guards kept decreasing in front of Rojan. Even those who weren't affected by Rojan's Haki, after seeing what happened, they have panicked and didn't dare to fight. After a while, Rojan stopped, and beneath him, there were thousands of men that came here to fight him. It was clear that this wasn't their lucky day. I don't have much time to spend. Rojan stood in front of Jerry and smirked. As for the warrior who was wrapped in armor, he had already fainted. I'll give you a chance to decide it, surrender, or death. Aside, the Devapath stretched his hand and aimed at Jerry. I'd love to send you into the darkness. The Animal Path also stared at Jerry with cold eyes. Jerry trembled. After what he saw, he became sure that Rojan was stronger than him. He can be stronger than the current king. You have 3 seconds to decide. Rojan shouted again. Those words were like thunder into Jerry's ears. He looked at the ballot ring and then cried. Show me mercy, my lord. Finally, Jerry knelt down and lowered his head in front of Rojan. Glancing at Jerry, Rojan smiled and said. Take me to Eden. Your Majesty, Eden is the most powerful wizard in this kingdom. I'm afraid to say that he is as strong as the Admiral of the Marines. Chapter 309, Universal Pull. What an idiot. Rojan stared at Jerry again and smiled. Get up. As he said that, Rojan stepped forward with confidence. Rojan didn't have any interest in this kingdom, his concern was the safety of the little master, and then, he might think of the throne. He decided to stay with Asi, Take me, and Solo just to solve it faster. I will take care of that fake king." As he said that to the group behind him, Rojan's figure disappeared. He was heading toward the king's castle. "Solo, you don't know the strength of our new king at all." Usi stared at Solo and shook his head. "Don't worry, I've met him before." "What?" Everyone was shocked and looked at Solo. "I found him in the tavern of the Crescent Island." Solo explained. "According to my judgment, our new king might be stronger than Eden." Jerry whispered. "Are you serious?" Solo got excited. "Yes, and if I'm not wrong, the two figures around him are not human beings." Jerry was somewhat confused. The four top wizards of Ballad were shocked, and their eyes contracted. Conqueror's hockey and two powerful figures. Solo murmured. "What is our new king exactly?" Acme sighed. "In the Crescent Island, inside the tavern." Mordal's group kept chatting and the atmosphere was very warm. They were curious about the sea, especially after the brief conversation with Rojan. Suddenly, someone shouted, he seemed to remember something. "Wait, that young man. I have seen him before." "What?" "Stop talking nonsense. We all met him today." "No, I'm 100% sure, I've seen him before." The man closed his eyes and tried to remember. After a while, he opened his eyes and trembled. "That man, that's him. Did you remember? Tell us." "That man." The shock in his eyes was very clear. "That guy is the little brother of the Pirate King, Goldie Roger. He has a bounty of 880 million on his head. He's the captain of the Wraith, Goldie Rojan." As he said that, the silence ruled the place. At the same time, Rojan has reached a large number of castles. Immediately, the warriors surrounded Rojan and pointed their spears at him. "Step aside, idiots." Rojan looked at them, and in a blink of an eye, the large number of warriors fell to the ground. Step by step, Rojan was getting closer to the king's castle. Inside the king's castle. "Oh, I remembered." King Eden smiled, and then he waved his hand. Suddenly, a box appeared in front of him, and in a blink of an eye, the box teleported and appeared in front of Robin. "Little Robin, can you read this for me? I will give a good way to die, I promise." As he said that, he turned and looked at the master. "The same for you." Eden licked his lips. "I'll eat you with only one bite. I'll start with your feet, ha ha ha." His strange laugh made the little master and Robin frightened. Suddenly, the huge pillar in the hall cracked for no reason. "Oh." Eden's eyes narrowed, and he looked around. "Outsiders. Is that the Conqueror's hockey?" With a grin, the king looked at the gate of the palace. "Interesting, are you here for me?" Ballad Kingdom is not one of those weak countries. It's not easy to leave it alive. Outside the door, Rojan's eyes narrowed. With his keen sense, Rojan felt that this king was extremely powerful. I have to say that this kingdom surprised me. The kingdom of Ballad is the most powerful country Rojan has ever seen. The top 5 wizards, without exception, were as strong as the admirals. This king, I can tell that he's no less than Kuzen. Rojan smirked. "I can finally see how strong I am." With a smile, Rojan stepped forward slowly and entered the castle. As he entered, Rojan looked around, and he felt relieved when he saw the little master in front of him. Without hesitation, the Deva Path stretched out his hand. Universal pull. Suddenly, and before Eden could react, the little master and Robin were pulled by Deva Path. At the same time, the animal path stepped forward and looked at Eden. "You are a dead man." Chapter 310, Useless Attack. As he said that, the animal path stepped forward very fast. Immediately, the Deva Path put down the little master and Robin and stood in front of them. "Rojan." When the little master saw Rojan, she got excited and immediately jumped. She thought that he was still in the impel down. The sudden appearance of Rojan surprised the little master and made her excited. 4 years ago, Rojan put himself in a very bad situation. He accepted to put all the charges on his head so his crew could be safe, and he was pushed to the 6th level of the impel down. She didn't expect that her captain will appear after 4 years. After all, he was in the impel down, the strictest prison in the world. "You're here." She jumped between Rojan's arms and began to cry. "I felt that my kitten is in trouble, so I came out to save her." Rojan smiled. It was very clear that he missed her a lot. "Woo." The little master got excited. The confusion when she arrived at Ohara, the fear after seeing the evil in the other's eyes. It can be said that in just 4 years, the little master has experienced too much. She couldn't believe anyone but Robin. They stayed together and tried to avoid everyone. Also, during this period, the little master developed her devil fruit ability, and a second tail grew up. "You've changed a lot." Seeing the second tail, Rojan touched it unintentionally. At that moment, his heart trembled. He was somewhat embarrassed. "You've changed too." The little master's face turned red. She is no longer the girl of 4 years ago. She is a grown woman now. As soon as they saw each other again, they felt shy. Well, I think that our friends have changed too. Rojin smiled again. I haven't seen them for a long time. The little master was sad. It can be said that if she was with their friends, she would be fine. For 4 years, she kept running from place to place. She didn't eat anything for several days in a row. She didn't know how many times she had experienced life and death, and how many times she thought she was going to die. Growing up is really painful. Don't worry, you'll see them again. Rojin patted in the little master and put her on his shoulder. At the same time, Robin looked at him nervously. Ah, Rojin, this is Robin. We've been together for the past 4 years. She's my best friend. The little master pulled Robin and introduced her to Rojin. Oh, really? Rojin looked at Robin and smiled. Hello, Robin, nice to meet you. Hi. Robin was obviously afraid of strangers. She took a step back and lowered her head. Don't be afraid. Rojin is here, we'll be fine. The little master smiled. Who is he? Robin wondered. That's our captain whom I told you about before. He's finally here. The little master's eyes shone like stars, and then she smiled. Deep in the hall, Eden looked at the animal path that was coming toward him. You're familiar. As he stood up, his right hand stretched out, and the stick turned into a poisonous snake. At the same time, a black fog appeared around his body. No one cares, you're going to die soon. The animal path smirked, and then he clenched his fist and jumped toward Eden. Bang! At that moment, the snake blocked his way, and then opened its mouth and bit his hand. The poison of this snake could kill a giant elephant within 3 seconds. Eden laughed. The other side didn't care at all, and his fist kept moving forward. Bang! A very strong blow fell on Eden's face and crushed his skull. At the same time, he was thrown to the rear and hit the stone pillar. How is that possible? Eden was shocked. He tried to stand up slowly. The animal path didn't seem to pay much attention to the snake on his fist. He shook his hand and threw it away. Your poison is fake. As he said that, the animal path waved his head and a black bead appeared. 20x enlargements. In a blink of an eye, the black bead turned into a black shell and roared toward Eden. Evil fire. With a cry, a large blue flame appeared in the void and collided with the shell, and then a black fog came out and rushed toward the animal path. Despair magic, fall into the abyss. The blue light beam burst out with a high speed and came to the front of the animal path. Bang! In a blink of an eye, the beam hit the animal path before he could react. All of a sudden, his whole body trembled. Haha, this is the magic of despair. Anyone who got hit by this will fall into despair. You are finished. Eden laughed. Just as he laughed, his eyes contracted, and he got shocked. The animal path didn't seem to be affected at all, and he jumped and hit Eden so hard. Bang! Eden flew out and fell heavily to the ground. How is that possible? Eden couldn't believe what just happened. Although he was very skillful in using magic, Eden's power was completely useless against the animal path. Eden was confused, and he raised his stick again and shouted. Sink into sadness. Another light flashed out and hit the animal path. However, it didn't affect him. Oh, my God, that's impossible. Eden yelled. Even 2 hits in a row didn't affect the animal path. He stood up with anger and turned into black fog. He was moving very fast in the hall and kept attacking the animal path non-stop. It has to be said that he was extremely fast, but speed wasn't enough to affect the animal path. Chapter 311, Black Magic. Eden was very angry. He had never been in such a situation. The kingdom of Ballot has the most powerful wizards in the world, that no one could surpass them. They have reached the peak of the magic power. Their power was beyond human imagination. There are many types of magic. Generally speaking, it can be divided into elemental magic, alchemy magic, potion magic, and black magic. Among them, black magic was the most powerful. It was a kind of magic that controls the human spirit. It can control the emotions that affect human beings and make them fall into despair and sadness. However, this time, the black magic failed in front of the animal path. Impossible. Eden's eyes contracted and he shouted. Just as he shouted, the animal path jumped and kicked the fake king. Compared with the king's weak body, the animal path was way too stronger. Boom. Unfortunately for the animal path, Eden turned into the black fog before he could hit him. At that moment, the rinnegan of the animal path contracted, and then, his right arm was covered with the armament hockey. And then, in a blink of an eye, the animal path put his hands inside the black fog and grabbed Eden's right foot. I got you. With a sneer, the animal path waved his right hand. As he did that, Eden was thrown out and hit the stone pillar behind him. The intense pain swept through Eden's body, making him snort, but he stood up and reacted quickly. Under the power of the black magic, He turned into a snake-shaped black fog and got away from the stone pillar. Bang! Just as he left, the animal path punched the stone pillar and destroyed it. Magic bullet. At that moment, Eden reverted back to his human form, and then he aimed at the animal path and hit him with a strange black light. Boom! This attack was extremely fast and powerful that the animal path couldn't avoid it. The bullet of Eden threw the animal path tens of meters to the rear until he got stopped by the wall. I see. I don't know why the dark magic can't affect you, but pure magic of elements can. Eden laughed. He finally found a way to attack the other side, so he was happy. At this time, the animal path jumped out of the ruins and waved his right hand. Black beads appeared and flicked out. 20x enlargements. Pew, pew, pew. 5 black beads came out of the animal path's body and then expanded and turned into shells. The rage of fire. Immediately, Eden pointed his stick, and a red beam of light burst out of it. Just like a powerful shock wave, the red light came to the front of the shells in a blink of an eye and penetrated him hard, causing a big explosion. And then, Eden jumped to the animal path and attacked again. 1 second was enough for Eden to launch another attack. The flame surrounded the animal path immediately. The king's hall was very wide, even bigger than a football field. Huh. The animal path's eyes contracted. After looking around, he stepped out of flame and got burned. I'll help him. At the gate, the Deva path stepped forward. Eden wasn't weak at all. His dark magic was very effective against mankind. It's a terrible attack that directly hit a human soul. No matter how strong you are, you'll be affected by this kind of magic. What's more, Eden is the only one who has mastered elemental magic and dark magic in the kingdom of Ballet. The Deva path was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he reached the side of the animal path. Universal pull. The flame on the animal path's body is quickly absorbed by gravity, and then, the two clones looked at Eden with cold eyes. Their eyes. Eden trembled. He felt that there was something mysterious in the eyes of the opponents. Take the left, I'll go right. As he said that, the Deva path stepped forward. The two quickly separated, from the left and right to the center, and launched an attack against Eden. Magic bullet. The dazzling light rushed out and came to the Deva path. However, he didn't even blink. On the contrary, he slightly jumped and dodged the attack. Because of the line of sight of the 6 paths, the Deva path was able to determine the direction of attack from the other side accurately. After dodging the attack, the 2 paths came to Eden. Yush. The hands of the animal path were covered by the armament hockey, and he clenched both fists. Universal pull. When the Deva path stretched out his right hand, terrifying gravitation swept across simultaneously. When he felt the pressure, Eden acted quickly and turned into black smoke and tried to escape. What he didn't expect was that this terrible gravity could even pull the smoke. Damn this gravity. Eden was shocked. In a flash, he was grabbed to the side of the 2 clones. Under this strange gravity, his whole body was still, and he couldn't move. Bang, bang. Using their fists, the 2 clones attacked Eden at the same time. He flew out 100 meters and fell on the throne heavily. Ugh. Eden vomited blood, and then he shook his head and tried to stand up. I didn't expect you to be very strong. You'll have no mercy. Chapter 312, Ninjutsu. In a blink of an eye, the black smoke trembled, and a shadow of 10 feet tall and the head of a snake appeared behind him. Hiss. Rojan, who was watching the battle at the door, felt something strange, as if something was staring at him. After a while, a large number of snakes crawled out of the cracks in the walls of the king's hall. Immediately after that, the snakes spread throughout the hall and attacked the 2 clones. The Deva path's eyes contracted. Hiss. The snakes spat out their cores and went straight to the paths. The animal path jumped quickly toward Eden. At the same time, the Deva path walked fast and didn't care about the snakes. Snake attack. When he saw this, Eden's eyes contracted and he shouted. The stick in his right hand trembled, and then, a black light blinked from it. Hiss. Oh, my God. Robin screamed in fear and hugged the little master. Rojan's eyes contracted. He stared at the 2 clones carefully. There were many snakes in a palace, and they were all led by a mysterious force. In a blink of an eye, they gathered together to form a giant snake. It was 1 meter thick and 60 meters long. It was a very huge snake that kept puffing red core. Hiss. The giant snake opened its mouth and spat out its core toward the 2 clones. Take this. Eden pointed his stick to the front and laughed. Pew, pew, pew. Light beams rushed out and bombarded the fast-approaching clone and threw him away. The Deva path's expression was indifferent, and with his power, he blocked the attack of Eden. At the same time, Rojan kept watching the scene carefully and tried to understand the sides of Eden's power. Eden's attack is terrible. After staying here for a while, Rojan seemed to understand a lot of things about the magic. It can be said that Eden's finger was like a cannon. Unlike the casual cannons. They were faster and almost instantaneous. Hiss. At the same time, the giant snake attacked the two clones with a swing of his tail. The animal path was thrown away when the tail touched him. Immediately after that, Eden turned at the Deva path and launched other attacks. Flame, water, stones. It can be said that Eden used everything possible to hit the Deva path. Each attack covered 100 meters at least, but he didn't hit him. The Deva path was extremely fast, he kept dodging all the attacks and then jumped. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force covered hundreds of meters and broke all the attacks. At the same time, he raised his right hand. Universal pull. Under the huge gravity pressure, Eden's body was pulled, making him stiff. Ugh! In an instant, the Deva path grabbed him with his left hand. Monster fist. Armament hockey covered his other hand, and he hit him hard. Boom. It was a very hard punch. Eden has lost 5 ribs already, and he vomited blood. Hiss. At this time, the huge snake opened its mouth and tried to attack the Deva path. However, the clone was extremely fast, he jumped and avoided it. Cough, cough. Eden coughed and kept spitting blood. The Deva path attacked him very hard, and he damaged Eden's internal organs. The fake king was suffering at that moment. After a while, Eden stood up again, he seemed to be recovered. What kind of magic is that? Rojan was shocked. What kind of magic is this? It's black magic. Salo stepped forward and whispered. Eden has studied the black magic for 100 years, he has developed the terrible forbidden magic. Salo's voice was very deep. Forbidden magic? Rojan was confused. Yes, this guy has been very cruel, he didn't even care about the lives of the civilians in his kingdom. Over the years, he kidnapped countless babies and children. Black magic is not terrible if it's just magic. The terrible thing is that Eden can use others' life as auxiliary cultivation. Under this kind of madness, he gained a terrible power. Salo took a deep breath. Do you mean that his magic has been cultivated using humans' life? Rojan was shocked. Yes, he used the life of the newborn babies. Sorol lowered his head. Ah! Robin panicked, and she covered her mouth. Rojan's heart trembled, he couldn't believe what he just heard. No matter how cold and cruel anyone was, in the end, everyone has some humanity. However, Eden doesn't seem to have a heart at all. That bastard. Rojan clenched his fist. You can't just fight him alone. Asi was very courageous. We'll work together to eliminate him. Akemi said. Come on guys, do me a favor and keep an eye on my companions. Rojan smiled and then he continued. By the way, I have to defeat him alone to take the throne. Everyone was stunned. As he said that, Rojan jumped and rushed to the depth of the palace. Hey, Eden. It's time for you to see my power. Rojan's voice came from afar. In a blink of an eye, he reached the giant snake. At the same time, his red eyes changed, and circles appeared. The same happened to the eyes of the two clones. Bang! The giant snake roared and waved its tail and knocked the animal path. At the same time, the Deva path was stuck in Eden's dark magic. At that moment, Rojan jumped quickly and waved the 7-star sword in the air with all his power. Poof! One hit from Rojan's sword was enough to cut the giant snake. Energy transfer. Immediately aftermath, Rojan looked at the two clones and transferred some chakra to them. At this time, the animal path and the Deva path felt refreshed, and they looked up. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. In one breath, Rojan used all the ninjutsu he knows and attacked Eden. He wanted to finish this battle as fast as possible. Chapter 313, Forbidden Shanboom. The magnificent scene exploded at his moment. There was nothing to be seen but dark smoke covering the whole area. After a while, when the wind blows, all the smoke dissipated, revealing Rojan and his two paths. Yush! The three bodies jumped forward quickly. It was very hard for Eden to hide inside his smoke, the Rinnegan could see everything. Armament hockey. The arms of Rojan, the Deva path, and the animal path were covered with the Bushishoku at the same time. Eden's eyes contracted when he saw this. Fearful rock wall. Eden shouted quickly, he has to do something before they hit him. In a blink of an eye, a huge whiz appeared and blocked the fist of the Deva path. However, he wasn't fast enough to block the other two. Boom! Rojan and the animal path punched him very hard. Eden's body trembled, and he gushed out blood. He was extremely damaged. It didn't end like that, the Deva path headed toward Eden after smashing the wall that blocked his way, and then hit him in the chest and broke his ribs. Eden's eyes glowed with fear, he hasn't experienced such power before. It's over. The three figures took a step back and kept looking at Eden coldly. Ugh, damn it. After saying this, Eden's body began to twist strangely, and then he disappeared and reappeared 100 meters behind. This guy has recovered like the last time, It was very strange. Let's kill him. Immediately, the three figures jumped and attacked him. However, this time, Eden's body began to move rapidly in the palace, as if he was teleporting. The most powerful wizard in this kingdom, huh? He is troublesome. Rojan shook his head. After a while, the aura surged out and covered his body. The seven-star sword hummed and trembled, and then rushed out from behind. The white fog began to disperse gradually from Eden, and it seems that his body has recovered already. This strange magic surprised Rojan. He had never seen this before. I've been exploring the mysteries of human existence. Although strength is important, eternal life is more important. Eden's eyes flashed when he saw the three figures approaching him. Huh, what is Whitebeard, Roger, or the Golden Lion? They are nothing against me. I have studied the magic for more than 130 years, I'm the best in this. Boy, no matter how strong you are, you won't defeat me. My healing ability is something hard for you to understand. If you begged me, I may be able to tolerate you and let you be my bodyguard. Eden laughed. However, Rojan didn't answer him, he shook his head and then smiled. After a while, he took out his sword and waved it. At that moment, the seven-star sword shone with blue and then enlarged. Phew. In a blink of an eye, Rojan's sword came to Eden and penetrated his body. What? Eden couldn't believe what just happened. His body, which he was proud of, was smashed. The sword hit damaged his abdomen and chest, making him suffer. Eden's body was torn open with Rojan's sword that kept running through it. Oh, my god. After a few minutes, the sword trembled and went back to Rojan. Can he recover after this? With a sneer, Rojan jumped and went toward Eden quickly with the two clones. At that moment, they found Eden in a very bad situation. He suffered severe injuries. However, this Eden was still alive. How is that possible? Rojan was completely shocked. Eden's vitality surprised him. Eden's body doesn't look very powerful. It was hard for it to bear all these blows. You pissed me off. All of a sudden, Eden, who was lying on the ground, shouted. When he heard that, Rojan's eyes contracted. Is that a dream? After that, Eden's lips began to move, as if he was saying something. Forbidden chant, thunder hit. After saying this, Eden pointed his stick and smiled. Go to hell. Boom. The purple thunder and lightning exploded and slammed on the three figures. Chapter 314, Unbelievable. The fierce thunder burst out, making everyone shocked. At that moment, the Deva Path was very close. Before he could react, the thunder hit him hard. Roar. As if a fierce beast, the thunder made a very loud sound, and a burning smell came out. The Deva Path flew out under the impact of thunder. Crack. Countless tiny lighting arcs gathered around the Deva Path and burned him in a blink of an eye. Boom. Immediately aftermath, the Deva Path was thrown away and hit an ancient castle that was behind him. Because of the huge power of the thunder, the ground under him turned black and even cracked. It can be said that this forbidden technique destroyed the Deva Path. Rojan's eyes contracted. He couldn't believe what he just saw, and he jumped quickly. At the same time, the animal path on the other side put his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Bang. Out of nowhere, smoke appeared and covered a large area and began to dissipate after a while, revealing 12 fierce animals that were as big as a hill. At the same time, Rojan flew out and waved his sword to attack Eden. Forbidden chant, Fortress Blaze. Even though Eden was completely damaged, he didn't lose his hand and his head, so he kept chanting the spells. Buzz. The stick trembled strangely, and then a soaring fire came out from it. Eden didn't fail to surprise Rojan time after time. His movement and attacks were just amazing. Immediately, Rojan cursed and jumped. Water release, Great Waterfall technique. A large amount of water appeared and blocked the way in front of the fire. The area was covered by smoke. Unfortunately for Rojan, the water has evaporated. Eden's flame was much powerful than Rojan's water. After that, the flames kept moving forward. It was like sea waves roaring all over the place. In a blink of an eye, it covered nearly 30,000 meters and stopped. At this time, Rojan was surrounded by flames. Forbidden chant, Thunder Prestige. Once again, Eden's stick was pointed at Rojan. Observation Hockey. Using his hockey, Rojan saw Eden's moves a few moments before, and he jumped quickly. In a blink of an eye, Rojan waved his sword that was shining in the void. At the same time, the thunder burst released by Eden and made a loud sound in Rojan's ear and followed him. Boom. After running through 15 castles in a row, the thunder and lightning hit the ground, burning a large area. Shua. With a smile, Rojan jumped toward Eden and attacked him with the 7-star sword. Hiss. Rojan finally made it. He cut off Eden's head. This sorcerer is not going to say any other forbidden chant. What was strange, when Eden's head touched the ground, his eyes were wide open, as if he was still alive. When he saw that, The animal path controlled the summoned beast to attack Eden's parts. Forbidden chant, rebirth. Suddenly, the staff that was on the ground burst out a bright black light again. The dark light was dazzling. It seems that this light could swallow everything. Under Rojan's shocked eyes, Eden's body quickly recovered and stood up in 3 seconds with cold eyes. At this time, the huge claws of the summoned beast plummeted on Eden's body and pressed him directly to the ground. Forbidden chant, landslide. As he said that, the ground began to shake, and then, several hills appeared and pushed the beast away. I'm immortal, idiots. Boy, do you know what kind of power I have? Don't even try to think about it, it's something hard for ordinary and mortals to understand. Even the secret of this world, the devil fruit, I've learned about it and master it without eating it, haha. I'm King Eden, the only one who has all kind of power of this world. I'm the most powerful king in this world. I'm only one step away from immortality, one step. After the last sentence, Eden roared wildly. You guys can't understand this power at all. He kept talking with a loud voice, as if he was crazy, making everyone afraid. He has the secret of the ancestors. In the distance, Solo and the others were shocked. Once upon a time, the ancient people of the kingdom of Balat said that magic is the closest thing to learn the secret of the world. They have spent many years trying to reach the level to use the ability of the devil fruit without eating it. Such a country with a long history is hidden in the West Sea, and only a few people know about it. What a loss. If you want to destroy him, you must burn up every piece of his flesh with fire. As long as his body is fine, the power of magic will continue. Jerry's eyes contracted. When he heard that, Rojan smiled and then jumped. Ugh! As he jumped, a sharp wind blade rushed toward him. Although it didn't hit him, it cut off his black hair and tore a tiny hole in his face. At the same time, the beast who was penetrated by the hills fell immediately. What just happened surprised Eden also. It seems that you have a mysterious power too. Interesting. Immediately after that, Eden chanted again and clenched his fist. A wide range of lightning strikes appeared from the air and then exploded, covering 30,000 meters of the sky on the King's Island. Everyone in the Balat Kingdom saw the dense thunder and lightning in the sky. It's the forbidden chant. Someone has released the forbidden curse. What on earth is going on right there? People from other islands shouted in horror as if they were looking at the end of the world. Fire, lightning, thunder, and vibration. It was a very shocking scene. What's the matter with this guy? Which level has he reached? Solo was shocked. He has never seen a person who could reach this level. Unbelievable. Jerry's voice trembled. Chapter 315, Eternal. Jerry, who has been the guard of Eden, naturally knows the power of Eden. However, at this moment, the performance of the other side shocked him. He didn't expect it at all. The immortal body, infinite energy, and the forbidden chant, a lot of things made a very strong guy. Eden seemed to be able to reach the highest level releasing the forbidden chant. It was as easy as drinking water for him. Ordinary wizards could release the forbidden chant 3 times at most, and then they get exhausted. However, Eden's energy seemed to have infinite energy. Everyone was afraid of Eden at this moment. Immortal. Unfortunately for you, your life will end now. You're quite strong, but compared with this era, you are still far away. The fight was getting more and more intense between Rojan and Eden. At that moment, the Rinnegan in Rojan's eyes changed into Sharingan, and 3 Tomoe began to rotate. In his right hand, the 7-star sword turned black. It was fully covered with haki. Talking about most powerful people, I have to tell you that the Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, their strength is at the top. They are the most powerful men in the world. Whether it's their boldness or their strong bodies. You are nothing but a little frog in the bottom. Outside this kingdom, there are a lot of things that need to be seen and live. How ridiculous. Rojan's voice was full of disdain. It has to be said that Eden's power was very shocking. He was immortal, that it was very hard for Rojan to damage him. The forbidden chant was like a natural system that can defeat and destroy everything. At that moment, almost half of the King's Island was destroyed by the fake king, and a huge palace turned into ruins. A lot of people have been already dead, and the rest were afraid to escape. They couldn't even move. However, Eden's shortcomings were too obvious. Weak body and ordinary fighting skill. Besides, Rojan made him suffer several times, which means that he can defeat him. He didn't even know how to use haki. It's a shame for me to fight with you till now. Just after saying this, Rojan's figure rose to the sky, and he waved his sword. Phew. A brilliant cyan projectile rushed out. It was a very fast slash that went toward Eden. Getsuga Tensho. This time, Rojan's attack was mixed with the armament haki. It was more powerful than the usual. It's a total waste. I'm immortal. Eden laughed. In the next moment, Rojan's pupil changed. The 3 Tomoe turned into a large pinwheel Tsukahime. When he saw that, Eden sneered. Illusionary technique, it's disappointing to use this against me. As a powerful mage, Eden seems to be very aware of such a thing, and he knows very well how to break it. It didn't take much time until he broke the Tsukami. At the same time, the animal path's hands were covered with armament hockey. He rushed quickly and grabbed Eden's hands and put them on the ground. Want to kill me? Haha, in your dream. Before he could say anything else, Rojan stared at him and then attacked. Fire style, great fireball technique. When he saw the huge fireball, Eden's eyes contracted, and he got shocked. Are you crazy? You will be swallowed by the fire, let me go. Eden was afraid. He wouldn't be afraid of any kind of attacks. As long as his body is safe, his soul is safe, he can reborn infinitely through the life magic he has studied. Natural stipulates that the human body has a limit of life. Even though he studied the soul thoroughly and mastered the secret of immortality, the law of nature could not be violated. No matter how powerful a man is, he can't go against nature's laws. He can be as strong as the Whitebeard, but it was hard to resist the erosion of the years. With the growth of age, his body was getting weaker and weaker. At this point, he has also touched the edge. Therefore, he can say proudly that he has mastered the secret of life. However, he has a weakness. Eden was afraid of fire. His soul will leave his body when he got burned. In his life, Eden did everything to escape death. That guy was really afraid of death. He kept studying crazily to avoid it. Until now, he has lived 156 years. Whitebeard in front of him is as young as his grandson. However, now, he felt the breath of death, which made him trembled. No, don't kill me. Voom. The fireball went straight toward Eden and burned him alive. He couldn't do anything but screaming inside the flames. His body was firmly fixed on the ground. It didn't take much time until he turned into ashes. At this time, the animal path's hands turned into white smoke and disappeared under the high temperature of the flames. Die. The baby at the bottom is the big guy in the outside world. By the way, eternity can never be achieved when you are weak. Rojan smiled. After 10 seconds, Eden was completely burned, and he became ashes. On the other side, Solo and the others opened their eyes, and couldn't believe what just happened. Is that true? What happened? It's true, yeah, finally. Eden is dead. Ha 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 ha. Usi laughed, he was very excited. It's amazing, I decided to marry Nanli to him. Akemi said with a smile. Behind her, the beautiful girl blushed, and she seemed to be very happy. At this time, Rojan smiled, and then he thought of another person who is similar to Eden in the original anime. That boy, I'll get to him, sooner or later. Chapter 316, I'm the new king. Rojan's strength was beyond everyone's expectation, especially Solo. At that moment, he was astonished. He never thought that this young boy would have great power. Wizards used to judge people's power by their age. He's too strong. Solo's eyes were full of respect. Strong people are always worthy of respect. This young man is the new king, no one will resist. The power of Eden surpassed the entire kingdom, he was the only one who made all the wizards afraid. Now, he's nothing but ashes, the new king killed him. The ruins revealed the power of the previous king, the ashes of this fake king revealed the power of the new king. After admiring the scene, a large group of people stepped forward. Your Majesty. Usi was extremely excited, he knelt in front of the new king. Your Majesty. At the same time, all the other wizards knelt and saluted with excitement in their eyes. You are very strong. I didn't expect that. Solo's face turned red. Eden was indeed very strong, but he wasn't that difficult to deal with. Rojan looked at the people who approached and sighed. It hasn't been long since he came to Ballot and he already knows a lot about this kingdom. This country is indeed powerful, but their policy of locking up the kingdom has been going on for 50 years, and it has almost derailed from the world. Get up all of you. First, you need to count the loss of this island, and then report it to me. Don't forget to extinguish the fire quickly. Rojan seemed to like his new position, it was a very important step for his future life. Hi, Your Majesty. Solo and the others stood up immediately. After that, Usi ordered the mages to run around and extinguish the fire. The palace of the king. Rojan looked at the collapsed palace and shook his head. The place was in a true mess. Eden destroyed everything. We will order the alchemist to rebuild the palace. It won't take long, Your Majesty. Jerry said quickly. Good. Rojan nodded. He had a preliminary knowledge of magic. He didn't know what kind of miracle it could show. What should I do with the rebels? Usi asked again. After thinking for a while, Rojan turned and said. Kill the chief, and let the others be soldiers. Hi. Usi nodded with excitement. The second point is to count the people who have been affected by Eden's evil deeds in recent years, and we will allocate part of the money to help them. Eden's practice of magic made people suffer. These people need some rest. The witches who heard this command were happy and relaxed. Oh, yeah, I'll tell you something else in 3 days. Inform the whole kingdom about the new king. Rojan kept giving orders to everyone. The new king wasn't angry and he doesn't shout or scold. Everyone nodded happily. After a while, all the witches left one by one. These old witches are the most powerful forces left in the kingdom. After saying this, Rojan ordered everyone to leave. When Rojan turned and passed by the ruins, he saw that the efficiency of these masters and craftsmen was amazing. In just 3 minutes, some buildings had been restored to their original appearance. Under the lead of Ikmi, all the medic witches kept rescuing injured people. Rojan, the little master, and Robin were led by Asi to the old castle. Your Majesty, you will rest here in these 3 days and we will take care of the rest. Asi smiled. The new king is about to take the throne and the tyrant died. For all the people of Balat, this is absolutely a great joy. Moreover, these old guys suffered for a very long time, now, they became free. Good. Rojan nodded. There is a unique atmosphere in the mystery of the castle. Asi quickly left after leading them. Sit down, girls, from now on, I'm the king of this country. Haha, don't worry. Rojan smiled. Rojan, what happened? How can you be the king of this kingdom? I'm very curious. People are calling you your majesty. The little master asked curiously. I got the king's ring by chance, that's it. Rojan showed the ring to the little master. The person who gave me this is the king of Balat, it's the inheritance of the kingdom. It's amazing to see the ancient way of inheritance. Robin was surprised. Well, you'll be safe in the future, I'll take care of you. Rojan looked at the little master and smiled. I don't want to be separated from you anymore. Robin, we must protect Robin, she's my best friend. The little master pulled Robin. The latter stared at Rojan curiously, this guy was completely unfamiliar. Robin, I have heard of you, the Marines put a bounty of 80 million on your head. Rojan smiled. Hearing this, Robin stepped back, her eyes were full of caution. Too many people tried to catch her after hearing the high bounty. Don't worry, Robin, this guy in front of you has a bounty 10 times that of you, he's more dangerous than you. When she saw Robin's reaction, the little master laughed. 10 times? Robin looked at Rojan in shock. The bounty on her head was 80 million, 10 times means 800 million. I have heard about Ohara incident, to hide something, the world government chose to destroy the whole island. But, the less they want to know, the more we have to dig. Rojan shook his head. You don't need to worry about anything, no one can touch you. Chapter 317, Government Order. Buster Call has the power to sink an island, but it cannot conceal the truth of the matter. One day, the truth will come out. Hearing those words, Robin lowered her head. In front of her, a very confident man, and didn't seem to pay much attention to the Marines and the world government. But the admirals of the Marines they are too strong. Remembering Aokiji and the giant vice admiral, Robin's tears flew out and she trembled. The little master's eyes were full of tears, she grabbed Robin and hugged her. She has never seen such a powerful guy like Aokiji. The little master deeply understood the pressure that Rojan once faced. Aokiji, the blue pheasant. Rojan's eyes narrowed, and then he looked at the two people in front of him and suddenly laughed. It seems that he let you go. Yes, Robin and I were hidden in a very good place, I don't know how he found us. Fortunately, he let us go. The little master nodded. I remember that. Rojan narrowed his eyes. By the way, he said that when you come out one day, he won't meet you with the same mercy. The little master was confused. Haha, this guy is interesting. Rojan laughed. Why aren't you afraid at all? That's the Admiral of the Marines. Robin asked with a loud tone. Admiral? Rojan looked at Robin and smiled. Little Robin, Aokiji almost died in my hands. What? Robin and the little master were shocked. In Ohara, Aokiji wasn't a human being at all, he was extremely powerful. How is that possible that Rojan defeated him? How powerful is this young man? Stop thinking too much and take a rest, you are safe with me. Rojan calmed the two girls in front of him. Just after saying this, a group of maids brought food to Rojan and his friends. The food was fragrant and attractive. Hey girls, you have to eat. When I'm done with this country, we'll go and find Jason and the others. The little master nodded happily. She wanted to see her crewmates for a long time. Unfortunately, she was forced to hide from the Marines, she couldn't even find the opportunity to look for them. Rojan felt relieved when he saw the little master and Robin eating. Time passed quickly. After 3 days, everything in the King's Island has returned to normal. Under the constant casting of the magic of the large group of mages day and night, the place has returned to its original appearance. On this day, all the wizards and the mages of the 5 islands came to the King's Island. The sky was very dense. There were a lot of people riding brooms, owls, griffin, and white deer. During 3 days, everyone kept talking about the new king and his ascending to the throne. The tyrant Eden is dead, and the new king, Galdi Rojan, is about to sit on the kingdom's throne. It was the biggest event of the day. In the king's palace, Rojan looked at his royal robe. A black wizard's robe engraved with silver stars, revealing a noble and mysterious artistic concept, and there was a stick made of various crystals. Your Majesty, this is the orthodox star robe and scepter of the Ballad Kingdom. You must wear them. Nanlin looked at Rojan with full of love eyes. When he saw her beautiful face, Rojan couldn't help but smile. Good, good. I'll wear them, but I'm not a wizard. Is that necessary? You are the king. Nanlin lowered her head. All right. Rojan nodded and he was somewhat confused. Although the wizard's robe was very beautiful, the sleeves were too big, which made it hard for Rojan to walk. Half an hour later, Nanlin asked Rojan to walk to the hall after checking the robe on Rojan. Rojan, with the black star robe and king's scepter in his hand, stepped into the hall under the protection of 33 guards in 2 rows behind him. Our king is here. Just as he appeared in the palace, a loud shout came out. In front of him, the 4 great wizards, Asi, Solo, Jerry, and Akemi knelt to salute. Just after they did that, people in the hall knelt down in rows. The guards spread out quickly, standing majestically beside the stone pillar, and kept looking ahead. On the big red carpet, Rojan walked alone and stepped to the throne, and then he sat down. Get up. Looking at the people below and smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. At first, the 4 wizards stood up slowly, and then everyone behind them stood up looking at their new king with full of respect eyes. Today is my first day as a king of this kingdom. I'm not a guy who talks too much. We can go straight to the point and announce a few policies so we can step back and have a rest. Rojan looked at everyone, and then he continued. First, we need to set up a mage guild. Also, we have to classify and appoint 5 presidents. And I'll be on top of them. Second, we will set 5 people on the head of every island. They will be responsible to report everything you need to the 5 presidents. Third. Speaking of this, Rojan's eyes became sharp. This is the most important one. From today on, the Kingdom of Ballad will carry out its founding policy. Chapter 318, Magic. When they heard that, there was an uproar in the palace. People were shocked. At the same time, they were excited. All the people who came to the hall were the most powerful wizards in Ballad. For a long time, the kingdom has implemented the policy of locking up the country. Many people were looking forward to make contact with the outside world. Your Highness. Your Majesty. Finally, we can see the outside world. Everyone got excited. Rojan looked at them and smiled. He naturally knew the terrible policy of locking the country. Many governments chose to disconnect from the outside world, and they suffered a painful lesson, exactly like Eden. Solo, after appointing the 5 presidents, choose one to contact the Marines and the world government and make a contact system with them. Rojan looked at Solo and ordered him. Hi, Your Majesty. Solo nodded quickly. Well, we should open up our national treasury and enhance our national strength, so our people could go further. There was another uproar in the palace. The cultivation of magic is not easy, it needs a lot of time. However, there was something called the magic stone. It can improve efficiency and save time. Rojan's word means that the government decided to help people with all means. Can you imagine how many people will go further with their magic skills after this? Of course, you need to pay it back. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Rojan poured some cold water and said, there will be a system, which you can earn points with it. The Mage Guild and the 5 will issue tasks and set up points. If you have enough points, then you can exchange them for corresponding resources and accelerate your practice. Rojan smiled again. Finally, we will set up a mage school, and everyone can enter the school as long as they have enough points. When he said that, everyone got shocked. Oh, my God, is he crazy? Is that true? Can everyone learn magic? I can imagine that in few years, our kingdom will enter an era of universal magic. Our kingdom will grow so fast. People kept talking with excitement. They were extremely happy with that news. Since ancient times, teaching magic in the Kingdom of Ballad has been very secret and strict. The School of Magic will shock the whole kingdom. Of course, for the time being, the academy only recruits citizens of the country. Rojan smiled again. The new orders of the new king shocked everyone. At that moment, everyone in the palace felt an amazing power. For this reason, everyone loved the new king and respected him. After 6 hours of talking, the meeting has ended and the joy spread to the whole kingdom. Everyone in the kingdom was happy. On the streets, you can see the smile on citizens' faces. It can be said that Rojan knew exactly what those people desire. After the meeting, Rojan went toward the treasury of Ballad with Solo and the others. Your Majesty, this is the treasury. Jerry waved his wand and opened the door. When he looked into the door, Solo and the others couldn't help but frown. What's the matter? How could the treasury be so empty? Eden has always been a selfish guy. To practice magic, how can he care about the things in the treasury? Jerry answered with a wry smile. It's okay, there's no need for golden staff, there are a lot of magic stones here. Rojan softly said. At present, the balance of his system is 0. The kingdom of Ballot might be useful for him in the future. The kingdom of magic has powerful people. As long as he digs deeply into this power, he may not fail to build a force that is not inferior to the Marines. That's too shabby. Asi shook his head. Well, the most important thing is to improve our national strength, otherwise, we can't cope with the situation of connecting with the world. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone nodded with respect. This new policy has been promulgated. Diplomacy is your priority. You can exchange our country's special products with the outside world to quickly expand the national treasury. Rojan said again. 2 hours later, Rojan returned to his castle with some resources from the treasury. There were magic foundation, magic origins, and some magic stones. Rojan was curious, he wanted to know everything about magic. After paying much attention reading the books, Rojan began to understand. To be exact, the magic of this kingdom is not what he expected. The origin of all magic is the fruits. Really? Devil fruits is the origin of magic? Rojan became confused. There are 3 types of devil fruits, Logia, Zone, and Parimsha. On the other hand, there are more types of magic, such as element magic, alchemy, potion, dark magic, and the last is secret magic. It can be said that the power of magic is almost the same as the devil fruit. The only difference is how long it takes to master it. You can reach the highest level with the devil fruit, but the magic, it might take you 20 or 30 years to learn it. Rojan shook his head and gave up this way of cultivation. He was interested in other ways of practice, people here called it meditation. It's the way to exercise mental power. With a smile, Rojan held the book in his hand and kept reading. At the same time, the little master and Robin were holding a piece of paper and laughed. Yes, sister, this must be the historical text. Ah, yes. Let's crack it together and surprise Rojan with it. Chapter 319, Poneglyph. Robin got this poneglyph from Eden, who wasn't interested in this kind of ancient text, he was just curious. Sister, we can crack it quickly together. Robin was very happy. Oh, yeah, cool. The little master nodded. When she was in Ohara, the little master didn't waste her time. She decided to learn with Robin. Archaeology is one of what she learned. She seemed to be born with this talent. Everyone was surprised in Ohara. She studied and learned very fast. She even learned how to read the poneglyph like Robin. After cracking the poneglyph, the 2 girls got shocked. This is the route information of an island. They looked at each other and showed a puzzled expression. How can this poneglyph record the information of an island, and what does it represent? On the other side, Rojan was trying to cultivate his mental power. It worked. Rojan smiled. After becoming the king, Rojan had many things to do in one day. Fortunately, the general framework has been set, he just needs to review it and give an official reply. 3 days later, Rojan shook his head, he was very tired at that moment. I'm afraid that it will take some time to get out of the sea. Rojan wasn't willing to be a king for the rest of his life. The general decree has been made, and anyone can take his place and manage the kingdom very well. However, if he wants to get this country as his support, he naturally needs to pay some price. Well, I think I'm going to stay here for a while. Powerful people in the world need a powerful army behind them. If you want the world government and the Marines to fear you, you need to have such a thing. The Whitebeard's strength came from his crew, the number of pirates he has is unpredictable. Shiki, the Golden Lion as well, has a large number of people. The only way to be strong is to have powerful and numerous people behind you. In the original work, the Straw Hat Pirates were very little in the first half, but when they entered the New World, the competition of the Pirate King began. You can see clearly that the group has expanded and many people joined them. If you want to become a king in the sea, you need to have strong subordinates, nothing can be done when you are alone. Every day, Rojan kept meditating, exercising his mental power, practice hockey, and then read some decrees. The little master and Robin finally cracked the poneglyph, which made Rojan feel surprised. Coordinates of an island? It was mentioned in the original work that the final location of the One Piece, and the island to be a pirate king, is in the center of the 4 islands. If you want to know the location of Raftel, you need to find the red poneglyph. The 3 poneglyph are controlled by the 4 emperors and powerful forces, only one of them still missing. I don't know which one is this. After thinking for a while, Rojan smiled. The little master and Robin don't know the importance of this information, but he knows very well. This text is of great significance for every pirate. It represents that he is one step closer to be the Pirate King. Pirate King. Rojan's eyes contracted. The place and the height you have reached, I will reach and surpass it. What is the blank 100-year history? Why don't the world government want the world to know what they are hiding? Roger may know the truth of all this, but it didn't change anything. He put everything at the end of the grand line. And Rojan, what he wants to do is surpass his brother. When he gets to know the truth of the world in the future, he wants to change it. This is an era of the rampage. The 4 emperors will be born. Among them, what height will Rojan reach? How magnificent is the future of the sea? After thinking for a while, Rojan shook his head and kept reading the documents in front of him. The domestic situation was still not stable, and many things need to be dealt with by him. Being a king is very exhausting. Gradually, 3 months have passed, and the change in the Ballot Kingdom was obvious. In the harbor, there were many outsiders ship docked there. The 5 islands have opened a unique and charming tourist site. Day after day, the national treasury became more and more abundant. The establishment of the Mage Academy and Mage Guild made the magic of Ballot Kingdom very popular. Quietly, the combat effectiveness of this kingdom grew rapidly. It was about to shock the whole world. Similarly, diplomacy with the outside world has been initially achieved. The Kingdom of Ballot has also joined the world government, become one of the 300 countries, and has the qualification to participate in the World Conference. The World Conference, which is held every 4 years, will be held in the near 3 months. Rojan's initial intention is that Solo, who has further strength and has reached the level of general, will attend. To show the power of the Kingdom of Ballot and gain more discourse power. However, the king decided to stay behind the scene. At the same time, Ballot reported the king's name to the world government as Nagato. For a short period, Ballot has developed greatly and changed rapidly. The 5 islands, Crescent Island, Sun Island, Star Island, Mage Island, and finally, the King's Island, have changed greatly. Because of the external communication, Ballot's people had a wide range of vision, and they rapidly increased their knowledge. This day is the day that Rojan will leave. In the palace, Rojan sat on the throne and looked down with a helpless expression. Your Majesty, we will never allow you to leave the kingdom like this. Chapter 320, Departure. The 5 elder wizards, with angry expressions, stood below the throne of the king. The person in the front line was Solo, and behind him was Issei, Akemi, Jerry, and the one who just promoted to join the Mage Guild, called Vash. It can be said that those 5 are the most powerful mages in this kingdom. Student, mage, and then wizards, these are the steps to become a great wizard. Generally speaking, when you reach the wizard level, you will have high combat power. At that time, you will be able to learn and use the forbidden chant. When Rojan decided to leave the kingdom, the 5 elder wizards refused. Before coming here, I was a pirate, I belong to the sea. When you made contact with the outside world, you have seen the bounty on my head, haven't you? Rojan gave a bitter smile. No, Your Majesty. You are the king of our Ballot Kingdom, this is an unchangeable fact. We can't let you go back to be a pirate. Issei yelled. Are you joking? From being a mighty king to a normal pirate? Do you still want to keep your identity as a pirate even after taking the throne of our kingdom? Akemi said sternly. When we go to negotiate with the world government and the Marines, who we should send to make them recognize our kingdom? Jerry added. 4 of the 5 made their stand and refused to allow their king to depart. What's your opinion, Vash? Rojan had no choice but to look at Vash with threatening eyes. The 5th wizard is an expert in black magic. He belongs to the younger generation and is much younger than the other 4. In the same way, he was also promoted by Rojan to this position, which made him Rojan's confidant. If Your Majesty wants to keep being a pirate, then there is no problem. Vash gritted his teeth and said this. Haha, that's right, there should be no problem with this. Rojan laughed. Vash, do you want us to kill you? I'll only warn you once, don't talk nonsense. Your Majesty, we have a problem with this matter, and you can't shirk your responsibility. This is an important matter related to the kingdom. Do you want to anger your council? The 4 were furious, and they all scolded Vash. Vash's eyelids twitched, facing the pressure of the 4 powerhouses, he was still a newbie. Well, you 4 have to listen to me first. I came here as a pirate and then became the king of the Ballot Kingdom. Right? So why can't I be both at the same time? You have all seen that I, the king, has a magnificent ambition. Since taking over as the throne, this country has been thriving. Now, everything is organized and there will be no major problems. As long as the 5 elder wizards are in charge of the whole situation, it's no big deal for me to go out and have some fun. Furthermore, if you guys don't feel relieved with the situation, you can find someone to escort and protect me all the time. The more Rojan talked, the darker their faces became. In the end, They became so frustrated. Well, my departure won't have a great effect. Vash, you're totally right. So this matter is decided. Rojin laughed and finally decided. As long as one of the 5 great wizards agrees with him, the matter is settled. Then, the other 4 accepted his decision. In the end, he's their king and they had to obey him. After all, even if they were worried about his safety, he agreed to let someone go with him and protect him. However, the issue of protection has been discussed for a long time. After all, with Rojin's current strength, he basically doesn't need a guard. Well, don't argue about this issue anymore. Rojin was so quarrelsome that he waved his hand and all 6 figures appeared in front of him. Which one of you wants to try the power of my 6 paths? After a long period, the 6 avatars have naturally been sealed by him. The 5 members of the council calmed down, because they knew that the power of 2 paths was magnificent, not to mention the whole pack. Let Nanlin go with you, she is my favorite disciple, and she is also a doctor. She could come in handy for Your Majesty. In the end, Akame made up her mind. A doctor? Alright then. Rojin nodded. Shortly after all the partners were found and got on board, surely a doctor would be needed. And Rojin has seen this lady, Nanlin. She is so beautiful, has a slender figure, looks very seductive, has a cold temper, and treats him purely as an ordinary person. She is a woman with a great personality. But after everything is settled, Rojin stretched out and let out a sigh of relief. As for the World Conference, let Solo go and handle it. Remember, select some elite disciples. This meeting is mainly to highlight the strength of our kingdom. In terms of rights and interests, you can all retain or discard, but we must let the world see our strength. Rojin gave orders to Solo. I understand. By the way, you should take a Denden Mushi with you. We will inform you when we have something important happens. Solo said. Nodding, Rojin thought for a while. Making sure that there isn't any other important matter to discuss, he stood up and left the palace. He was a little excited. He stayed here for a long time and almost got used to this kind of life. But he, after all, belongs to the sea. Returning to the residence, Rojin greeted the young master and Robin. Your Majesty. You have finally finished the meeting? The little master said with a joking tone, and Robin kept laughing. Rojin gave a wry smile and waved his hand. Stop making fun of me, get ready, we're going to set off. The 3 of them were sitting on the griffins and got escorted by Solo and others to the port. The Logan was brought to the King Island by the kingdom soldiers, and it was filled with supplies. What surprised the young master and Robin was that there was already a young beautiful woman in a robe waiting there, on Logan. You, beautiful guard, Your Majesty. The little master said with a smirk, and Robin began to laugh. Rojin was helpless and jumped down directly to the Logan. Then the young master and Robin landed on the ship. Soon after, under the control of the Deva Path, the ship started sailing quickly. Hey, Nanlin, you came very early. Rojin walked in her direction, but she waved her hand with an indifferent expression. You are late. Nanlin said calmly. Haha, maybe. Rojin was a little embarrassed. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. At the port, in the sky, Solo and other guards shouted loudly, their faces full of worries. You must always remember that you have a country attached to you. No matter when, we, the Kingdom of Ballet, are your biggest backers. If the world government, or even the Marines dares to act against you, you don't have to be afraid, we will always be by your side. The voices came one after another, from all directions. Rojin looked around at the people of his nation, and his heart tightened. These lovely people. They are all my people. Chapter 321, I'm back Crescent Island, at the port. In the land and in the air, soldiers and mages gathered around from all the kingdom. Everyone was looking at the ship that was going away, praying that their king would have a safe journey. Don't worry about me, my citizens, just wait for me. One day, you will hear my name in every corner of the world and be proud. Standing on the Logan, Rojin shouted. At this moment, his mind was surging. These lovely people really regard him as the ruler of this country. The attachment, sadness, and reluctance in their eyes were real. Perhaps it was because he saved this country from the rule of a tyrant, perhaps because of the series of national policies that benefited too many people in this country, and made them grateful for his kindness. But none of this is important. What matters is that these people really respect him. The Logan drifted away and soon disappeared into the mist. Solo and others withdrew their gazes, and their expressions became serious. We must carry out the king's contest, select 36 of the strongest mages in the kingdom to attend the world conference with me in 3 months. It's time to let the world know the strength of our kingdom, the Ballet Kingdom. His voice was deep and his tone was very sharp. The other 4 wizards all nodded. The kingdom of Ballet has been out of the world's sight for too long. It's time for them to show true power. And only if they showed a respectable might, Rojin will be more secure traveling the world. So if anyone wanted to act against the king, they must think twice. Having a strong kingdom, and being alone, are two completely different concepts. On Logan, Nanlin stood on the bow, looking at the vast and boundless sea ahead, with surprised eyes, but her expression remained calm. How about it, haven't you seen such a view before? Rojan smiled. Yes, your majesty. Nanlin nodded slightly. 3 months after saving the kingdom from that tyrant, many people couldn't help going outside to see the world. I'm sure that you are one of these people, right? Rojan asked curiously. No, I have been practicing healing magic for the past 3 months, and my master, Akami, said, only if I am good at my job, that will I have a better opportunity to marry you. Nanlin said lightly. On the side, the little master who was drinking juice, spat out all the liquid in her mouth with a loud noise, and Robin kept laughing. Rojan was so embarrassed. This old woman, hasn't she given up yet? Muttering to himself, Rojan turned and left quickly with steam rising from his head. During this time, Akami seized every opportunity to make him marry or fall in love with all the beauty of her female apprentice, and even secretly told him what attitude and secret skills she had taught Nanlin to seduce him more. Rojan rolled his eyes, but at the same time, he felt some warmth in his heart. Akami, the elder witch, really did everything she wanted and took advantage of the situation. Now that he has gone out to the sea, she has actually stuffed her apprentice over. Seeing Rojan leave, Nanlin showed a faint smile. Can't you really be fascinated by my charm? Your Majesty. Murmuring, Nanlin felt very complicated. A king with wisdom, strength, and gentleness is very attractive to young girls. Although Nanlin's nature was calm and cold, she does have some admiration for Rojan. But she wasn't willing to show her inner thoughts. The Logan was traveling on the West Blue, maintaining its fastest speed. With sails and steam power, its power is extremely sufficient. On the top of the mast, a black flag with red eyes skull fluttered from side to side, showing its ferocity. On board, from being 2 people who escaped together from prison to 4 people now, Rojan didn't naturally feel lonely. In West Blue, there were a lot of pirates. Along the way, Rojan encountered 5 pirate groups who provoked him, but without even knowing who they were, the Deva Path took care of them. Gradually, the Logan sailed for about a week. The next stop will be the last island of the West Blue, and then we enter the Great Line. Rojan told his crew. Are we leaving the West Blue? The little master said excitedly. Yes. Where shall we go next? How will we find Jason and the others? The little master asked. Rojan was silent and didn't answer. So, she said. I may know where can we find Crocodile, but others, I don't know. Rojan was frowning, and the young master gave him the Vivre card of Crocodile, so he could find him, but it was really difficult to locate the others. The world is too big. If he wants to find them, then, the first thing to do was to contact them through some means, and let them gather in one place. But, how can I tell my friends that I'm out looking for them? At the sea level, 4 or 5 black spots suddenly appeared and moved towards the Logan at a very fast speed. Rojan slightly raised his head, the Rinnegan eyes were activated and zoomed forward, the 5 black spots clearly appeared in his eyes. Rojan smiled with the corner of his mouth. There's an easy way ahead. Logan's speed slowed down slightly, as if it was waiting for the black spots to come closer. On the rear, the black spots quickly approached them. The lieutenant commander with a telescope at the bow slowly locked the target, his eyes condensed. We found some pirates, prepare to fight. Yes, sir. The Marines received the order fast, turned, and trotted to get ready. Recently, the Marines has stepped up its efforts to exterminate pirates from all over the world, but the situation is still very serious. Amon sighed. Roger's words before his death set off the era of the great pirates. After that, the Golden Lion attacked the headquarters, and Rojan's impact on the Holy Land of Celestial Dragons made the world aroused infinite interest in being a pirate. Although both of them are considered to still be in jail, the Marine forces were oppressive. But that seed has already been planted. However, the situation is much better than when it first started. However, the arrogance of the pirates is being suppressed step by step. One day, these scums will disappear completely. Amanda said. He picked up the binoculars and looked forward again. Because of the distance, he could only roughly see the pirate flag on the ship and the figures on it, but couldn't tell who they were. Soon, the distance between the 2 sides got closer and closer. They look very young, but one of them is a bit familiar. They are for sure rookies. After scanning the faces of people on board, one by one, Amanda was sure of his assumption. Huh? This little girl, it seems to be Nico Robin. Amanda was shocked when she saw Robin. This is interesting, I didn't expect to meet the devil child here. He beckoned and called the soldiers behind. When attacking the other party, make sure not to hurt that girl. She is important and must be captured alive. Understood. The soldiers replied loudly, and then went down to spread the order. 10 minutes later, the distance between the two sides was only a few hundred meters. Fire warning shells, force them to stop, otherwise there will be no mercy. Amanda gave orders coldly. At the same time, on the Logan, Rojan smiled as he looked at the warships encircling him. Go ahead, announce this to the world. I'm back. Matafoms, Chapter 322, Tell the world. The sea breeze was blowing gently, the fish leaped lively around the ships, and then entered the water again. Blup. When entering the water, a series of water droplets as aroused by their little strength, transparent water droplets popped up. In the azure blue sky, white clouds floated like ribbons. But all of a sudden, boom boom boom. The loud sound of cannons tore through the calm sea. The pitch-black cannonballs were rolling high and filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke, cutting through the sky. The black shells came over the Logan in an instant. This is very rude. Rojan sneered. The Devapath made a leap, reached a high altitude, and stood in the air with indifferent eyes. He was suddenly surrounded by all the upcoming shells. In the next second, he was going to be bombarded by a cannonball. Shinra Tensei. The faint exhalation sound came out, and the invisible repulsion burst forth, forming an unparalleled force, covering a radius of 40 to 50 meters around the Devapath. Boom. The first shell came into contact with this repulsive force and exploded directly. Immediately afterward, a continuous explosion sounded in the air, and flames were all over the sky. In this sea of flames, the Devapath's robe fluttered and then he landed on Logan's deck. His Rinnegan eyes fall directly at the warships that were slowly approaching not far away. Then he slightly raised his right hand and aimed at the coming warship. On the deck of the warship, Amanda's eyes flashed, but he wasn't surprised that the shells were blocked. So, he waved his hand. Fire all the cannons, annihilate them. He would not show mercy to pirates. Boom 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 boom. A series of shells were launched out again, thrusting through the sky, reaching the area above the pirate's ship immediately. Deva's eyes were cold, and his right hand stretched forward suddenly. Shinra Tensei. As if a huge shell burst out at this moment, the invisible force caused waves of water on the sea surface, and then directly smashed two of the warships. Boom. In Amanda's shrinking eyes, the two warships were directly shattered by the fierce energy. In an instant, two warships were destroyed and started to sink. Screams filled the area, flames rose above the sea, causing a large number of Marines to panic. The Logan, on deck. Another figure appeared, looked up at the impact of the shells, and then grinned. More fruit, 100x increases. A black bead was ejected from the animal path's hand, and rushed in the air. During the flight, the speed increased rapidly. In an instant, then it hit the first shell, causing a huge explosion. In a moment, all the threats in the sky were cleared. After an easy solution, the animal path turned around and snapped his fingers. A black shell arrived quickly to a warship beside Amanda. Amidst his inexplicable expression of horror, the skyrocketing flames and noises burst out. Amanda was stunned. What's going on? It hasn't even been a minute since he ordered the attack, but of his 4 warships, only the one left was the ship he's boarding, and the rest of the army was wiped out. Who are they? Who is this group? With such strength, they shouldn't be an unknown group. He quickly placed the telescope on his eyes with trembling hands, and then zoomed in to see Rojan, who was standing on the bow with a smile on his face. It's him. This face is so familiar. This person. Who the hell is he? After observing the details of the Devapath and Animal Path, he didn't focus on the identity of these two, but he was concerned about the young man who was commanding them. Amanda tried to recall him so hard, so 3 seconds later, when the Animal Path's right hand was pressed on the deck, he summoned a Sea King with a body length of 100 meters around them. Amanda covered his mouth with fear and his eyes kept shocking furiously. He remembered. Ag. The Sea King roared, swayed its body, and swept the remnant warship directly into the sea, which once again caused terror among the Marines. Then, lying quietly in the sea, making a road between Logan and the last warship, Rojan strode forward on the body of the Sea King. Hundreds of meters away, Rojan only took 10 steps to reach Amanda. The soldiers were on guard, holding up their weapons in horror and looking at him. Rojan just glanced at this scene. He found these people softened to the ground. Are you scared? Looking at the young lieutenant in front of him, Rojan said with a light smile. Gall. D. Rojan. You. Impossible. You. How could you be here? Amanda said in shock, shivering all over. In the face of such a great pirate who has caused havoc with the celestial dragons, he can't control the fear factor in his body. They are not at the same level at all. In a daze, he recalled the ghost with the red eyes in their floating flag. Yes, isn't that flag the Wraith pirate flag? Even among the pirates, it is so unique. I didn't recognize this when I first saw it. Amanda clenched his fists and got extremely nervous. I escaped your impenetrable prison, the Impel Down. But it seems that you are very surprised. Rojan smiled and stared at Amanda's eyes without threatening him. But Amanda felt that he was being stared at by the devil, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. It's more than being surprised, it's horrified. But why such a pirate condescends to come here? Amanda said hardly. What the hell is going on? This level of a pirate can freely travel around in the New World, right? Then why did he come to West Blue? Did he get lost along the way? Does he like bullying newcomers? I had to handle some affairs. Rojan replied casually, and then he glanced at the sunken warships on both sides. I'm sorry for sinking your warships. But I can't help it. They attacked me first. Amanda's face trembled and went silent, unwilling to respond. After that, he saw the smile on the face of the young man in front of him gradually dissipated, his eyes became extremely dignified, which made his heart give a sudden pulse. Such a strong pair of eyes was too scary. Stepping on the body of the Sea King, and coming all this way to you, I just want to tell you one thing, you need to help me with something. What? Amanda said, gritting his teeth. He was under too much pressure. Although the other party did not do anything, the invisible deterrence made him sweat profusely, and he did not dare to move. Tell your colleagues, tell the world, tell everyone you see that I'm back. A smile appeared on Rojan's face, and he said this sentence arrogantly. Then he turned around, took a few steps, and quickly disappeared before Amanda's eyes. Amanda clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and watched nervously the opponent slowly disappear. It wasn't until he gradually turned into a black spot that he let out a breath and collapsed on the deck. Damn it. I almost died. How did I survive? Chapter 323, to the west. Sitting on the deck, Amanda took a few heavy breaths, letting his tense mood relax, and then gritted his teeth and stood up. Galdi Rojan, with a bounty of up to 880 million, unexpectedly escaped from the Impel Down and arrived at West Blue. Taking a deep breath, there was a sense of relief on Amanda's face. The Marines' headquarters must have known about it, but they concealed it. Damn it. These lunatics. He felt extremely angry. When such a furious guy came to West Blue, the headquarters chose to hide this matter. What are they planning to do? Don't they care about the safety of their soldiers? I want to tell the world. This news must never be hidden. His trembling right hand quickly peeled the den mushi, and then his voice turned very cold and he screamed. I ran into Galdi Rojan. Why weren't I informed about his escape? My troops were wiped out, and I almost died. If you care about your patrolling soldiers in the Fort Blue, you will quickly spread this news. This guy is terrifying, and the headquarters can't even give any information about him. This is ridiculous. This is preposterous. You know what? Amanda's anger was vented in the call, and at the same time, such news was spread in the West Blue at a very fast speed. The great pirate, the leader of the Wraith group, Galdi Rojan, with the 880 million bounty, successfully escaped from Impel Down and was wandering in the West Blue at this moment. This shocking news caused the Marines in that area to be soaked in fear, as well as the pirates in this part of the world. After hearing about this, they were even more cautious for fear of meeting this legendary great pirate. Holy shit. He did escape. This guy is a maniac. He attacked and killed many celestial dragons in the Holy Land. He even destroyed the mansion there. He is a demon who kills without blinking an eye. I heard that Trojan's face is so gloomy and dark, his body is like a skeleton with horns and red eyes. Ow, this is very terrible. No, what's more horrifying about him is his strength. According to what I read 4 years ago, he fought against Aokiji and Kizaru alone and severely injured both of them. Then he left unscathed. In a very short time, many legends about Trojan were discovered by the people of the West, and he became the talk of the people. Gradually, there are about 100 versions of Trojan's story and might, and each one of them was different. Soon, the news spread out of the West, into the Four Blues, and even more into the Grand Line. On the third day, the Marine headquarters announced that Trojan, who had been imprisoned in the Impel Down, has fled. At this moment, the whole world was in an uproar and fell into shock. Ha 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 ha, that young kid is really interesting. The Whitebeard held the Naginata in his hand and laughed. To his side, Marco, Jazo, and the crew members were also shocked. Oyaji, that boy is a little fierce. He actually escaped from that prison. Marco laughed. Very good, I'm sure that we will meet him one day in the New World. The Whitebeard took a huge sip of sake and laughed again. After Roger's death, the world became a lot boring. But his younger brother seems very energetic. He felt excited once again after a long time. Oyaji, our top priority now is the beast Kaido. Jazu said solemnly. Kaido? The Whitebeard's expression changed, then he sneered after taking a few sips of wine. Huh. He's just a bragging kid who accumulated a bit of strength, We don't need to care about him. In the mind of Whitebeard, the world's most powerful pirate, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors in the future, seemed to him to be just a bragging kid at this moment. There is no doubt that he is overbearing. On the vast sea, an island floating at an altitude of tens of meters from the sea. Did he leave that hole, too? It took you a while, kid. The golden lion Shiki, his ripped feet were replaced by 2 swords. After hearing the news, he stepped forward and kept thinking, but then he laughed. Well, that's interesting. Maybe, in the near future, we can cooperate. The golden lion who was captured in the greatest prison once, when he came out, his strength and influence were greatly weakened. The once overlord of the New World no longer exists. Up to now, his strength was not even as high as those young guys who are seeking to be emperors. How could he be satisfied with such a life? He has been slowly accumulating strength, waiting for a comeback. However, the once powerful subordinates, the numerous flying pirate groups, have fallen apart. Until now, he heard about Trojan's appearance. If you are not strong enough, this old man will help you to go further. How about that? Looking at the sea in the distance, the golden lion murmured. After leaving prison, he once met the Whitebeard, but his ridicule and disdain deeply hurt his dignity. Compared with the Whitebeard, Trojan was much more liked in the eyes of the golden lion. After all, the two used to be good cellmates. The New World, on an island fully covered by military buildings. A thin, cold-faced young man in a black uniform was training his soldiers. Major General Danzō, we have news. There is some good news. A soldier yelled and ran over with excitement. What's going on? With a confused look in his eyes, Danzō motioned to the other party to speak quickly. It's Trojan, your captain. We heard some news about him. What? Danzō's cold expression changed immediately, strode to the soldier, and grabbed him. He is in the West Blue, the whole world is talking about him. Danzō released the guy, then clenched his fists, and he asked calmly. Are you sure about this? It's true, Major General, it's spread all over the world. He escaped from that prison and he is now wandering in that part of the world. The Marine headquarters also issued a notice just now. It can't be misinformation. Great. With a loud cry, Danzō turned around and left. This made the soldiers at the base a little confused, and some people started making a fuss. Major General, where are you going? To the west, to find my captain. A long-lost smile appeared on Danzō's face. What about us? The soldiers asked again. Guys, just be happy. Ha 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 ha. After a few steps, Danzō disappeared at the base gate. When he was out of the base, he quickly came to the other side of the island and pulled out a young guy. Hey, Danzō, let go of me, what the hell? Danzō didn't listen, and dragged the ladder forward quickly, toward the harbor. I'm a nobleman. This is very rude when you treat me like this. Let go, it hurts, it really hurts. The ladder continued to scream. We should go now, stop crying like a baby, Karas. Where are we going? West Blue. Chapter 324, that's all. West Blue, on a quiet island. This island was completely peaceful. In the dense jungle, there seems to be a beast that all creatures fear. This wild animal's might was much higher than the others, and its coercion makes all animals and birds tremble and dare not make noise. Suddenly, on the quiet island, a loud roar came out. Roar. The rolling sound waves made the sand float and shook the rocks. It formed a circle of airwaves and spreads out rapidly. It rose a large amount of dust and made the birds in the trees fly away in horror. Be quieter. However, just after this sky-shaking roar, another terrifying noise filled the place. Boom 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 boom. There was a huge tremor, and a figure that was 100 meters tall gradually appeared in the depths of the jungle. Every time it took a step, the whole island trembled. He has huge wings with a wingspan of 300 meters, black skin, and enormous muscles. Its hands were as huge as a hill, and the sharp claws were comparable to swords. Under his lizard-like nose, he exhales hot steam. Every time he sighs heavily, it was just like he was spitting out flames. From a distance, the size of this figure is almost as big as 1/5 of the island. Standing there, he is as tall and straight as a mountain. If there were human beings here, they will immediately consider it as a dragon. Because, the appearance of this huge creature is no different from that of a giant dragon. It is a real dragon living in the world. Gabriel, you must get a little smaller. How do you expect yourself to move freely in this size? At the right shoulder of the giant dragon, a voice suddenly came out, and when he narrowed his sight, he saw a buffed figure. He was about 3.5 meters tall, with strong arms, and muscles harder than granite. To anyone's first impression, this guy is majestic. The figure of this man is monstrous. Every part of his body screams power. Roar. Gabriel roared, and under the man's voice, he actually started to slowly become smaller. After a couple of seconds, he became only 30 meters tall, with a wingspan of 100 meters. Well, that's not bad, the man said with satisfaction. Jason, don't go too far, I have just signed a contract with you. Gabriel roared. It's shocking that this giant dragon can speak, but Jason was not surprised at all, and instead smiled. Gabriel, according to the tradition of your tribe, after I have defeated you, now, I am your master. You must be obedient. Otherwise, I will stuff your head into your own feces to let you know what cruelty is. Gabriel was even more angry, roaring constantly. Damn you, humans. Stop crying like a baby, hurry up and fly, I stayed with you for 4 years, I can't stand it anymore. Jason shouted. At the moment, he didn't even have a complete suit on his body, but rough animal skins were tied around his waist and crotch, which acted as a cover. In my inherited memory, the outside world is very dangerous, my mother didn't let me go out even once. Gabriel shouted. We need to get out. Jason's face was full of black lines. Stop talking nonsense and let's fly away. Mom, all days, all night you are talking about your mother's stories? Now, I am your master. Let's leave. Plus, don't you always say that you want to go out and see the outside world? Gabriel hesitated for a while, but only after Jason's persuasion did he spread his wings and fly high. Just as they were flying high up in the sky, a messenger bird suddenly saw them near, so he threw a newspaper and the wanted posters list on the dragon's back, without even caring about the payment. Jason raised his hand, just caught it, and while riding Gabriel, he started unfolding the posters. What? However, after seeing the person on the first wanted poster, Jason's pupils suddenly contracted. Sabati Archipelago, in the rip-off bar. That boy doesn't fail to surprise me. Rayleigh held his glasses and gently put the newspaper on the bar. Oh, it's Rojan. This little devil has escaped from Impel Down. Shaki said in surprise. Yes, it's going crazy outside now. Rayleigh sighed. Where are the 6 fellows? Shaki asked again. When they heard the news about their captain, they were so thrilled, clamoring to go to the West Blue. Rayleigh said with a headache. Haha, I'm not surprised by this, but how are they doing under your training? Shaki said. Holding his head, Rayleigh felt helpless. After 4 years of training, the talent of these 6 guys didn't improve by a lot, but now, in the first half of the Grand Line, they shouldn't face many problems. Rayleigh shook his head. Let them go then. I can't afford to take care of them any longer. When you meet Trojan again, don't forget to ask him for the 4 years of accommodation and food expenses. Shaki did a very detailed calculation and prepared a long list of bills. Don't worry, I won't forget. Rayleigh gave a wry smile. As they were talking, the 6 trainees rushed in, making a lot of noises. Rayleigh, we are going to the West Blue. Yes, we're going to the West. We need to find our captain. He must have suffered a lot in the Impel Down in the past 4 years. We have to protect him and take care of him. Woo-woo, I'm so touched, I will see the captain again before I die. Hurry up and let's leave, or you guys want to keep on fighting. Rayleigh looked at the 6, and his headache got worse, so he could only wave his hand. Get out of here, you are so annoying. I thought this day will never come. Hearing Rayleigh's words, the 6 yelled, turned around, and ran away. The first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta. This was Rojan's first stop at the Grand Line, and it was also the place where he encountered Crocodile. And here, at the port of Nanohana, a burly, ugly man with slash marks on his face was smoking a cigar quietly. Ho! Spit out a smoke ring. The scarred man's eyes drifted a little, seemingly in a trance, remembering something. Mr. Zero, everything is ready, we are waiting for your order now, the infiltration of Alabasta can start. The cold man with sunglasses came to the scarred man's side and said coldly. Ho! Looking at the sea, the scarred man spit out another puff of smoke. Then he said something that surprised the other party. Prepare a boat for me, I'm going to the West Blue. What? The man was shocked, feeling confused. Don't you want to seize Alabasta? Not anymore. The scared man smiled. And his smile made the other man feel bewildered, because he had never seen his boss smile since he came into contact with him. You are joking, right? I'm not kidding, prepare a boat, I'm going to the West Blue. Now that he's back, it doesn't matter whether I take over this country or not. The scarred man showed a ferocious smile, which contained excitement and longing. I, Crocodile, will always be a member of the Wraith Pirates. That's all. Chapter 325, The Man, the Myth, the Legend on the Boundless Sea. The breeze swept the waves, rippling layer upon layer. In the turbulent sea, a pirate ship with a fluttering black skull flag was riding the wind and breaking the waves, and moving at a very fast speed. The Logan got closer to the reverse mountain, and more pirate groups were gathering around the area. It has been a month since Rojan left the kingdom of Balat. In this month, the Logan moored several times, just to resupply, so there wasn't much of a delay. The Logan will stop here, on the Loki Island. Rojan pointed to a point on the chart near the reverse mountain and said softly. Do you want to wait for them there? The little master said excitedly. Yes, our partners are on the way. When they arrive, we can start our journey. Rojan nodded. Brother Rojan, may I ask you something? How can you be so sure that they will come? Little Robin asked curiously. Because they are my crew. Rojan said with a smile. The linkage between these partners has reached an unbreakable point since 4 years ago. This kind of trust in each other can be said to be long-lasting. That is a kind of complete faith, to the soul level. Even if they were thousands of miles away, they can sense each other's crisis. The Logan was moving, and gradually, pirate ships appeared in the field of vision. There are pirates ahead. Robin shouted. The Deva path will solve this problem, you don't have to worry. Rojan laughed. The young master had already turned into a human form at this time, wearing a white shirt and a very beautiful short skirt, showing her snow-white slender legs, and her playful toes moved a few times, which made Rojan astonished and couldn't stop staring at her. He has to admit that this little girl has become plumper and plumper as she grows older. As for everything around the ship, she didn't care much, she was reading a book at the moment. Listening to your description, your fruit should be a zone type. According to my guess, you have the power of the nine-tailed fox. The animal path sat cross-legged next to the little master and talked to her. Nine-tailed fox? The little master blinked and closed the book temporarily. So, how do I develop it? I want to become stronger, not just your burden. Actually, you are no longer a burden. The animal path looked serious. During this period, the development of your fruit should be related to the number of tails you can bring out. The initial awakening is the hardest. The growth of each tail will bring you different abilities and a stronger body. In a sense, the devil fruit you eat is one of the mythical types. Although it doesn't hold the power of elementalization and large-scale attacks like the Logia type. However, it is so outstanding and fits you well. As time goes on, your strength will increase spontaneously. The little master shrank and transformed, then 2 tails appeared behind him. Besides these 2, there was a new small tail that appeared recently. When this 3rd tail grows, you will be able to control a new ability or strength. The animal path said in a deep voice. The legendary 9-tailed fox belongs to the mythical creatures. It is a divine beast. Each tail has a different attribute power such as wind, rain, thunder, fire, etc. The conversation between the 2 made the little master more aware of her abilities, and her eyes lit up. In fact, after awakening her fruit ability, she felt some difference. Her physical fitness is getting stronger and stronger. She keeps on growing and getting stronger as every day passes. On the Logan, when everyone was talking, the pirates on the sea saw the Logan sailing nearby. It's a pirate ship. Let me see which group they are. During this period, there are not many fellows who dare to go to the Grand Line. People on one of the pirate boats raised their binoculars and looked at Logan. When he saw the number of people on the Logan, the scout smiled. A group of less than 10 pirates, they are brave. I have to give it to them. Huh. The telescope turned and looked at the fluttering flag on the mast. A skeleton? It's just a skeleton. What kind of pirate group is this? In the words, this man started doubting himself. But he didn't notice the movement of his companions standing beside him and other pirate ships also drifting on the sea. When the pirate groups, which had been close to each other, quarreling, mocking, and disdaining, saw the Logan coming from a distance, they all had a momentary pause, followed by a quick turn. Of course, with frightened faces, they just drove away to the sides. Vaguely, as if they were opening a path for the upcoming ship, and paying homage. The Wraith. It's the Wraith pirates. Just then, a cry of shock rang out across the sea. The man who was thinking about the meaning of the pirate flag was stunned. The telescope fell on the deck with a clatter, and his face revealed fear and awe at a very fast speed. It's Gull. D. Rojan. The legendary big pirate who is wandering in the West Sea. The pirates were boiling and roaring, then moved their boats to make way for that ship. It's them. They are here. Hurry up, get out of the way, we can't afford to mess around with those guys. The nervous voices resounded through the ships, and soon the scout felt the movement of their ship accelerating, reaching the highest speed in an instant. In less than 3 minutes, more than a dozen pirate groups moving side by side and blocking the way had already retreated to the sides. The sudden movements of these guys seemed to be a welcoming sign. Such awe and respect can be regarded as a submission. The temporary bowing represents the pirates' fear of the upcoming monsters, the Wraith. Gradually, the Logan approached. The flames in the eyes of the skull, swaying with the sea breeze, invisibly spreading fear and a unique kind of majesty, forcing people to bow their heads. The Logan entered the road vacated by these pirates. At this moment, the pirates standing on the ships lowered their heads, they were sweating profusely and got extremely nervous. They didn't even dare to look up. A single man with 880 million bounty. Some people's hands were trembling, trying to summon up some courage to see what kind of man they were facing, but in the end, they still clenched their fists and gave up. No one dared to do so. In front of such a man, the pressure was greater than a mountain. Time seemed to slow down, and the sweat had slipped to their backs, making their clothes soaked wet. The quiet tension caused the sea to fall into a strange silence, and only the slight breathing between the pirates could be heard. On the Logan, little Robin looked at the pirates who bowed down on both sides in surprise, and her eyes were full of weirdness. She once saw the true face of these horrifying pirates. These guys don't think twice before doing all kinds of wicked deeds, they basically fear nothing, and they were always lawless. Compared to most civilians, these wicked pirates are truly terrifying. But at this moment, they, like obedient Japanese kids, were actually paying tribute to the Wraith too. This was unimaginable. Faintly, Robin seemed to understand that all of this was due to the man sitting cross-legged in the bow position. Chapter 326, Get Lost. How strong is he? How powerful is the man who made these pirates bow down? Robin could not imagine a more terrifying and powerful man than Aokiji. The admiral at that time was simply unmatched, like a demon and a devil. But this young man showed her another kind of strength. Before, the Battle of Balat, and killing Eden, plus now, he just sat there lazily and all the pirates had already surrendered. Gradually, the Logan crossed through the path opened by the pirates and went away slowly. Finally gone, too much pressure. When the Logan left the pirates' sight, everyone let out a sigh of relief. He didn't make any movement, but I just couldn't find a little bit of strength and raise my head to face him. A pirate said with a pale face. Is that the aura of such monster? I didn't even dare to look up. One person clenched his fists, complaining about his incompetence and cowardice in his heart. Let's go, I just hope we never meet him again. The pirates quickly dispersed, and they did not have the mood to continue the previous quarrel. 2 days later, Loki Island. What is that? Suddenly, there was a cry of terror in the harbor. It's just a boat. There's nothing to make a fuss about. A man nearby was working. He glanced at the sea and turned his eyes. No, it's a pirate ship. That flag, that's a pirate flag. On the canvas fluttering in the wind, the skull flag exuded a sense of the gloom, getting closer and closer. It's the Wraith pirates. A loud scream made the whole island boil. All the people on the island were in a state of tension. A team of Marines ran over with stern faces and quickly surrounded the port here. Meanwhile, ordinary people were forced to retreat. But there were some bold people who stand behind the Marines on their tiptoes to see what the legendary pirate looks like. More and more Marines rushed over, and finally, all civilians covered their mouths in shock. Look at his epaulette, he is a vice admiral. It is impossible to imagine that a vice admiral has come to Loki Island. Gradually, the pirate ship got closer and closer, and finally, it berthed at the entrance of the harbor. Don't act rashly. The Vice Admiral Delos, who stood at the forefront, shouted loudly, and his forehead was already covered with sweat because he was very nervous. Facing a great pirate from the Grand Line, who even the Marines' headquarters had to treat him seriously, the pressure on this Vice Admiral can be imagined. He was more aware of the psychological pressure of his soldiers at this moment. It's a bad thing to have terrified soldiers by your side. What would happen if one of them got too nervous and shot the powerful enemy? Taking a deep breath, Delos walked forward with the man behind him. When he approached Logan, Rojan and others had already stood at the bow and looked down. Look who's here. It's the Marines. Did you all gather here to welcome my arrival? With a smile, Rojan said in a mocking voice. Looking carefully at his figure, the Vice Admiral didn't find a trace of tension or fear. Stop joking around, we, the Marines, would never do such a thing. Delos said loudly. Oh? Then, are you thinking about fighting me with these forces? The smile on Rojan's face disappeared suddenly, and his eyes narrowed. The heavy pressure swept the whole audience in an instant, and all the soldiers became nervous, even the civilians who were watching from a distance held their breath. To make a move against me, you should at least bring a military force of the Buster Call scale, perhaps then you will have the chances of getting a fair fight. With a sneer, Rojan's voice spread throughout the audience. The corner of Delos' mouth trembled, knowing that what he might have said was true. Please don't get me wrong, we don't have any tendency to attack you. Under Rojan's pressure, Delos temporarily bowed his head. It's just that, for the safety of the people on this island, we need to know your intentions. If you are planning on causing chaos on this island, then we will definitely fight back to the end. The safety of the island people? Rojin raised his eyebrows and then smiled disdainfully. I am not as frantic as your department, who doesn't mind or even think twice before attacking innocent civilians. In a word, Telos was speechless, and he could not refute it, because many dark incidents for mysterious causes made by the Marines were real. Galdi Rojin, what's your intention after landing on this island? Telos didn't want to talk about this topic, so he asked loudly again. Intention? I just thought that it would be the best place to wait for the arrival of my partners. With the faces of friends in his eyes, Rojin jumped off the boat. Behind him, the young master, Robin, and Namlin jumped down one by one. Get out of my way. Don't disturb me. When my friends come, we'll leave. Taking a stride, Rojin quickly came to Telos' side. At that moment, Telos' whole body became tense. The other side was obviously just a young man in his 20s, but at this moment, he brought an extremely heavy pressure. He even saw Nico Robin among the members of this man's crew, which made his pupil shrink. But he did not dare to act rashly. Get lost, or I'll consider it a move against my crew, and you will bear the consequences. These cold words came into Telos' ears clearly, causing him to tremble all over, gritting his teeth and clearing the path. He didn't want to start an unnecessary war, it would be just like moths fighting the flame. In the absence of the admirals, fighting such an opponent was just like seeking his own death. Once the war starts, Rojin will never show mercy. He knew very well the origins of his opponent, and what kind of relationship he has with the world government. At this moment, all Telos can do is give in. As soon as he retreated, the Marines behind him made way and opened a long road. Rojin and his group just walked into the island along this road. This scene made the civilians see that the ambitious people were passionate, and envy and admiration appeared in their eyes. Is this how it feels to be a great pirate? Even a vice admiral must give in and dare not have any disputes with the other side. Rojin's hegemony and the retreat of the Marines made everyone on the island see the true power of the Wraith pirates, and made their hearts beat hard. I heard that this guy is the younger brother of Roger, the Pirate King. He deserves to be a member of such family. When Rojin and his group disappeared in the harbor, people's discussions began to spread. The news I got is that Rojin was just an ordinary boy when Roger was alive. It was because of the pressure of the Marines' pursuit that he grew to his current strength. They forced him to be stronger. He doesn't look like a vicious person at all, but he seems to be very kind. On the street, people were talking to each other, and Rojin's appearance made everyone very interested. After a long walk, Rojin and his group had entered a bar. Chapter 327, Dragon Rider. At first, when the bar owner saw such a pirate, he was a little afraid and nervous, but when Rojin said his first sentence, the atmosphere instantly became less tensed. Boss, don't be reluctant to pour us a drink? When he said this, Rojin smiled. He didn't have the previous aura while facing the Marines. Instead, he seemed to be greeting the neighbor next door. Ha 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 ha, with my pleasure. The owner was also a bold person, and Rojin's words made him laugh. Rum or brandy? It's a bit stronger, but it's the best for you, sea sailors. Oh? Interesting. How did you notice? Rojin curiously asked. I'm used to serve great pirates. The owner proficiently sells his liquor to Rojin. The latter accepted the promotion with a smile, and then ordered some of each. The other guests in the bar saw Rojin chatting with the owner, and found that this great pirate was not as scary as the legends. Finally, they summoned some courage and joined in. After chatting, they found out that he was just like them. Rojin, I heard that on your way here, a group of pirates was scared to even look in the direction of your ship, and they didn't dare to stand in your way. Someone asked. Hee, actually I didn't do anything, but they were all scared. Rojin shook his head with a bitter smile. You tell me, is my eyes, my 2 ears, my nose, or my mouth different from you? In this sentence, the people in the bar laughed. They felt that this pirate was completely different from the rumors. He spoke humorously, without the slightest pretensions. This is how real pirates such be. Someone sighed. They have also seen those guys with bounties of more than 10 million in the West Blue, but none of them was as easy to get close to as Rojin. They are all arrogant and swears and beats people at every turn. Rojin began narrating some interesting stories, and everyone started telling him about the West Blue and the Loki Island. When they were talking vigorously, a 13-year-old boy summoned up the courage and pulled Rojin's clothes. What's the matter? Little Zoka. This boy is called Zoka, who is the son of the barkeeper. Brother Rojin, I also want to be a pirate when I grow up, can I be like you? The young Zoka looked at Rojin expectantly. The others stopped talking and watched this scene with a smile. Rojin was taken aback by this question, then stretched out his hand and patted Zoka's head. Oh really, you want to be a pirate? Zoka, of course, you can. Pirates are the bravest soldiers in the sea. Zoka heard the affirmative answer and clenched his fists in excitement. However, Being a pirate is very dangerous. First of all, you have to make sure that you have enough courage to face these dangers. Rojan said seriously. Everyone nodded in agreement. Being a pirate these days is far more dangerous than a marine. Brother Rojan, I have the courage. Zoka said loudly. At this time, the bar owner hurried over as soon as he heard this, grabbed Zola, and started spanking him. Hey little boy, you still want to be a pirate? I must teach you some respect for your elders. The voice was clear and loud, and Zoka's tears came out, which made people beside him laugh. Rojan shook his head as he watched. A man's determination to face the sea can't be stopped by anything. As he continued drinking with the crowd, little Zoka shouted this sentence, while being spanked by his father. Brother Rojan, when I grow up, I will go out and join your pirate group. And with that said, the bar owner to slap him harder and the little kid screamed in pain. One day later, in the West Blue, in the waters near the island of Loki. What is that? What a big bird. The pirates who were sailing on the sea just saw the shadow gliding above their heads. It can be clearly seen that the area of the shadow was very large, hundreds of meters away from them, but it still looked huge. What a creature! The pirates on their boat exclaimed. Just after they were surprised, the next second, they found that the giant bird in the sky was diving down and flying towards them. That bird is coming in our direction. The crew was shocked. 3 seconds later, as the giant bird got closer, they clearly saw its face. The hell, what kind of bird is this? No freaking way, it's a dragon. Such a legendary creature appeared in front of them so vividly that the pirates were terrified to the extreme. Get ready to dive. With just one blow of this big guy, our boat will be smashed to pieces. The captain yelled loudly, and his face turned blue. But what shocked them was that the giant dragon with a wingspan of 100 meters and scorching flames just came to a standstill above their ship. Hey guys, can you tell me which way Loki Island is? A head popped out from behind the dragon. The pirates on the ship were dumbfounded. What the hell? Is there a man riding the dragon? Subconsciously, a crew member pointed in the direction of island. Thanks. The man waved his hand and slapped the dragon under him. Baby dragon, let's go. Roar. With the roar of the angry dragon, the man and the dragon quickly pulled out and disappeared before everyone's eyes. What the actual FCK, am I hallucinating? Am I daydreaming? Dragon rider? My god, I think we should stop drinking in the daytime. When the pirates realized that the dragon was being ridden by someone, their hearts were filled with chaos. That guy is so lucky, I envy him a lot. Who doesn't want such an amazing mount? 18 minutes later, there was a scream at the port of Loki Island. Someone riding a dragon came from the sea. This shocking scene made the people of Loki Island boil. A legendary creature like a dragon actually exists. What's even more shocking is that someone was commanding the dragon and turned him into his own mount. How incredible is this? The Marines came quickly and became nervous when they saw the man on the dragon's back. The first problem has come. Delos said softly with an ugly face. Reminiscent of what Rojan said about waiting for his partners, he naturally knew what was going on. Jason figured out where Rojan was in the fastest time, and dragged Gabriel along. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the bar, amidst the noise of people and the screams of the little master, Rojan slowly turned his head and saw the big man standing next to the dragon with an excited expression on his face. Captain. I'm here. The simple and honest man was more burly and sturdier than ever, and his whole body was full of explosive power. He looked like one of the toughest pirates. But at this moment, this tough guy started crying when seeing the face of his old pal. Chapter 328, Seal All Entrances 4 years ago, scenes flashed quickly in front of the tough man's eyes, and his face had a wide smile, but tears flowed uncontrollably. In the bar, everyone couldn't understand what's wrong with the crying burly man, but they all kept quiet. Rojan stood up, and the little master behind him was also full of tears. There are too many memories between the three of them. They support and help each other, and they would give everything to each other without hesitation. They are the most trusted partners and are willing to give their lives for their partner's sake. Captain. Jason stretched out his hands and hugged Rojan fiercely. Jason, can you still recognize me? The little masters smiled with tears, they were so happy to see each other. Little master? You have changed a lot. Jason was a little surprised. 4 years later, the little girl has become an adult, with a plump body and a charming appearance. Hello, Jason. My name is Robin. Robin stretched out her little hand with a smile on her face. Oh, hello, Robin. Jason shook Robin's little hand and smiled. Then he turned his head to Nanlin. Who is this again? You can call me Nanlin, and I will be the ship's doctor in the future. Nanlin nodded with a serious face. Hey, Captain, I haven't seen you for a while, you have brought many beautiful women. Jason touched the back of his head and giggled. This sentence immediately made Rojan's face full of black lines. Does he think that I abducted these ladies? Jason did not stop at the door and entered the bar. Other people did not interrupt their reunion, they were communicating in a low voice. This big guy has a terrifying figure. Who was he? 4 years ago, this guy was extremely cruel. He was known as the deputy of Wraith Pirates, better known as Jason, the Broken Armor. I once saw his wanted poster. He's a monster with 200 million bounty. 200 million. People swallowed their saliva and took a careful look at Jason. 4 years ago, he was wanted for more than 200 million. So how much his strength has reached now? No one disturbed Rojan and the others' dinner. They had a hunch that they will see a group of strong monsters. This day, at dusk. At the port of Loki Island, a small wooden boat slowly docked. Then, under the eyes of the surrounding pirates, 2 young men in black mysterious uniforms appeared. One of them was cold, the other was curious and kept looking around. Where do you think you are going, kid? Don't even think about boarding this island. Now that Lord Rojan is on this island, no kids are allowed to enter the city. With no reputation, or the slightest strength, Loki Island is not something you can handle. Get out of here, or we won't be polite. Rojan's fame and the retreat of the Marines allowed the pirates around the island to organize spontaneously and guard the entrance, and no weaker fellows were allowed to disturb the lion's rest. At this moment, Loki Island is a forbidden zone for pirates whose bounty has not reached more than 10 million, or weaklings. This forbidden area is protected by the pirates who worship and fear Rojan, and the Wraith Pirate Group. It has to be said that the appeal of a huge pirate is extremely amazing. Rojan just sat there and didn't do anything, and these pirates had already taken action to avoid all unnecessary troubles for him. The words of the pirates made the man in the black robe with a hidden head walk forward silently and look up. Is he actually here? Then I'm not in the wrong place. A smile appeared on the young man's face, and he moved forward. The other man who was looking around seemed ghostly, which made the ferocious pirates on both sides angry. This kid is mocking us? Kill him, kill this ignorant kid, shoot both of them. Shoot their legs and make them know that we are not joking around. The pirates acted fast, drew their guns, and pulled the trigger. Boom boom boom. In an instant, 13 bullets were fired, and the 13 people who attacked were all famous gunners in the West Blue. Their marksmanship was the peak of this area. But when the gunfire sounded, the pirates around heard a sighing sound from behind. What just happened? The man, carrying a black package on his back, wearing a black robe and having an indifferent expression, his body swayed more than a dozen times in an instant, and a series of afterimages appeared in his path. Then, all the bullets were magically dodged. What is more shocking is that the pirates who launched the attack were generally facing each other. These dodged bullets went directly to their crewmates. A painful whine came out quickly, and 6 people fell to the ground in an instant. This guy. With this move, all the pirates realized that this young man was not a normal kid. The guy who easily evaded their shots, stepped lightly and moved forward quickly. His speed was astonishing under the open fire of the 13 marksmen. And the other man was still making some silly faces, but there was no fear in his expression. Karas, hurry up, stop wasting time. After scolding the playful young man beside him, and the serious guy in the black robe quickly disappeared in front of everyone. He ignored the pirates on both sides and just walked his own way. It was not until the 2 disappeared from the sight of everyone that the few who had just fallen to the ground got up. Their ugly faces were mixed with pain. That guy is definitely not a newcomer, he must come from the Grand Line. These words silenced those present. Will he be a companion that Lord Rojan is waiting for? All of a sudden, everyone's face turned blue. Because everyone believed that only Rojan's companion had such incredible abilities in the West Blue. That young man is Trensu. Telos retracted his telescope with an ugly expression and said softly. Rojan's partners were arriving one after another. 4 years ago, they were the first supernovas. Now, these people might be even more terrible than ever. Their bounties will probably be skyrocketed. There is no doubt that once Rojan and the Wraith Pirates enter the New World, they will become the 4th powerful force that the Marines need to pay attention to immediately. With the departure of Trensu, the harbor slowly calmed down, and the pirates continued to organize the harbor. Let's stay in this area, and if we find some weaklings, we must expel them all. From the moment Master Rojan came to the island, our pirate groups must seal all entrances of the island. Chapter 329, We are all here. The 3rd day of Rojan's arrival to Toki Island. In the near waters, a ship with a crocodile head was moving fast. It was coming from the reverse mountains direction, heading straight to the island. At the bow, 2 people were chatting. You didn't have to come with me. The vicious man with a cigar in his mouth said calmly. If my boss leaves, where should I go? The man with sunglasses said coldly. We are different. I am a member of the Wraith, and you are not. Crocodile shook his head. I'm curious. The dark-skinned man with sunglasses suddenly said. Huh? Crocodile asked rhetorically. Curious about what kind of man will make you give up without hesitation Baroque works that you have been running for a long time. He is one of a kind. Crocodile was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. This was a strange answer, so the cold man thought about it for a while and chose to respond in silence. Anyway, his answer will soon be available, so why the worry? Trust me, your trip with me, Mr. 1, won't be for nothing. After a moment of silence, Crocodile spoke again suddenly. Mr. 1 looked up in doubt. Only under his guidance will you become stronger. Huh? Okay? Mr. 1 Das Bones did not comment. Haha. Crocodile didn't argue either, only by seeing that magical guy would he believe him. Gradually, the Loki Island could be seen from the ship. There are many pirates on this island. Mr. 1's expression became more cautious. Across a long distance, they have seen a large number of pirate boats piled up on the coast. A lot of them were close to each other without any gap. What surprised him, even more, was that there were pirates guarding at the coast. From a distance, it actually gives people a feeling that the island has been seized by pirates. He glanced at Crocodile next to him, and found that he was just smiling, not nervous at all. Mr. 1 actually does not know a lot about Crocodile, nor does he know anything about his past. Probably knows that this man once challenged the Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. After the fight, he got a scar on his cheek. This is already remarkable. It is enough to be proud of being able to survive in front of the man who stands at the top of the world. But he didn't know the strength of the opponent at all. For him, Crocodile showed more of his strategic ability. Just like an alligator lurking in the water, his head is always hidden under the water before he meets the prey, cautious and vigilant. Gradually, the wooden boat had come to shore. The landing of the two made the eyes of the pirates on the coast drift over. In an instant, the pressure made Mr. 1's head sink, and his heartbeat became tense. Although the strength of these pirates is inferior to that of the Grand Line, the frightening thing is that there are too many of them. Scanning the surroundings, he saw hundreds of people at a glance. And everyone exudes a fierce breath. These pirates, who have experienced many battles, are already qualified enough to enter the Grand Line. What are they doing here? They seem to be guarding something. Mr. 1 was puzzled and had some guesses, but he was not sure. At this time, Crocodile stepped in front of him and faced all the pirates. His hideous face and indifferent temperament instantly attracted the eyes of all the pirates. Almost instantly, they recognized him. It's Sir Crocodile. Rojan's partner, let him pass. With a loud shout, longing and admiration appeared in the eyes of all these pirates. Desert King, Sir Crocodile. He must be a strong fellow too. Just look at his calm momentum, it shows the style of a strong man, which terrifies the weaklings. Sir Crocodile, Captain Rojan is in the bar at the end of the street, let me take you there. Soon, a clever pirate ran up and said gallantly. When other people saw this guy, they slapped their faces in regret, because they were slow. Shit, this guy is so fast, why didn't I think of it? In a blink of an eye, the pirate disappeared with Crocodile and Mr. 1. At noon, 6 people jumped down from a wooden boat. Ha ha ha, we are finally here. Boss Rojan, the 6 legendary members are here. Great, I can finally meet our partners. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Some of the 6 looked up and laughed, some trembled with excitement, and some cried with joy. Their various gestures and the meaning of their words made all the pirates realize that these 6 strange guys must be the rest members of the Wraith Pirates. Hey, you, tell me where can I find my boss now? The 5th asked loudly to the pirates on the shore. The bar at the end of the street. Soon, a pirate pointed out. The 6 members nodded in satisfaction and walked forward. Brother, how did you figure out that they knew the whereabouts of our boss? Seriously, look at their appearance, they must be guarding the island for our boss and not letting others disturb him. Are you sure? Of course, don't treat me like a 5-year-old boy who knows nothing. As the voice drifted away, the 6 disappeared. At the same moment, at a large table in the bar, people looked at each other with different expressions. Karaz held his head admiringly and stared at the young master. My lord, my goddess, we finally met again. Blah. A slap in the face with a loud noise echoed in the bar, his right cheek was slammed to the left by the young master. What a disgusting look. The row that the young master disliked. You can slap me as much as you want, I can give you my left cheek too, my love. Without any shame, Karaz turned his face the other way. Looking at his face, a red handprint has been painted on his cheek. What a shameless fellow, man up. The little master scolded, turned her head, and did not bother with the rascal. Jason and Crocodile were strangely staring at each other, the atmosphere was started becoming weird. Mr. One stared at Robin with opened eyes and complex thoughts. Under the gaze of this indifferent man, Rojin kept focusing on this man. Trensu looked at everyone's expressions with relish. He giggled and poured a glass of wine on his own. Rojin temporarily stopped talking to everyone, and sat there while whispering to Nanlin. The atmosphere in the bar was very odd, magical, and quiet. At this moment, a group of 6 people arrived at the door. "Boss, here we are, we miss you guys so much." The yelling voices of the 6 instantly filled the place. Chapter 330, Glory. Rojin looked at the door with a stunned expression. He really didn't expect these 6 fellows to come. Before leaving Marijoa 4 years ago, these 6 were handed over to Rayleigh to take care of them. Now that 4 years have passed, he didn't know how they were doing. After a quick realization, a smile appeared on his face immediately. In this way, not only the Carters have arrived, but every member of Wraith Pirates has assembled together again. Very good, it seems we are all here. The 6 walked in quickly, and when they found some strange faces, they were slightly taken aback, but they didn't ask any questions. They just found a seat and sat down with a smile on their faces. 4 years have passed. I am very happy that you guys are doing fine and that we are all here. To us, the Wraith. Rojin smiled and raised his cup. Even though there are now a few more faces, but don't worry, we will eventually be all familiar with each other. Rojin glanced at Robin, Karaz, and Mr. One, and said softly. Everyone present had a different look on their faces, doubts in their eyes, but excitement and joy filled their hearts. Immediately afterward, they all raised their glasses, poured the wine into their mouths, and laughed happily. Ha ha ha, hey you, Crocodile, you bastard, I finally saw you again, I missed you so much. Jason hammered Crocodile's back fiercely, and the force of his random punch made Crocodile's chest shatter to sand. Big guy, do you have a final wish before I kill you? Crocodile said coldly. The blow hurt him a lot. Haha, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that after 4 years, you haven't improved to the point where you can bear my casual punch. Jason's face was smiling, and even though he apologized, he didn't mean it. I will bury you later. Crocodile stared at Jason and threatened him in a soft tone. Ha ha ha. Jason just laughed. Trensu watched the 2 quarreling with a smile, and didn't care much. Next to him, Karaz looked like a pig. Don't make trouble, guys. Now after we all gathered here, we should set sail. Rojin interrupted the quarrel with his words. It's also time to fulfill the promise we made 4 years ago. It's time to go on a miraculous adventure, he said to everyone present with a serious voice. This time, nothing will stop us. The sudden serious tone made the faces of his crew determined. After 4 years, they have changed a lot. Jason is bigger and stronger, Crocodile has a scar on his face, and Trensu has become more mature and tough. The 6 Dragon's aura is obviously stronger, and the young master has become a gorgeous girl, and her strength was growing. These years led to a magnificent crew of the crewmates. Rojin also believes that their growth must be extraordinary. On their upcoming journey, they will no longer be afraid or bothered by the Marines and the world government. Haha, yes, Captain, I have become a force to be reckoned with. What happened 4 years ago will never happen again, Jason said loudly. His words made everyone present squinted, and the atmosphere suddenly condensed, but after that, it relaxed again. Let's not talk about that. We all made it now, so let's celebrate. Rojin laughed. After that, the music filled the place, young ladies started dancing in the bar, and the scene instantly became lively. Everyone talked and laughed loudly, and the 6 dragons went to the floor and begun wriggling, which made everyone laugh. The banquet lasted until midnight, and everyone was satiated and fainted. At the dawn of the next day, the young figure appeared at the entrance of the bar. It's time to go, Rojin said softly. A huge shadow came from behind him. It was Jason. He rubbed his eyes, stretched, and stood on Rojin's right side with a smile on his face. The third figure quickly came by Rojin's left side. It was Crocodile with a smirk and a lit cigarette on his hideous face. Immediately afterward, Trensu and the young master walked beside the Carters, standing in a row with the other 3. These 5 fought the world side by side, and immediately an invisible aura spread out, making people stagnate. But this was not over yet. After that, 6 fellows appeared, and Robin, Karaz, and Mr. One also came out in the rear. 14 people stood together, not that many, but their spirit shocked the whole street. Whether it is people or pirates, their eyes at this moment were all attracted by this group of people, standing in place blankly. The afterglow of the rising sun fell on the 14 people, reflecting their expressions, and it was a kind of indifference and domineering look. What a terrible momentum. Someone swallowed his saliva quietly and murmured, afraid to be heard. Suddenly, in the middle of the front, Rojin raised his right hand, and the frozen indifference on his face instantly dispersed. Brothers, Let's go. Haha, let's continue our unfinished journey. Haha, I've been waiting for a long time. This time, whether it is the Marines or the government, they will be demolished. Whitebeard, I will challenge you again, but this time, I'm not alone. Every living soul in this world, just wait, the banner of Wraith will rise forever this time, and it will never fall again. This is our time, the 6 of us will become so famous now. Everyone's eyes were shining with light. One by one, they raised their right hands, clenched their fists high in the sky, and declared their vows to the world. The newcomers all looked at these fellows blankly, but this hasn't affected their mood in the slightest. Afterward, everyone began to move forward. They walked towards the harbor with steady steps, and the shadows behind them continued to grow longer and longer. When this group arrived at the port, the pirates who were around the beach, vaguely heard the movement, woke up from their sleep, and then fell into shock. Huh? Is that the Wraith pirates? My god, what a horrifying bunch of people. I'm scared. In the beginning, these people couldn't help speaking, the pirates who saw Rojin and his group were in awe. They greeted them one by one, waking up their partners from their sleep, and paying attention to Rojin and the others. It's really impressive. Jason laughed, resting his hands on the back of his head. Master Rojin, your ship is over here, we protect it very well. A pirate came forward and pointed to Logan, which was moored in front alone. Around it, there was a large vacated area. But the other ships on the sea are all close to each other. The treatment given to Rojin and his gang by these pirates was completely on another level. Thank you. Rojin smiled and thanked. This gentle word of thanks made the pirate plunge into happiness. He was actually thanked by a very famous pirate. This person believes that he will not forget these 2 words. This will become his eternal glory. Chapter 331, Challenge. The pirates watched Rojin and his gang board the ship, and when the Logan slowly began to adjust its bow and moved, they just began to boil. I firmly believe that at this moment, we will witness the birth of history and legend. A pirate looked at the Logan and murmured. This group of people, young and powerful, has no fear in their eyes, and they are the bravest fighters in the sea. And such a group of pirates, he firmly believes that they will succeed in their journey. Gradually, the Logan was no longer visible in the port of Loki. Taking back the awe in their eyes, the pirates felt a little disappointed. They may never see such great pirates again in the future. For them, to be able to witness the appearance of such a character was already a kind of supreme glory. Let's go back, we also have our voyage. The pirates began to form a team, ready to leave the place. But suddenly, a large number of Marines gushed out from the port street, and their guns and cannons were all aimed at them. Delos stepped out with a cold face. For Rojin and his crew, we have nothing to do. But did you think that you can get out of here easily? The heavy sound of footsteps was constantly ringing, and the number of soldiers kept increasing. The invisible threat started the faces of the pirates to change. Loki Island, it is not your territory. If you dare to be wild here, you should consider staying in prison for a lifetime. Delos said coldly. He raised his hand, and ordered the start of the attack. Bang! A slight gunshot suddenly came out, and Delos' expression changed at this moment. He gritted his teeth and looked at the distant sea abruptly. There was the Logan, already 3 kilometers away. But the slight gunshot did come from its direction. And the gust of wind that passed by at an extremely fast speed made a thin blood mark on his cheek. Delos turned his head slightly, and from the corner of his eye, he saw a small hole suddenly appeared on the wall not far away. He clearly remembered that just now this wall was still intact. Rojin. He clenched his fist, and Delos' face was extremely ugly. He suddenly realized that this was a sign of threat. The bullet from the distant sea was definitely a deliberate shot, and the purpose was to warn him. Undoubtedly, as soon as he ordered an attack from this side, from Logan another shot ejected by this sniper rifle would be fired at him. And this one will never fly by his cheek again, but will be aimed in the center of the eyebrows. Delos guessed well, on the Logan, which was 3 kilometers away from him. Danzō gently retracted the sniper rifle, slowly carried it on his back, and turned and walked towards the crowd. Don't you need to confirm his intention? Mr. One said with doubts. Did he give up his attack just by firing a bullet? In this case, the Marines are really going to retreat? No need. Danzō left with a smile. Mr. One's eyes flashed, but he didn't believe it, so he continued to stand on the bow of the ship, looking into the distance with a telescope. But the next scene made his expression serious. To his surprise, Delos, who was wearing the rank of Vice Admiral, turned around and left with an ugly expression. The order to attack was not given anyway. The threat of Danzō's shot caused Delos to give up resistance. The pirates on the entire island were saved by one bullet, which deepened the position of the Wraith pirates in their hearts. Is his name Danzō? In a daze, Mr. One asked Crocodile beside him. Yes, Mr. One, Don't doubt the strength of my partners, none of them can be compared with you at the moment. Crocodile said faintly. How can it be? Even those 6 guys. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the crowd of 6. The 6 dragons were joking and smiling, and from the moment they boarded the ship, they looked slanderous, like a scumbag with nothing to do. He really couldn't see what strength fellows would have. They? Crocodile raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. You can try fighting one of them. Mr. One's expression turned dark. It's true, he doesn't believe that they are powerful. These 6 fellows didn't have the slightest aura at all, and their bounty would never be found, even if he searched the whole world. Without any hesitation, Mr. One strode forward and came to the front of the 6. Oh? Hey, newcomer? Are you coming to play too? The dragon elephant 10.5 asked with a smile, and the other 5 people also looked at him with a smile. I want to challenge you. Mr. One said in a low voice with a cold face. Challenge us? The N.5 was stunned, then laughed loudly. Have you heard him? Ha ha ha, we have a challenger from our first day on the ship. It feels great, we are old members, ha 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 ha. By the way, this kid just joined in, he should be regarded as our trainee? Yes, as a trainee, he has to pack all the sundries on the ship. It's so cool, it feels so cool. The 6 fellows kept on talking about MR1, and they were very happy. On the contrary, they ignored Mr. One who was standing by. Hey, I said I want to try your strength. With a twisting brow, Mr. One suppressed the anger in his heart and repeated his words. He can't really see what strength they have. Ahem, well, I accept your challenge. N.5 cleared his throat and said aloud. Being suspected and provoked by the newcomer, these 6 guys were not angry, but on the contrary, they looked happy and didn't care at all. The other people are also interested in watching the spar. Thus, a newcomer trying to face the veterans. The dragon elephant 10.5 found a wide place and stood there facing Mr. One. This would do the job, you can start. Mr. One saw that the other party didn't care at all, the light in his eyes became colder. I ate the dice fruit and I became the full-body bladed human. I will not show mercy, so get ready. He said coldly. A devil fruit user? N.5's interest was raised, and he urged happily. Come on, let me see what you can do. Such indiscretion made Mr. One angrier. Without making a sound, he waved his hands, and his arm turned into a metal-like blade. It looked very sharp and aroused the amazement of everyone present. What a strange ability, it can completely replace weapons. Jason was surprised. Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Rojan was also standing aside, watching interestingly. Mr. One's strike was very fast, and the distance between the 2 sides got close in an instant. Then, his arms crossed, and the blades flashed in a second. Mr. One was already standing behind Dragon Elephant number 5, but at this moment, he had a shocked expression. It didn't cut me. With a smiling voice, N.5 said with his back facing Mr. One. This is impossible. Mr. One shouted. How could he miss such a strike? Chapter 332, Disparity. What's impossible? N.5 said with a smile. He didn't care much about the challenge of Mr. One. Come again. Mr. One took a deep breath, calmed the shock in his heart, twisted his hands, and rushed up again. However, when the light of the blades flashed and nearly crossed the body of the dragon elephant N.5, Mr. One got a heavy heartbeat. This time, he understood. The happy smiling guy in front of him seemed to be able to perceive his attack in advance, and his moves were completely seen through by the other party. Kiddo, I can read your thoughts. N.5 said with a smile. Mind reading? Dasbonez had an ugly face and waved his hands repeatedly. He is the full-body bladed human who had eaten the dice fruit. He can freely extend a sharp blade like a knife point from any part of his body. But after attacking for a minute, he didn't land a single blow on his opponent. Unless you stop thinking, you won't be able to hit me. The tone of N.5 was very casual. And if you don't land a blow, you won't be victorious. Suddenly, the figure of N.5 disappeared. Flash step. Almost instantaneously, a cold wind gushed out from behind Mr. One, and his heart stopped beating at this moment. Rankyaku. A blue slash came from the back of Mr. One, and the fierce force tore up his robe in an instant. Dang. After the chop hit, the collision sound was like slashing metals. Mr. One can turn any part of his body into steel. Not bad, a grapefruit ability. Dragon Elephant 5 sighed, then he stretched out his hands and sneered again. But it's useless. Armament hockey. The pitch-black vigor encircled his arms, spreading in a blink of an eye, and his body disappeared in an instant. A whirlwind appeared on the deck, and the body of Dragon Elephant 5 flashed and came in front of Mr. One's eyes. The terrifying speed caused Mr. One's pupils to shrink suddenly, and he couldn't believe what he witnessed. "All right, stop it." Just as the pitch-black fist was about to smash Mr. One's chin, a voice suddenly came out. "Ooh, that's enough." The strong wind made Mr. One's cheeks sore, his eyes trembled, his fist enlarged rapidly ahead of his face, and finally stopped. Hey, Boss Crocodile." Dragon Elephant 5 giggled and looked at Crocodile. "In the past 4 years, you guys seem to have grown quite fast." Crocodile said faintly. "Mr. Really almost tossed us to death." Speaking of this, N.5 looked terrified. He quickly closed his hand and backed away from the other 5 fellows. Mr. One's face looked ugly. He didn't expect that they were this powerful. Even if he could occupy a place in the Grand Line, he would lose to most opponents so easily. With the last punch, he had a hunch that if it really hit him, it won't end well. Even with a stiff body like steel, he was afraid that he can't bear it. Only by recognizing the gap between yourself and your partner can you grow. Crocodile came to the back of Mr. One and said lightly. "How big is the gap?" Mr. One was depressed. It's okay if he can see the gap, but until the end of the battle, he still doesn't know how strong the opponent was and how weak he is. Crocodile did not respond, and looked at Trojan, who was watching the fight. "Well, Dazbones, right? What do you say?" Trojan was in some kind of trouble. Only after thinking about it for a while, he spoke. "Well, let me make a simple analogy. If you're a great force in the first half of the Grand Line, then, he is a force to be reckoned with in the New World," he said while drawing 2 parallel lines with his hands. "You two are not at the same parallel height, you are still very weak." Dazbones's face became gloomy. His self-esteem was hit by such a statement. "Want to be stronger, kid?" Trojan's voice suddenly came again. "Yes." Dazbones did not hesitate, and said directly. "If you want to become stronger, start as an intern," Trojan said with a smile. "Your fruiting ability is great. One day, you will definitely become a strong figure in the sea." In the end, Trojan complimented him, turned around, and left. Daz looked at his back hesitantly. Psychologically, he was a proud man, and he only admired Crocodile in his entire life. He was not familiar with the others on the ship, so there was no respect or awe. But the battle just now made him clearly see another world. The guy who seemed to be no different from ordinary people, but in an instant, he burst out his unimaginable power, and easily defeated him. He's just a normal crewmate. He clenched his fist sharply, then strode forward. Trojan's voice reverberated in his mind. He became angrier as he thought about it, and finally walked over, picked up the broom and mop in the warehouse, and started cleaning. Such a guy became a trainee? That's funny. Kaz looked at this sturdy guy. He didn't say a word but just slumped his head to work. He couldn't help thinking it was funny, then chuckled. "What are you laughing at? The crooked guy, who looks so ugly, dares to laugh at me." Hearing the laughter, Daz immediately scolded. "How dare you scold me? You are too bold." Kara's face turned green, then he stood up and shouted. "Do you know who I am? I am a celestial dragon." This sentence made everyone on the ship look at him with surprised eyes. Dazbones closed his mouth immediately, and was frightened by the name of the skinny guy. "Pa." But in the next second, Danzō slapped his head, causing him to scream in pain. "What are you doing, Danzō?" Kaz shouted. "Go to work, too." Danzō handed the mop over, indicating that he should work, too. "I'm a celestial dragon," Kaz exclaimed. "You're just an intern now. Hurry up," Danzō said impatiently. This stinky boy was still the same pain in the ass as they met him. Damn, is there no preferential treatment for celestial dragons? Shouldn't I by now be a formal crew member? Kaz took the mop angrily, glared at Daz uncomfortably, and began to work. From the side, the little master looked at Robin with a smile, and the latter stuck out his tongue. "I'm still young, should I work with them?" "Well, no, ladies are privileged," the little master said with a smile, and asked Rojan. "Isn't that right, Captain?" "Yes." Rojan waved his hand and said with a smile. "Damn it." Daz and Kaz, who were bent over to work, held out their middle fingers and despised them. Their actions, however, caused the laughter of the whole ship. In the corner, Nanlin flipped through the magic book and occasionally looked up at everyone with a calm expression. Chapter 333, For Me on the Logan. After all the partners were gathered, it became lively. In particular, the addition of 4 new members has made the ship noisy every day. In such an environment, Rojan often sat cross-legged on the bow of the ship, smiling and letting the sea breeze blow his black hair, and enjoying the smell of the sea. I admire such feeling and environment. 3 days later, the reverse mountain appeared in front of everyone. It's not the first time they have arrived to this location. Everyone was looking at the reverse mountain with a smile on their faces. Only Nanlin, with amazement in her eyes, had never seen such a magical sight. A river flows straight up to the sky, with no end in sight. The water flow near the bottom of the mountain was very turbulent, and the water splashes at the bottom of the mountain. This scene was very spectacular. Rojan looked up at the mountain in front of him, marveling in his heart. The real reverse mountain was more majestic than in the anime, and it is more disturbing. The power of nature is truly breathtaking. The Logan bumped up and rushed into the sky along the river. During this period, the 6 dragon elephants and Karas roared loudly, venting their emotions and jumping happily. The sea breeze blew hard, everyone's hair was fluttering, they were affected by the scene, and their minds were agitated. About an hour later, the Logan reached the peak of the mountain, and its speed began to slow down. Go to the East Blue. After informing everyone, Rojan steered the rudder and turned towards the East Blue. 1 minute later, the ship vibrated and went down the current. There is no doubt that the pressure of the upstream is much stronger than that of the downstream, but under the power of the Logan, the ship was still slowly moving downward. About 3 hours later, the Logan landed near the calm belt and reached the East Blue. Captain, are you going to see Rouge and Little Ace? Jason asked aloud what he thought of. Well, they should be here. Rojan did not hide his destination, nodded, and admitted. I haven't seen them in 4 years, Ace should already be a little boy. Danzō sighed. Haha, of course, he is. Rojan laughed. As Ace's uncle, he has never had a chance to be with him since he was born. He has to admit that this was a pity. According to his estimation, he was naturally the most suitable person to raise his nephew. This time he came to the East Blue to take Ace and his mother to live in the kingdom of Bharat. According to his identity, Ace, the little guy, can be regarded as a little prince. 7 days later, the Logan anchored in Logue Town. Everyone disembarked and rested, leaving only Karas and Das to watch the ship. In this sea area, these two were enough to guard the ship. Although Kara's strength hasn't been shown, it is not bad at all according to Danzō's description. This was beyond the expectation of Jason and Crocodile. They did not expect that the clumsy guy who couldn't land a punch 4 years ago had grown up. Rojan walked alone, unconsciously, he had once again come to his former residence. The iron locks on his door were rusty, and weeds grew tall outside the house. It seems that no one has cleaned it for a long time. Opening the lock silently, Rojan walked into the house. At the corner of his eye, he saw a few spiders, crawling secretly and hiding in a dark corner to avoid him. After a few glances, he sighed, picked up the broom and bucket, fetched water, and started to clean the place. After about half an hour's hard work, the house has been well cleaned by him. On the second floor, on the wall, on the table, the photos of him and Roger have still remained. A smile appeared on his face, and Rojan was in a complicated mood. Old man, unconsciously, I am going to follow the path you have created. With a sigh, he started thinking about the future again. The troubles you left me are really giving me a headache. Perhaps the big trouble left by Roger was not for him to solve. But as the opponent's younger brother, how could Rojan stand by? Even if he doesn't want to be involved, others will force it all on his head. This is a destined thing, it can't be avoided, can't be controlled. Sitting there silently, Rojan fell into contemplation and dove into his memories. He may be cherishing the past, or he may be planning the future, no one knows what he was thinking. Since childhood, Rojan was completely different from Roger. Roger was cheerful, bright, and optimistic by nature. He was a child that doesn't grow up, kind and righteous. As for Rojan, apart from his similar appearance, his personality is basically opposite to that of his brother. Introverted, reticent, and resourceful, this is Rojan's character. After sitting there for an unknown amount of time, Rojan was awakened by a voice. Is this your brother? The voice was pleasant and sweet, accompanied by a faint fragrance, causing Rojan to raise his head. It turns out to be you, why are you here? Curious about where you used to live. The little master smiled and glanced over. Very simple place, but very clean. The simple and clean evaluation made Rojan smile. Clean, because I just cleaned it, simple, because I am poor. Poof. Rojan's words made the little master laugh. You were very young at that time, and your brother was still a young adult. Well, I was only 6 years old then. Looking at himself in the photo with an ugly and disgusting expression, and the man next to him rubbing his head, Rojan smiled. At the time, you didn't want to take pictures with him? The little master asked with a smile. Yes, even though we have the same mother, I am much more handsome than him. Rojan nodded. None of you is humble too. The little master laughed again. Sitting down slowly, the little master and Rojan were very close. Rojan's nose moved up twice, and he could even smell the fragrance of the girl near him. You're so fragrant. Then you can smell well too. With her soft voice, Rojan felt that the beautiful woman near him was getting closer to him. For a long time, we haven't been alone together, Rojan. Suddenly, Rojan's body tightened, and he felt that his waist was hugged tightly by the other party. Little Master. After a tremor, Rojan also stretched out his hand to pat her shoulder. Thank you so much, Rojan. 4 years ago, you. With a crying voice, the Little Master's head leaned on his chest. It's all my fault. You were captured and sent to Impel Down. You must have suffered a lot these 4 years. The woman in his arms was sobbing, and Rojan went silent for a while. I don't know, I really don't know how to thank you. Her hand around his waist was tightened, and Rojan could feel her hugging him so hard. Don't be a fool. I'm your captain, all I did was my duty. Is that all? But at the end of this sentence, the beautiful girl in his arms suddenly raised her head, tears in her eyes, and shouted loudly. You know, Rojan, the answer I want is not just that you, as a captain, did all this for me. What I want is you to admit that you did it for me. Rojan's whole body trembled, and he was startled for a while. Chapter 334, Windmill Town. The woman in front of him suddenly burst out, making Rojan feel a little at a loss. I don't know. He quivered his lips, trying to say something, but in the end, he didn't. Inside the quiet wooden house, there was only the cry of the Little Master. Gradually, the more she cried in his arms, the more they became sad. Rojan didn't even understand why she was crying, but even the other party did not know the answer. There was no answer, and no explanation. In this way, 10 minutes passed quietly, and the Little Master suddenly raised her head and wiped away her tears. Thank you, Rojan, for letting me vent my emotions. This weak woman, after saying this, stood up abruptly and left firmly. Her back gradually disappeared before his eyes. Rojan was speechless for a long time, and finally sighed. What should I say? Do you like it? Yes, I do. But it's so difficult to admit it. After a glance, Roger's smile appeared in his eyes. Old man, is it this funny looking at me in this situation? With a press of his right hand, he removed the photo frame on the wooden table. After quietly thinking again for a while, after clearing the thoughts in his head, Rojan got up and packed up the things in this small house, and walked out of the room with a small package on his back. I don't know when I'll come back again to this place. Rojan took away all the photos, toys from when he was a child, and memorable items. After closing the wooden door, Rojan turned his head and was about to leave. Why didn't you accept her? A voice of another woman suddenly sounded, and Rojan smiled bitterly after turning his head to see who she was. Have you been eavesdropping on us? Yes, I heard it all. Nanlin said softly with a smile. Perhaps, it's not the right time. With a sigh, Rojan stepped away. Is not the time to dive into this? Nanlin was stunned. After that, Rojan has gone far. When everyone returned to the ship in the evening, Rojan noticed that the Little Master had returned to normal. When facing him, she still laughed happily and spoke loudly. She is still the arrogant, proud Little Master, but there seems to be something hidden deep in her eyes. Rojan could clearly feel these things, and he was at a loss for a while. But fortunately, she did not put him under pressure. Such things will come naturally at the right time. Rojan asked about Jinx and Ezra from their parents. When he learned that they had gone out to the sea, he was a little surprised. But then he laughed out loud, and imagined it would be very interesting to see them in the future. They went with a red-haired boy? Is it that guy? Rojan was suspicious, and then set off on the Logan. The Logan set sail again. The goal was very clear. It did not stop midway and went straight to Fukushaf village. Rojan did not communicate with Garp. After all, that old man was a marine hero. If he contacts him at this moment, it will be very embarrassing, just like a prisoner who just escaped reaching the senior manager of the prison. I'm curious, Captain. How did you know that Rouge was on this island? Jason showed a puzzled expression and pointed to the island on the chart. In fact, I have the ability to predict the future. Rojan smiled mysteriously. Crocodile narrowed his eyes and nodded seriously. Does his fruit really have this ability? As soon as this sentence came out, everyone present was extremely surprised and looked at Rojan. Shaking his head, Rojan didn't bother to explain. His power is indeed very mysterious. Even now, he has not fully exploited it, mainly because his mental power is still not strong enough. When he can cover an island with his spiritual power, that is, his divine consciousness, at that time, once the ability to predict the future is obtained, it will inevitably shake the world. Unfortunately, mental power is more difficult to cultivate and it is the most time-consuming. 3 months later, Logan had approached Dawn Island. Compared with many islands that Rojan visited, this island is not the most prosperous, or even average. Moreover, it's remote and hard to find. When the Logan docked on the shore of the island, it attracted the attention of many people. It looks like a pirate group. Pirates, these are pirates. Go and tell the village chief. The crowd around the harbor was in a panic state. For ordinary people, there is no difference between pirates and mountain thieves. They are all bad guys. Soon, under the call of the people in the village, a group of soldiers walked toward the shore mightily. The leader was the village chief, who looked solemn, and did not panic. When Rojan and his group disembarked, everyone in the village had already arrived to meet them. Pirates, you don't have any affair here, leave quickly. Leading the villagers with weapons in hand, the village chief said loudly. Seeing the others' nervousness, Rojan smiled helplessly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just passing by. We won't do anything harmful. Hearing these words, the village chief stared at Rojan cautiously. Really? Just passing by? Yes, don't worry, we are not vicious guys. Rojan smiled. After staring at them a few more times, the village chief nodded after judging that the group in front of him looked plain and unremarkable, and at most some of them were ugly-looking fellows who did not have the potential of fierce beasts. I'll allow you to enter the town, but cause no troubles. Otherwise, we'll show you the strength of our people. Don't worry. Rojan promised again, and he had assured these people let them to rest assured. Behind him, all the people who watched the captain's embarrassment were laughing secretly. Looking at the captain like this, I don't know why I want to burst out laughing. Me too. It's so interesting. Ha 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 ha. As the villagers gradually dispersed, Rojan and his crew began to enter the village. Soon, the crew chatted with these simple villagers. They come from the sea, and their knowledge is always much broader than that of the villagers, and the relationship between the two sides was progressing rapidly. In a small bar, Rojan and his group gathered there to drink. Although our town is small, the drinks here are delicious. We brew in the town and such quality is only available here. The owner of the bar boasted, and the lady next to him laughed. Hey, let's have some, we just want to taste the home-brewed wine. Jason shouted grinningly. Rojan didn't care either. The East Blue is his hometown, and the liquor in his hometown was naturally delicious. Good. When great customers came to their door, the owner and his wife couldn't close their mouths happily. There are so many people in the town on weekdays, so the passenger flow is not large. But when the foreign pirates arrived, it was the time when their business was most prosperous. Soon, after everyone tasted the home-brewed wine on the table, they all fell in love with it. This wine, it's really good. Boss, another bottle, it's addictive. The crew yelled. Chapter 335, Arrogance. While Rojan and his group were tasting their wine, on the mountain east of the village, a group of strong, armed gangsters suddenly came down. This group of people had a clear goal. They were heading for the bar where Rojan and his crew were. The villagers they encountered on the way changed their expression and retreated quickly. I heard that foreign pirates have come here, haha. Those guys who roam on the sea are much richer than the villagers. Borrowing some money from them should be enough to satisfy our need for a while. With a voice of obvious disdain, these ferocious guys stride downward at a fast speed. They had machetes and guns in their hands, and their eyes twinkled with a fierce light. They were not good people. It's the mountain bandits. From where did these guys get the news? They came all the way down from the mountain. The villagers figured out their intentions from their chats. Do you want to inform the pirates? They look decent, not the wicked type. They should hide, otherwise, these guys would kill them. A villager was worried. Let's go and inform them. That group of pirates seem like good fellows. They are easy to communicate with. The kindness of Rojan's group made the villagers act sympathetically. When they heard the mountain bandits are coming, someone immediately took a shortcut to the bar. When the bar owner laughingly brought the second wave of wine to the table, the door curtain was pulled by a panting person. Guys, you have to run quickly, the mountain bandits are coming from the east, and they are targeting you. Hearing this, Rojan and the others didn't react at all, but the owner and his wife panicked all of a sudden. Mountain bandits? They're here again. When it comes to the mountain bandits, they seem to be very afraid, and their facial expressions changed dramatically. Hurry up. Guys, you can't afford to provoke those fierce guys. When they arrive, you will get hurt. The man at the door said again. Mountain bandits? Karas wondered. He had never heard of such a profession as mountain bandit. What is that? Rojan and his group were still sitting in the bar, and they were even drinking quietly. This kind of performance made the villager and the bar owners even more worried. Hurry up, those people are indeed terrible. However, no matter how these three people persuaded them, Rojan's crew remained silent. Time passed quickly, and the bandits were getting closer and closer. Hurry up, they are almost here. The person who brought the news was sweating profusely. Thank you, uncle. These people may be really vicious and horrible. Rojan suddenly said. But, as pirates, we have never been afraid of anything, so how can we fear them? After a pause, Rojan narrowed his eyes and his face became serious. As Karas said, mountain bandit? He disdainfully smiled. What is that? In a word, Rojan and his group laughed. They are all pirates of the sea, They faced storms, enemies, and marines. They were never afraid of a thing, so how can they be afraid of mere bandits? Oh? In a moment, you will know what it is. As soon as Rojan's voice fell, a big hand reached through the curtain and grabbed the head of the person who informed on them. Then, with just one swipe, the villager was thrown into the bar, knocked over several tables, bruised many places on his body, and shed blood. It's over, they are here. The boss and his wife covered their mouths in fear. One by one, big guys with sneers appeared from the curtain and entered the bar. Boss, this month's land protection fee will double, otherwise you know the consequences. The man who took the lead had some scars on his face, then he started laughing. The bar owner and his wife were trembling with fear and didn't dare to speak. After the man finished speaking, he didn't look at the two again. In his mind, his orders must be obeyed. Afterward, he cast his gaze on Rojan and the others. I heard that you are foreign pirates, so... Licking his lips, the man smiled. You should be very rich? Rich? Rojan smiled. Yeah. A little bit. Huh? That's good. That's good. The man's eyes brightened as he nodded repeatedly. I don't think that you would mind borrowing me some money and save your lives, don't you? His words seemed gentle, but it was his way of threatening. On the wine table, Danzō held the right hand of the wine glass and suddenly slammed it on the table fiercely. He didn't have the time to say a word, and Kara stood up abruptly and yelled. From where did you get such retarded mentally? Asking us for money. Do you want to die? Do you know who we are? Needless to say, compared to the arrogant and domineering Karas, who was a celestial dragon, was definitely a master of such a group. A sentence or two filled the taunting value of these bandits, making the leader's face look uglier. Don't forget, brave men will always die first. I'll make sure that you will remember this, kiddo. The man said coldly. Hey scumbag, what qualifications do you have to talk to this young master? Don't look at me like this. I hate seeing such an ugly face. Karas yelled, and after finishing his words, he suddenly jumped from his seat. In everyone's astonished eyes, Karas, the little fellow, rushed straight to the leader. With a high speed, before the mountain bandits could react, Kara's punch had already hit the man in the face. Bang! A dull noise came out, and the man snorted. When he raised his head again, his right eye has turned blue. This result shocked the public, and no one thought that Karas would dare to act this way. Danzō covered his forehead speechlessly. Brother, you are a celestial dragon, how about being a noble, etc.? What about your image? Although I don't like using my fists, at this moment, only by beating him like this will he remember how to treat his masters. Karas stood in front of the bandit, speaking loudly and pretentiously. The corner of the bandit's mouth trembled, and his anger was no longer restrained. I will kill you. Kill me? Karas raised his eyebrows and punched again. This punch bandit had been on guard for a long time, but to his surprise, he was unable to dodge it. This punch still hit his face fiercely, and there comes another thumping sound. Then, his other eye turned purple. What the fuck? Kill them all. This time, the bandits completely exploded. In front of them, their boss was beaten up. You have to remember that you can never be arrogant in front of this young master. In this chaotic scene, Kara's voice was loud and arrogant. Crack. But at the same time, many weapons and hateful eyes were all gathered on him. In such an environment, Karas was not afraid at all, turned his head, looked at the rest of the crew, and waved his hand. Brothers, come on, help me. Chapter 336, Forced Path. But embarrassingly, Rojan and the others looked at him funny, and no one moved. The angry bandits won't be polite while facing him. They drew their swords and attacked Karas in no time. Get them out of here. Only then did Rojan's voice come out. Behind him, the 6 dragon elephants and Daz rushed up almost as soon as he uttered this sentence. With the strength of these 7 people, there is almost no suspense in this battle. There is an essential difference between the pirates who live most of their lives in the sea and the bandits who stay in the mountains and steal people's money. When the sword slashed Daz's body and sparks appeared, these bandits finally realized what kind of strength their opponent has. He's a freak, he's a monster. The mountain bandits, who hadn't seen any devil fruit user, panicked, and they wanted to escape. But before they could run, the 6 dragon elephants kicked their asses. Within 10 seconds, the group of fierce mountain bandits were beaten up and piled outside the bar. Karas strode out, looking up and down at the badly injured bandits. Scatter away, next time I'll flip this village upon your heads, my brothers and I will tear you apart. None of the bandits dared to reply, they tremblingly helped each other up, and walked away. For Rojan and the others, this was nothing more than a farce. But at this time, the owner's eyes have changed while looking at them, they were filled with awe. No matter where they go, the strong will always be respected. Being able to easily deal with this group of bandits represents some strength of Rojan's team. But a person with such strength was not arrogant at all and treated others lightly. These pirates are really different from the mountain bandits. Nanlin helped the injured villager, and healed him with magic. The wounds and bruises of the villager were treated quickly. Everyone who watched this scene was surprised. Is our ship doctor a magician? It's amazing. I am a potionist. Nanlin corrected. The crew looked at each other a few times. They don't seem to distinguish the difference between a potionist and a magician. At this time, Trensu asked the bar owner on the side. Boss, do you know Ace? Ace? The boss and his wife looked at each other and hesitated. Our captain is Ace's uncle, and he came here to take them. Trensu said with a smile. Ace. We heard some time ago that Didin is taken care of him on the mountain. Didin is also a bandit, but she was subdued by Vice Admiral Garp, so she stopped being aggressive, unlike those guys. In the end, the boss did not conceal anything. Do you know where we can find them? Rojan asked. Ace has left the island. Just a while ago, he was picked up by Garp. He said that he wanted to train him in their bases and make him an excellent marine when he grew up. The wife replied. What about Rouge? Ace's mother? Rojan asked in a deep voice. He did not expect that Ace would be taken away by Garp in this period. The mother? She lives with Didin. The boss replied. The answer was very clear. Ace was taken, and Rouge is on the mountain. Rojan did not hesitate. After that, he went to the forest alone. What the owner told him was very accurate, even how far the distance was and the road he should take. With his guidance, Rojan avoided aimless searching. About half an hour later, he saw the hut. When he walked to the door and was about to knock, the wooden door suddenly opened with a creak. The person who opened the door saw Rojan, and both of them were slightly startled. What caught Rojan's eyes was a fat and ugly face, with blonde hair tied into a pair of ponytails, which was disharmonious. Shaking the corner of his mouth, Rojan talked first. Are you Didin? Who are you? She said unceremoniously. Is Rouge here? Rojan pushed away Didin's fat body and was about to walk inside. Beyond her expectation, the little skinny man in front of her pushed her effortlessly. She was stunned, because she didn't even have the strength to resist. Suddenly, Didin knew that this young boy was not a normal person. She is inside, but you can't go in. Remembering the orders of the old man, Didin gritted her teeth and stopped in front of Rojan again. Step aside. Rojan said lightly. No. Didin insisted. Rojan didn't say another word, and with just another casual push, Didin's fat body was thrown away. After falling down on her ass, Didin looked at Rojan in awe. This stingy boy is absolutely powerful, and his expression was terrifying. Didin didn't intend to stand in his way again and chose to escape. Rojan entered the wooden house and quickly found Rouge, mending clothes. Sister-in-law. With a soft call, Rojan said with a smile. Rojan. Rouge stood up in surprise. Are you all right? No. I heard Garp say that you were taken to prison by the Marines. I didn't expect you to come looking for me again. Rouge said happily, and walked over to observe Rojan carefully. When she found that there was nothing wrong with him, she was relieved. I escaped. The Marines can't handle me. Rojan said with a smile. That's good. Rojan nodded. I am here to take you away, but I heard that Ace has been taken away by Garp. Yes, I asked Garp to take Ace to the Marine headquarters. I hope he can become a great Marine in the future. Rouge said. Rojan was taken aback for a moment, and then came to understand. Roger was a pirate throughout his life. As a pirate, he was undoubtedly successful and reached the peak of his era. But as a father and a husband, it can be said that he was a real scumbag. In this way, Rouge naturally would not allow her son to follow such a path. A Marine? Not bad. Rojan smiled. Really? Rojan, do you also support my decision? Rouge said happily. Well, I'm afraid it's not only your decision, but also Garp's proposal. Rojan asked again, but she only smiled embarrassedly. After seeing her expression, Rojan understood what happened. But he didn't say anything. The inertia of history is huge. In the near future, Ace will still embark on the path of a pirate. Since Ace is not here, then you can come with me. Huh? Where to? Rouge questioned. Garp is a Marine after all. I'm sure that he won't hurt you, but the other Marines know about your existence. So I'm going to take you to a safer place. What about Ace? One day, I will pick him up. Don't worry, everything will be alright. Chapter 337, Shabby Clothes. As for Rojan, Rouge naturally trusted him very much. After she packed up her things, she left with him. Didin stood up near the door at this time, but she did not dare to enter her house. The young man's eyes made her terrified. Watching Rojan leave with Rouge, Didin was worried that she would be scolded and beaten by Garp, so she chose to flee. Of course, whether she can escape from Garp's hands was uncertain. After meeting everyone, this objective to Windmill Town was done. Rojan didn't plan to stay there much, and soon after, they left. "Captain, is it time to head to the Grand Line?" Jason asked with a smile. Rojan, who thought that everything had been done, would go directly to the Grand Line. But he just shook his head, and refused with a serious expression. "Not now. I want to leave some seeds for the world." Seeds? Not only Jason, but everyone present didn't understand his meaning. Seeds for great pirates. The crew didn't understand what Rojan was thinking about, but in the next period, they understood. The Wraith pirates were once again reunited together, but they were all at a new level. The arrival of Rojan's group made the East Blue enter a chaotic state. No, not only the East, it can be said that the four seas have been boiling up and a storm called the Wraith swept the world. 3 days later, the Logan rode the wind and headed toward an island. With the sea breeze blowing, standing at the bow of the ship, Rojan's black hair was fluttering and his eyes were full of spirit. "The Marines in the name of justice are doing the most unjust deeds, so let's execute them on behalf of justice." Jason, Trensu, Crocodile, and the others stood on the deck, looking at the distant island with weird expressions on their faces. "Captain, are we going to reinforce justice? Didn't you say that we are going to plant seeds?" A few people were holding their laughter, and kept asking about what's coming next. "Well, we'll do whatever the captain says." "But, what's this island?" Jason interrupted the discussion of several people. "It's really smoky, it's unbearable. Abe Island is a medium-sized island, inhabited by about 100,000 people, and it is also a military fortress base laid out by the Marines in the East Blue. The Marines, in the name of justice, have been stationed on this island for decades. All this time, the previous base managers have been famous for their strict style of work and tough means. However, in recent years, there has been a problem with this base. Ainuki, the highest officer of the Abla military base with the rank of commander, has been corrupted unconsciously and involved the Black region. And his power made the entire island panic. Violent, cruel, and tough methods have made Ainuki the king of the entire island. However, the HQ turned a blind eye to all of this, which made the people there suffer from his tyranny. When the Logan approached the island of Abla, the crew on board immediately noticed the weird atmosphere. It's so quiet. What happened here? After everyone disembarked, they found that there was no one in the port. The place was dead silent. The architectural style of the entire island, said to be a city, was more like a huge military base. High walls, just like a fortress. There is something wrong with this island. Rojan's eyes flickered. When his ship entered the East Blue, he somewhere heard the legend of this island. The righteous Marines have changed, becoming the representative of the devil, exploiting civilians, and making such an island look so miserable. Are we really going to start a battle with the Marines? Little Robin was worried. Hey, Robin, we are pirates, isn't this what we normally do? Kara's said with a smile. Robin pursed her lips and said nothing. The disaster she witnessed left an indelible impression on her young heart. In her mind, the Marines are the minions of the devil. Rojan did not speak, and led everyone into this gloomy and weird city. After stepping through the tall city gate and entering the street, the weirdness in the eyes of everyone got deeper. Nothing is indicating that this is a city, it is simply a ghost town. The broad and flat streets are sparsely populated, and the civilians who occasionally walk by were bowing their heads. They all seem to be in a hurry, without even looking at their surroundings. This place is creepy. The little master looked around and found that there were no vendors. A lifeless island. This is the first time that Rojan's crew has seen such a town. Across the distance, they saw the residents in the city, all with dull expressions, without the slightest anger, as if their souls were taken from their bodies. What's going on? Karas was surprised and strode out to catch a civilian passing by. Hey, what's going on here? Why are there so few people? Are you outsiders? The civilian was suddenly touched, and his whole body was stunned. This scene even aroused everyone's curiosity. Ordinary people, when touched by others, their reaction will never be so implosive. Yes, we are visitors. Karas said puzzledly. Isn't it normal for outsiders to come? Why is this person so frightened and shocked? Get out, or it will be too late when the Marines come. The civilian had an ugly face and talked too fast. Marines? Everyone's faces changed slightly, and their minds were even more puzzled. What is the problem? Why would it be too late if the Marines arrive? Karas wanted to ask again, but the man had broken free, staggered and ran immediately, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. It seems that the situation on this island is far beyond our imagination. The crew members all lifted their bodies. According to rumors, the island was controlled by the Black Marines, and the people on the entire island were living in the shadow. But now it seems that it is more than that. What on earth has this commander, Ainuki, done to this island? What would make a civilian so frightened? They continued to penetrate the island, and as they got closer to the center of the city, more and more civilians appeared on the streets. But most of them were like homeless people with shabby clothes and pale faces. The people are here in dire straits. Jason clenched his fists. He had never seen such a miserable island. What kind of ruler would turn an island into this appearance? And their arrival was also seen by the people on the street, but they just glanced at them numbly, and then continued to lie down, as if they were waiting for their death. Big brothers, sisters, you should leave quickly. All of a sudden, they were stopped by a shabby child. The Marines will catch you. Rojan narrowed his eyes, and the crew's expressions also changed slightly. Chapter 338, Forced to be a Marine. What was it that made a 7-year-old child say such things? He didn't even know Rojan and the others. Could it be that the Marines will indiscriminately arrest people? Marines, why would they arrest us? Rojan asked softly, took out a candy, and handed it to the child. After the child got the candy, he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He was so hungry and excited that his eyes lit up. But he carefully looked left and right, only to quickly hide after finding that no one was paying attention to this side. Don't you know? All the Marines are demons. They will catch everyone they see. As long as they are young, strong, and healthy, they will be caught. Why? The crew members were shocked that the Marines could really capture people randomly. Fleet Admiral Nuki said, all people on this island must become soldiers, otherwise they won't be fed. The child's sentence surprised everyone even more. Fleet Admiral? Everyone must turn to a Marine soldier? What's going on here? Is there any place in the world where you can force others to join your side? Moreover, when did the commander named Nuki become the Fleet Admiral? If I remember correctly, the current Fleet Admiral is called Sengoku. Nanlin said blankly. That's right, Nanlin, Sengoku is still in the lead. He once saluted me. Kara said happily. Everyone ignored what he said and assumed that this didn't happen. Haha, this Nuki fellow is very bold. He locked the island and become its king. Rojan smiled, thinking that this is very interesting. Such a bold guy appeared within the Marines, but there was no response from their side. No wonder that in this era, so many people were willing to become pirates. Think about it, anyone who has a little hope for the government won't do such a thing. I'm serious, you have to leave quickly. When the patrolling soldiers arrive, you will definitely be arrested when they see you. The child urged them again. Everyone looked at the child's worried expression, and then glanced at the hopeless and gloomy faces of the civilians on the street, and their hearts felt so heavy. There were very few humans in this big city, and the only ones around were the despaired who have lost hope and are waiting to die. The only person holding some hope was this young child. What a frantic military base this is. Let's destroy the whole place. Jason said angrily. From hearing about this island from the outside world, then to coming in person and seeing the situation was a very different experience. The despair of civilians, the worry and fear of children made Rojan's crew feel oppressed and agitated. Suddenly, a dense footsteps sound filled the area. The child's face suddenly became horrified, and he yelled. No, they're coming. Rojan and the others didn't even react, and the child ran away wildly. After 4 breaths, a team of Marines quickly came around and surrounded the crowd. Outsiders? How could such a group dare to come here? The leading lieutenant said while laughing. Why? Can't we board this island? Rojan asked back. Ha ha, this is the kingdom of the Marines, even ordinary people don't have the courage to come here. The lieutenant laughed. Oh, I forgot to ask you, are you interested in being Marines? Rojan's crew was surprised. It seemed that these soldiers were not as terrible as the people on this island said. At the very least, they have asked them respectfully. No thanks, we are good. Rojan was about to refuse, but he was interrupted by the lieutenant. At this moment, the lieutenant's expression became very dramatic, looking so hideous. Forgot it, you don't have the right to choose at all. From this moment on, I declare you all soldiers under the leader Nuki. It was so funny that they all got stunned. They are pirates, no, they are world criminals, and someone now is forcing them to become Marines. Well, we are pirates. Danzō interjected with a few simple words. Pirates? The captain's expression changed instantly and he waved his hand. Eliminate them. The soldiers behind him reacted quickly, and the guns were pointed at Rojan's group immediately. If you ask me what I hate the most, it's when people aim their guns at me. Following the Marines' hands, Jason was the first to make a move. He strode out, and rushed into the crowd. So courageous, you dare to act against us here. The captain was angry and signaled to his crew to attack. Next, something happened that shook the whole street. The explosive movement caused the homeless people lying on the street to open wide their confused eyes. Then, their pupils suddenly contracted, and shock quickly filled their eyes. Ah! Screams came out, one after another. But it was from the Marine side. On this island, someone finally dared to stand up to the Marines. Well, they are crazy. The desperate and confused people murmured unconsciously after seeing a scene they believed would never happen in their entire lives. Just when they stood up and stared at the group of people in the field. I don't care about the mess on this island. But at any moment, when the Wraith pirates arrive, no matter who's facing us, no one would force us to do anything we're not willing to do. Rojan's face was cold and his voice was so sharp, but his words were clearly spread throughout the street. Marines are demons in the eyes of their residents? Huh, what a joke. Even if they were, I will kill them all. In this world, no one can force others to do what he doesn't want to do. If the power in your hands doesn't safeguard your freedom, then today, let us the Wraith pirates give you a hand. His few words suddenly filled the empty hearts of the people around, awaking their confused minds, feeling sober for the first time in their lives. Who was that? Someone murmured, and a figure appeared in his blurred eyes. Are they going to war against the Marines? People suddenly reacted, they trembled, and then struggled to stand up. On the ground, screams, groans, and gallons of Marines' blood quietly announced this unbelievable message. Damned Marines, come out and face us. Suddenly, a roar of fury rang through the city. Inuki, get out now, you are going to die today. There is no need for corrupt justice to exist. The scum who deprives others of their freedom must die. We are pirates, we are born enemies of the government. All these shouts brought chaos to the peaceful street. The huge movement also made the Marines of this island react quickly. In this island, in the dark underground prison, a calm voice suddenly came out, and a pair of eyes were awakened immediately. Someone is challenging the Marines. What? Someone is really challenging Inuki. Are we going to be saved? There was even a crying voice. I don't want to be a Marine, save me. They have to overtake him, but I don't know who has the courage to challenge that devil. Still, they must win. Behind the quietness of this island, there is too much despair, fear and tragedy hidden. When the dawn of hope reached the island, the persecuted people burst with infinite rage in their hearts. Chapter 339, Clatters. This magnificent voice didn't seem to be that loud, but it spread strangely throughout the island. All the Marines, civilians, or people whose freedom was restricted, had heard such words in their hearts. All of a sudden, hope burst out, and flames lit up in people's eyes. Deep in the base, at the platform of a military building. Red carpets, golden tables and chairs, blood like wine swaying in goblets. A grim man named Inuki was listening to the report from his subordinates below. His eyes were indifferent, like a god looking down on his creatures. Fleet Admiral, our harvest this time is 120% of the previous months. Compared with the past, our benefits are growing. This is a good trend. Wearing a marine uniform and a Vice Admiral epaulette, he held the glasses on his nose and said with a smile. Well, what about those damn civilians, don't they want to join our noble ranks? Inuki asked coldly. Fleet Admiral, please rest assured, those who don't want to join us are all locked up in dark underground prisons, and we have cut off their drinking water and food. These despicable fellows won't last long. The lieutenant sneered. Even if they can hold on, they will gradually die. Inuki nodded. Those who don't want to join my army should be damned. You did a great job. I'm happy to serve you, Master. The lieutenant bent over and said happily. It took me a long time to hold firm this island in my hand. So far, our army has reached 50,000. Next, I should expand outward so that the whole world will yield to my strength, and I'm going to step on it. Inuki took a sip of red wine and said with a savage smile. Only when I have more troops and labor force, can I have more money and strength. Fleet Admiral, you are already very powerful. The lieutenant flattered his leader. You're very talkative, but also a fool. Inuki nodded. If I'm not strong, how can I be the Fleet Admiral of this island? A righteous navy must take me as an example in order to make progress. How is the matter of hanging my sculpture on the training ground for recruits on the island going? Marshal, my subordinates have already taken care of this for you. There are 135 training grounds, and your sculptures stand in each one of them. The lieutenant smiled and replied. Moreover, each sculpture is 53 meters high, and you will be looking down at them anywhere on this island. Very good. Inuki nodded with satisfaction. He liked his subordinates who were able to handle affairs, and seldom made him worry about things. Next, I will rule the world. First, unify the entire East Blue, eliminate all the pirates and scums, then the Grand Line, finally, the world government will tremble under my feet. Marshal's mighty power will surely make the entire world bow their head. The lieutenant quickly lowered his head and knelt under Inuki. However, just as Inuki was about to nod his head, a voice suddenly came over, followed by various noises. These sounds were made by Rojan and his group. What's happening? Hearing such an anomaly, Anuki's originally smiling face immediately faded away. Don't worry, Marshal, I will solve everything for you. The lieutenant immediately stood up and said loudly with sweat on his face. Leave then, now. Anuki yelled. The lieutenant ran away, and then quickly blew the whistle to summon the soldiers. In a moment, the soldiers in the entire island were awakened, and they quickly surged towards their location. If somebody chooses not to surrender to Marshal Anuki, become a loyal soldier, and do all kinds of disgusting and cruel things for him, then only death will be waiting for him. Da-da-da. As soon as the noises of Rojan and his team fell, intensive footsteps on all sides of the street filled the place, accompanied by loud shouts. Sounds like, many people are coming. Jason was surprised. It's more than a lot, it's just too much. Drensu's face became more cautious. No matter how many of them come, they all share the same fate. Crocodile sneered and let out a puff of smoke. Didn't you hear that? According to the child and the refugee, most of the soldiers on this island were probably forced to join. The young master rolled her eyes and said, for the first time in years, I haven't seen such a weird thing, such as forcing civilians to join the Marines. Desbonez had a weird face. It's been so long since we meet such people, but isn't these scum suitable for us to slaughter? Rojan smiled. At this time, at the entrance of the streets and alleys, large swaths of the soldiers have rushed in, crowded with people, just like ants moving on the ground, dense packed. We are in a hurry. After we've dealt with this, let's go to the next place. Taking a stride, Rojan went straight to the depths of the island. Stop there, who are you? If you don't stop for disposal, we will shoot. The reinforcement soldiers shouted loudly, and countless guns were pointed at Rojan and others instantly. Disposal. Even if Sengoku was standing in front of me, he won't dare to say this sentence calmly. With a smile on his face, Rojan walked forward slowly, but his aura changed rapidly. A powerful, domineering, sharp, and terrifying shockwave rushed out at this moment, as if an alpha male lion, a tiger, or a leopard was let out of the cage, making a deafening roar. Puff! What made the Marines' hearts tremble suddenly happened. Standing in the back lines, they suddenly noticed that the soldiers in front were falling down in rows, like dominoes. What's going on? What happened to them? A soldier asked in horror. But no one answered him. As Rojan moved forward step by step, more and more Marines began to fall like wheatgrass. Rojan's haki has reached an admiral level and now he's at a state of being able to control it freely. His dragon roar-like shock was overwhelming for this group of civilians who were not even formal Marines. Clatters. Rojan's footsteps were banging loud, and after 3 steps, there were a lot of falling people on the street. All the soldiers who were coming to support got terrified, and this strange scene was beyond their imagination. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? A horrified Marine looked up to the sky and yelled. As soon as his voice fell, a crack appeared on the wall on his left side as if it had been smashed. Then, the soldier's eyes turned pale and fell softly to the ground. Under Rojan's strong spirit, no one was able to bear his aura. His powerful and terrifying haki swept an entire army, fainting tens of thousands of people standing in front of him effortlessly. Chapter 340, Bluffer. It is said that whoever possesses Conqueror's haki has the qualities of a king, and are known as supreme rulers. A person with awe, coercion, and a weaker spirit could not bear even his glance. Facing such a huge army would be very troublesome, even if he was very powerful and a skilled fighter. However, in front of this type of haki, these weaklings won't be able to hold on to a breath. With a glance at the surrounding place, everyone could see how terrifying this power is. Quantitative advantages are completely useless in front of a strong man with such strong haki. Goddamn, the captain's haki is getting more and more powerful. Drensu left and stepped forward first. Jason and Crocodile also followed closely, and the young master was absent-minded for a moment before moving forward. Nanlin had seen such a scene before, but she still felt shocked when she saw it the second time. However, witnessing the astonishing shockwave launched by Rojan caused the new members to open their mouths widely, and startled, they didn't know what to say. Ha! What just happened? Desbones looked at the piles of fainted soldiers everywhere, and said. It is undeniable that his heart was beating fast after witnessing the true power of his new leader. At first, he was shocked by a large number of enemies coming their way. But in a blink of an eye, all the soldiers fell to the ground. He stared at the figure of the young man, his heart fluctuated, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Vaguely, he seemed to understand what the other party said before. We aren't on the same level? Suddenly, Desbones clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. One day, I will reach their strength, and I will also become a powerful man. Everyone walked around one by one, followed Rojan, and walked towards the depths of the island. What they left behind were all shocked faces on the street, civilians rubbing their eyes to make sure that they weren't dreaming. Am I dreaming? Inuki's large army was subdued by them. The Marines are defeated? Pirates, they seem to be pirates. They were right. They really have the power to defeat the Marines. Maybe, this time, Inuki will be defeated. We may be saved. If the civilians just woke up, then at this moment, there was a trace of vitality entering their bodies. They saw the real hope, and their own future. Puff. As Rojan and his team advanced, another group of Marines fell to the ground unconscious, with rolled white eyes. They have a clear road ahead, without any resistance. Gradually, everyone has reached the depths of the military base on this island. Is that it? One of the fortresses in the East Blue? Looking at the 30-meter-high wall in front, the crew members were curious about the huge fortress. The gate is closed, how will we enter? This is a bit troublesome, the guards at the gate seem to have been fainted by the captain. As everyone chatted, Jason leaped out. I'll smash it open, step away and leave it for me. 5 seconds later, Jason stood in front of the huge gate and punched out. Boom. See, it's very simple. Kare's mouth trembled repeatedly, seeing the 5-meter-thick gate that burst open. He seemed to remember when he got beaten by those hands, 4 years ago. It can be said that among these people, the one he is most afraid of was the bulky guy. Dazbone's eyes were shaking wildly. The bulky man in front of him smashed the gate with one blow, and the entire city wall was shaking, and it seemed that it might fall down at any time. Is the strength of these big pirates so abnormal? After a long time, he said this sentence from the corner of his mouth. Mr. One, who was originally an arrogant follower of Crocodile, was frightened. He originally thought that the large Sea Kings were the most terrifying creatures, but in the face of such strength, is the Sea King still count? These Carters are the real monsters. On the platform deep in the base, Inuki poured himself a glass of red wine again. The noise outside became quiet. Yes, it seems that the turmoil outside has been settled. Hey! Under the suppression of your highness, what could these enemies do? Anyone who dares to offend me must die. Inuki sneered. I must lock these courageous guys in the deepest darkest prison. They will suffer the most severe torture every day, until we break their spirits. However, when he had just made this decision, the lieutenant who had left to deal with the outsiders ran over it with horror. Marshal, no, this is bad. Inuki's face turned cold. He was a calm person, and the most annoying thing for him was the panic of his subordinates. Lieutenant, do you have a death wish? Appearing in such a panic in front of me is angering my majesty. His stern scolding was said to make the lieutenant control his reaction, but the latter did not constrain at all. After several strides, he ran over to Inuki's throne, then the lieutenant shouted in horror. Pirates are coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Inuki was about to ask a question, but in an instant, his face changed slightly. The lieutenant who was facing him suddenly turned white and fell to the ground. Even the glass of red wine beside him was broken with a pop. Behind him, the soldiers in charge of escorting His Majesty were full of horror. It seemed that they had seen the face of a Shinigami, and their minds were about to collapse. I originally thought that the Vice Admiral who dared to call himself the Fleet Admiral would have great strength. But this doesn't seem to be the case. Multiple figures came up the stairs and appeared in front of Inuki, making him look ugly. Who are you? Do you want to die? How dare you offending my majesty? He yelled, and a strong aura from his body exuded. This aura was different from Rojan's haki, but it caused Jason and others behind Rojan to change colors. This guy seems to be strong. His body is sparsely muscled and he does not seem to have any strength, but why? I just feel that he is very strong. I am not his opponent. He actually has the same strength as an admiral? Everyone was shocked, their expressions became serious. Dark magic? Only Nanlin had a trace of doubt on her face. Get out of my territory, or I will kill all of you immediately. Inuki didn't have the slightest fear on his face, instead, he became even colder. He scolded loudly, and he would really attack Rojan and his gang. This is ridiculous, stop pretending, except for this useless aura, your body doesn't have the slightest strength. Rojan sneered, and the 7-star sword behind his back suddenly came out of its sheath. Instead of your people, instead of the true justice, I, a pirate, will take your head today. Huh, bold. Inuki was still drinking. But the next second, a black light flashed, and his pupils suddenly contracted. That fearless and powerful expression suddenly turned into horror and panic. Shua. As the black light crossed his body, blood fountain, and a head soared into the sky. Chapter 341, crying with joy Inuki's eyes, until his head fell heavily to the ground, were filled with deep horror and fear hidden inside. It seems that the guilty conscience after being beheaded, seeing the face of death, has a touch of inconceivability. He didn't know why he was so easily exposed, and he didn't even know how decisive the opponent was, so he didn't hesitate at all. With just a swing, the Vice Admiral, who claims to be a Marshal Fleet Admiral, has been slain. At the moment before his death, he longed to make the Marines bigger and stronger, developing to other islands, reaching the Grand Line, and finally making the Marines conquer the whole world, establishing a mighty kingdom, and becoming its king. However, he disappointedly died now. All of his dreams, ambitions have vanished. Perhaps Seinuke was an obsessive lunatic soldier in his lifetime, but the people of the island will never forget the sins he committed. There is no doubt that this fellow discredited his group, and will be nailed to the pillar of shame for eternity. The Marshal is dead? It was not until this moment that the soldier who had run to his master opened his mouth and said something. There was tremor and inconceivability in his voice, as if he was in a dream. He's dead. As soon as he came back to his senses, the soldier jumped with excitement. He realized that this was not a dream, but all of this is real. As a result, the other Marines threw away their guns, hugged each other and wept excitedly. This is great. We finally don't have to be a Marines, I'm so happy. They cried loudly, venting their depression and grievances. No one wants to be forced to do what they don't want to. My parents are still in jail. Now that Seinuke is dead, we can save them. A Marine suddenly realized and asked loudly. Yes, my brother is also in prison. He refused to become a Marine, so he was sent to prison frantically by this tyrant. Mine too. The Marines became excited. They thought, now that Seinuke is dead, their relatives are saved? But suddenly, when they saw Rojin and his group standing in front, they couldn't help but feel scared again, and their expressions became fearful. You guys. The person leading this group killed Seinuke. Does that mean that he has more terrifying power than Seinuke? With such power, if he chooses to control their life and death again, they will be doomed. Go ahead, release your loved ones. All people on this island has free will from this moment on. When they got worried, Rojin said this with a smile. In an instant, the soldiers cried with joy and jumped happily. Thank you so much, thank you. They were so excited that some of them even knelt down and bowed their hands with tears on their faces. Get up quickly and rescue your loved ones. By the way, tell everyone on the island that you have regained your freedom. Rojin said. The Marines didn't even know what to say at this moment, and they were incoherent, thanking Rojin and the others repeatedly. Then they ran wildly. Brothers, relatives, this island is free. Seinuke is killed and we got liberated. From now on, we will no longer be forced to join the Marines. Woo woo woo, someone killed Seinuke, finally, we are free. They ran across the street, shouting everywhere, spreading the news to the whole island. The Marines, who had passed out by the shock wave, heard the fuss and woke up. What happened? Am I hearing someone yelling, Seinuke is dead? The Marshal is dead? Yeah, before I lost consciousness, there was a group of people who wanted to attack Seinuke. Could it be that they succeeded? In an instant, the soldiers awakened from the coma were confused, and they suddenly got up and saw their colleagues running on the street with excitement, spreading the news everywhere. No one can stop us, Seinuke. No more. The Marines looked around blankly, and finally reacted. Seinuke is really dead. Someone got excited, and burst into tears directly, tearing his robe. Hell yeah, I finally don't have to wear this suit. I have been pretending enough in my life. Immediately afterward, these sober ones also joined the propaganda army and announced the news to the entire island. The people detained in underground prisons were rescued. Countless families have reunited again, they cried and hugged each other, with excited expressions on their faces. The whole city was boiling, and the island that has been calm for a long time resumes its liveliness at this moment. When the excitement passed, they remembered the person who challenged Seinuke and won. He was their benefactor. Who knows where is that group? He is the savior of our people, and we must thank them. An old man asked loudly. They are in Seinuke's fortress, we came from there. Everyone follow me, we must thank our benefactor. The civilians nodded earnestly. Their fate was freed and they can go back to their original lives. This group of people who suddenly appeared must be thanked. As a result, the whole island was organized by awakened people and headed for the naval base. They want to thank Rojin and the others for saving their lives. On the platform deep in the base, everyone found a place to sit on. Seinuke was a man with a good taste in wine, he especially likes red wine, so they found a lot of good stuff. After searching around, Jason found that some good wines were really valuable. They were all rare editions. These bottles must be carried to the ship. The people here are inactive, so I didn't expect them to mind taking this. Karas envied that although he was a celestial dragon, his collection was not as luxurious as his. What a scumbag. He scolded fiercely, but Karas didn't realize that he was also a bad guy 4 years ago. Just as they were searching for goods in the base, Outside the palace, it became very noisy. Someone is coming? The crew's expressions became tense. After all, they weren't skilled robbers. When they heard people coming, they felt a little guilty. Robin ran out to have a look, and her face immediately changed slightly. It's the residents, they're here. What? The crew members were shocked. How fast? They trotted over and took a look. However, what happened in the next moment shocked their hearts and made their faces more complicated. Chapter 342, Your Wish is My Command. At a glance, on the wide square street in front of the base, dense crowds emerged, occupying a huge space. Roughly, there were more than 30,000 people. With such a large number of people, they gave a feeling of scalp tingling. Humans, from ancient times to the present, can be said to be a kind of magical creatures. When born, they are as fragile as some cubs, but as they grow up, they will gradually become powerful. They can tear up tigers and leopards, split rocks on the sea surface, and the strong ones can even destroy islands and possess the power to destroy the world. They are fragile, but equally powerful. Although Rojan and his group can be said to have powerful bodies and skills that ordinary people do not possess, in the final analysis, they are still humans, possessing all the characteristics of human beings. In the face of a vast human torrent, no matter how powerful a person is, and it is inconspicuous that a single wave can submerge them. People are complicated. Not only do they have an affinity, or hatred, or bonds, cherish each other, and all kinds of emotions. However, at this moment, Rojan and his gang saw the other side of human beings, which is called gratitude. The torrent of more than 30,000 people has extended on the wide street. From a distance, it was impossible to see its end. But this long torrent at this moment made a single and quite short move. Countless people were crying loudly, with gratitude on their faces, facing the sky, talking loudly to those standing on the base platform. Rojan and the rest, no matter who they were trembling in their hearts at this moment. They felt that the 123 million pores in their bodies shrank suddenly, and a wave of goosebumps filled their bodies. They were stunned and dumbfounded. The endless people ahead went down. What does that mean? They can see clearly. More than 30,000 people, filled with gratitude, knelt down on their knees, paying them the highest respect they could do. It is unbelievable, and it is impossible to express the feelings of Rojan's team at this moment in words only. But the only sure thing is that at this moment, everyone seems to feel the spiritual communication of these people. The atmosphere became heavy inexplicably. Perhaps, in an ordinary life, doing a good thing be rewarded by other people's thanks, then joy and satisfaction will fill the place. The goodwill between people is always worth remembering. Evil deeds do not remain in the world, only truth, righteousness, and beauty can make people transparent. But when this gratitude, infinitely magnified, increased to 30,000 times, or even 50,000 times. At this moment, Rojan and the others saw that the flood of the crowd was still increasing. The rescued people on the island were still coming here in an endless stream. They saw people leaning on crutches with broken legs, and some with broken arms. At this moment, all people on this island came to this area. They all wanted to convey their gratitude to their benefactor. At this moment, the atmosphere became quiet, solemn, and heavy. The needle drop in the audience can be heard, only breathing lightly. The silent streets and alleys were filled with thousands of people. They knelt on their knees, their heads pressed tightly against the ground. These people are not expressing their surrender, but just gratitude. Faced with such a scene, everyone in the Wraith Pirates group was stunned, and they seemed a little flustered. They are the type of people who killed everyone thinking about hurting one of them, sailed through the Grand Line, and have experienced all danger, but when they faced this moment, they just panicked. What shall we do or say now? Jason was a little nervous. Crocodile's hideous face was constantly twitching, his fists were clenched, and his mood was equally uneasy. Everyone looked at Rojan, waiting for the captain's response. Taking a deep breath, Rojan's eyes became serious. There is no doubt that in the face of such a situation, no one can calm down. Even if it was him, his heart was beating fast. He is not a single-celled creature like Luffy, and he knows exactly what this situation means. The people on an island knelt and thanked his crew, which means that their deeds affected these poor souls too much. Even if what he did was a trivial matter, Rojan had a purpose in his heart, but when he really faced this, his heart felt so heavy. On behalf of everyone on Island, we would like to express our highest gratitude to our benefactors. In the quiet crowd, at the forefront, an old man with white hair, about 60 years old, knelt on his knees, raised his head, and said loudly. Because of his old age and poor health, he still knelt on the hard bluestone ground. He was already in pain, but he insisted on it. No matter what you ask us for, as long as Island can provide it, please don't hesitate on asking. We must thank you for your endless courage. We will do anything to return your kind favor. This heavy voice shocked the eyes of the Wraith pirates. But what surprised them, even more, was that none of the people objected to this old man's words. This means that all of them acquiesced. Captain. They looked at the figure in the front. No matter what you ask, we will do it. This means that even if Rojan wants to be the king here, these people will agree without hesitation. No one can understand the feelings of the people on the island of Abla. Their souls were being crushed by the dictatorship and brutal oppressive rule of Ainuki. Feeling loneliness, helplessness, and despair. And it was a great benevolence to save this island. Get up, all of you. On the platform base, Rojan's calm voice came out faintly, resounding in everyone's hearts. Just a moment ago, he heard in a trance the thoughts in the hearts of the people in front of him, the sound of stones, and the sound of trees. However, these thousands of voices and huge data streams suddenly appeared, and they sunk deep in his mind, which made him feel a touch of warmth. How could I listen to everything around? No, maybe I'm. Rojan shook his head. He realized that he had unlocked another mysterious ability, which was difficult to express with words. My lord, please make your request, otherwise, we won't get up. The old man stubbornly replied. After accepting the help of others, people with good intentions will not just leave as if nothing has happened. They must be grateful. However, in the next second, Rojan's voice shocked the hearts of tens of thousands of people in the audience. It was a voice of warm and gentle light, which redeemed them, but let everything go by the wind. Get up, this is what I want. The audience was confused, and then fell silent. Chapter 343, Thunderblade. The old man kneeling in front opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't know what to say. Rojan's words left him speechless. Freedom is a natural right of all human beings, which no one can deprive it of us. A clear voice spread throughout the audience, everyone on the ground clenched their fists subconsciously. Do you yearn for freedom? Then a question came out again. When people looked around and asked themselves, the answer was certainly yes. No one wants to be imprisoned, no one does not yearn for freedom. Then stand up, I have received your thanks, I am very satisfied. Rojan smiled. He didn't ask for anything, and he didn't need anything from them. The hearts of these people have suffered a lot, and they need a long time to heal their deep wounds. As he said, he has received gratitude from Ableland. He was very satisfied. The old man moved his lips, finally sighed, and stood up slowly. The people of Ableland couldn't repay their benefactor now, but whenever you desire, as soon as the benefactor comes here, we will not refuse any request, no matter what it was. The old man's voice was very firm. Rojan shook his head. A figure stood up, then all the others followed, their gazes looking at the group of people on the platform were filled with gratitude and admiration. This was a kind of respect from the heart. How should we repay the kindness of our Savior? In the crowd, many people have been thinking in silence. In the end, after they negotiated, the crowd began to disperse, and the old man led several prestigious people to Rojan. Benefactor, please tell us your name. The old man begged. Rojan felt very awkward to let an old man who could be his grandfather bend down, so he hurriedly helped the latter. My name is Rojan, just call me by that. We are in charge of receiving you. The rest have already prepared a banquet. In addition, the group of scums under Ainuki's command and some other people on the island have been arrested. The old man spontaneously told Rojan about the situation and asked his opinions. You can handle it yourself. Rojan said with a smile. At this time, other people also began to come forward, asking Jason and others for their names, keeping them in mind. The two sides began to chat to get to know each other better. As they went deeper, Rojan and his team were shocked to discover that Ainuki had done a lot of things. He colluded with illegal businessmen outside, cheaply bought and sold drugs, arms, etc., and even had a laboratory deep in the base. And in this laboratory, what was done there was a human experiment, which was very cruel, cold-blooded, and shocking. It's said that the human experiment is also a kind of a deal. Ainuki has an underground warehouse where he keeps all his treasures. The old man's name was Bliss, which he mentioned earlier. If you need money, please don't hesitate to take it. Money? I may need some. Rojan's eyes shone slightly. Pirates sailing on the sea actually have another purpose besides adventure, which is treasures. The system balance had already been cleared, and it was difficult for Rojan to take anything from Ballet's treasury. Now, he would like to add some money to his wallet. Please follow me. Bliss was very happy, because he found something to give for Rojan and his group, and immediately led them to the underground warehouse. A couple minutes later, everyone came to the underground warehouse. The gate of the warehouse was very heavy and thick, made of steel, and there were 10 guards beside it. When Bliss came, he ordered them to open the warehouse. Boom. The heavy door slowly opened up, Rojan and the others followed Bliss into the warehouse. When the dim candlelights in the warehouse were lit, everyone's eyes flashed with golden light, and their hearts were even more shocked. How much treasure is here? My goodness, I see gold piled up into mountains. Too much. Can this buy a whole island? The crew members were shocked by the goods in Anuki's warehouse. Anuki's warehouse includes the ransacking of our money, as well as the shady deals he has been doing for years. Bliss said in a low voice. All of these mountains of gold were brought from their sweat and blood. Well, our benefactors, you could take whatever you want, or take it all away. We can earn money if we were poor, but if we lose our souls, hope, and freedom, that's the end of it all. Bliss sighed. Humans' lives are more important than money. To be saved from oppression, these treasures become unimportant to Bliss. What's more, he thought that the group of people in front of him were not people who care about money. But he was wrong. Captain, we can take it, that's fantastic. Karas jumped into the golden mountain excitedly, and his whole body was trembling. Bliss' mouth trembled as he looked at the pompous sailor. Trensu covered his forehead, he was very speechless. Haha. Rojan shook his head and smiled. It is naturally impossible to take them all away, but he does need money now, not to mention that there is a lot of good stuff in Anuki's warehouse. Walking slowly, he picked up a long blue sword from the gold. Thunder. At the end of the blade, this word was lightly engraved. Rojan tried to wave it, faintly seeing thunder arc flashing on the blade. Good sword. When he was in the Impel Down prison, he had communicated with number 8, and learned from the other side that in this world, not only the 12 supreme grade swords are the strongest. In addition, there are some ones with special abilities. They have the sharpness and tenacity no less than the 12. Number 8 has such a sword, the Blackwater. Of course, those were so rare, and many were lost. Rojan didn't know all of them, but he could also see that at this moment, this faint blue sword in his hand has an electric arc, not the ordinary type. Narakapath Argon just lacks a sword. Putting away the thunder blade, Rojan walked around with everyone. Anuki's warehouse was very vast, covering an area of 3,000 square meters, all full of treasures, calligraphy and paintings, gold, and luxury goods. Everyone looked for something they liked, and Bliss looked at them with a smile, without any dissatisfaction. 2 hours later, they walked out of the warehouse. Don't you guys want to take more stuff? This is too little. Bliss once again tried to repay their kindness, and his heart was overwhelmed. After Rojan and his group entered the warehouse, the value they took away was only 10% of the entire treasures, and the rest was left there. We have got what we deserve, Bliss, we all think that this is more than enough. After speaking with a smile, Rojan left, everyone was very satisfied. Only Karas was frustrated. Why didn't we take all of those goods? That's nearly 30 billion berries. Chapter 344, Seeds. Rojan had a wide smile on his face. Although it's only 1/10 of the total, he already obtained 1.5 billion in the system balance. At his current level of strength, there were few opportunities to make him use his soul system. With the strength level of an admiral, plus the 6 paths, although the overall strength of these puppets was equal to the peak of some vice-admirals, he could easily provoke even the top pirate groups in the New World. Although he still doesn't know the strength of these great pirates, such as Kaido and Big Mom, he has enigmatic self-confidence. Deposit some money, maybe I can summon a mighty soul. He has almost never tried the summoning of a soul over 1 billion, and he has no idea what kind of soul will be summoned. There are too many uncertainties in the system, whether it will far surpass the characters previously summoned by a large amount, or will maintain the strength level of an admiral. However, he can only verify this after trying it. Of course, this is not the time to think about these issues. After leaving the warehouse, a grand banquet was already waiting for them. Under the leadership of Bliss, everyone came to celebrate their newly acquired freedom at the huge training ground. People were busy putting tables and chairs, placing drinks, and adding food to the tables. There is no doubt that this is a huge banquet, with more than 50,000 people attending the banquet. Some kind of a band have already entered the field, and the soft and light music was always playing. Haha, banquet, this is what I like the most. Jason ran over to join in. The Wraith Pirates group quickly merged with the people on the island. They clapped each other drinks, and ate greedily. The atmosphere was extremely lively. My lord, please stay here a little longer, so that we can entertain you as much as possible. Bliss said with a smile. Rojan clinked glasses with the others, bouncing his head and laughing. We have to leave tomorrow. The people are not the only ones suffering in the East Blue. Even if we can't visit every island, but since you passed by, we had to do something. Benefactor, I admire your great virtue and kindness. Bliss raised his glass solemnly and drank it in one sip. There are some things that others don't dare to stand against, so I will do it for them. It has nothing to do with kindness and morality. Rojan said with a smile. I don't understand, But I fully support my benefactor." This old man acted like a child. At this moment, it seems that all the suppressed feelings were released. The banquet started in the afternoon until the first quarter of the moon was in the sky, and the grunts of the crowd just sounded in the training ground. At dawn the next day, Rojan parted from the people on Abe Island. As Rojan said at the beginning, his initial purpose was not to help others in such a simple way, but to plant seeds of the true meaning of being pirates. After Roger started this era, he still needed help to make it boil. But after experiencing the gratitude of thousands of people, Rojan's thoughts changed. Suddenly he wanted to help these suffering people with all his heart. How can he turn a blind eye to such poor souls? One has to be persistent, right? He is not a hero, but also he's not a cold-blooded killer. He is just an ordinary person with too much power. Seeing an old lady crossing the road, he will help me, and if he's not tired when taking the bus, he will give up his seat to others. He is a normal person, yearning for freedom and advocating truth, goodness, and beauty. And this is the same pursuit of most human beings. With the gazes of able people, Logan slowly left the island and sailed into the wide sea. With their departure, the East Blue legend began, and seeds were quietly planted. A week later, on Abe Island. "Hey, where do you think you are going, kids? Come back, brats. Stop messing around. Come here, we need to talk." At the port, a group of middle-aged adults was chasing a group of teenagers from 17 to 20 years old. "Haha, don't chase us, we have decided to go to sea. I'm going to be a pirate, chasing in the footsteps of Brother Rojan, and helping people in this world who deserve to be helped. Grand Line, we are coming. Yes, one day when we meet Brother Rojan in the sea, we will join his command and become members of the Wraith." The voices of youth, passion, and vigor were heard, making the faces of their parents chasing them complicated. They were reluctant to give up, but they can no longer stop them. Yes, nothing can stop a man's dream of going to the sea. Freedom is the inherent right of everyone. Boys, be careful, don't lose your lives to the sea. In the end, the parents yelled in tears. "Go away, don't come back only after achieving your goals, and when you come back, make sure to make a name of yourselves. We are not asking you to be the same as Lord Rojan, but don't be shameful pirates." The young pirates bowed to pay respect to their parents, and then resolutely turned around, driving the wooden boat into the sea. They don't know what's going to happen in the future and what dangers they will face, but at this moment, their hearts were freed. Such scenes have occurred continuously everywhere Rojan planted his seeds. In Orange Town, the pirates who attacked the villagers were wiped out by Rojan and his gang. On the sea, the evil forces were beaten up by Jason's punch. In Banana Town, the bandits were killed by the brave pirate fighters. All of these made the reputation of the Wraith pirate group spread rapidly in the East Blue. And it took only a month. The public security environment in the East Blue has been effectively improved, which was more effective than the Marines. Such a situation made the civilians happy and relieved, but it made the Marines look bad. The East Blue branch, the Supreme Command Center. Bang! There was a heavy knocking sound, and the Vice Admiral in charge was so angry. "Rojan, what are you planning for? Are you thinking about joining the Marines? Huh, doing good things everywhere, and leaving a mark behind. Does the people of the East Blue know their identity? They are pirates. They are criminals." The Wraith pirates turned to the good side, fighting against evil forces, but there was a problem. Aren't they highlighting the Marines' incompetence this way? Under the rule of the government, there was so much pain and darkness in many corners of the East Blue, especially the island of Able, which was the most shocking place. What made the Marines' faces extremely angry was that the island had already issued a statement that the Marines were not allowed to enter, forbidding any contact with them. What a bold move. And this made the Marines hate Rojan's group even more. It was the first time they encountered pirates who stepped on their reputation, but there was nothing they could do. Chapter 345, Levely the Vice Admiral in charge of the East Blue has been raging this whole month, and he was unable to settle down. Even the food in the camp has become light. Everything was going down the hill. We must take action. Things like Anuki are not allowed to happen in the future. It is simply discrediting the Marines. The Vice Admiral hammered the table again and shouted. Is it ridiculous that we, the Marines are? The symbol of justice, was replaced by a group of pirates? He was so angry that he couldn't even speak properly, and then he ordered the rectification of the whole Marine system in the East Blue. As a result, under the turmoil of the Wraith pirates' good deeds, a series of chain reactions were triggered, which made people stunned. A month later, the Wraith pirates left the East Blue and went to the South Blue. Therefore, a mighty pirate justice-spreading movement started again, the invisible seeds were sown quickly, and more people understood what a true pirate was. 2 months later, on the North Blue, the legend of the Wraith pirates also reached that area. On the Four Seas, a new mini-era has started and this period was called the Age of Wraith, Plus this year was called the Year of Wraith by the masses of people. This was a magical period, and it is also the only year in history where the name of a pirate group has been implicated on the year. Not to mention how this news spread to the government, it made the senior officials of the headquarters furious. However, the World Conference held about half a year ago has been quietly reorganized again in a small period. The world government, composed of more than 300 allied nations and countries, is the only government in this world. The World Conference held every 4 years is naturally the top priority. In the meeting, representatives or leaders from various countries will discuss issues happening in the world, although most of these issues will end up fruitless. However, this is undoubtedly proclaiming the authority of the world government to the world. Because once a topic is determined, it means that it is recognized by the 300 countries, and all resistance will be overthrown. The world government, which is above the Marines and all armies, represents the ultimate authority. There is no need to say more about the difference between military forces and political power. This year, few countries came to the World Conference, but even so, the conference still started as usual. In the huge conference room, representatives of various countries were far away from each other. They have their own country names pasted in front and standard flower and fruit snacks, but no one was moving. Everyone's expression was serious and cold. Next, it's about the issue of Fishman Island, slaves. At the conference table, someone said lightly, attracting the attention of the delegates present. Some people think that the fishmen are just an ornamental creature. It is very popular among the nobility, so they were regarded as slaves. Therefore, the fishmen are treated like animals. Private transactions and arrests can be allowed. In one sentence, it made people in some countries of animal tribes look ugly. This topic is too sensitive. If it is allowed, as the man said, then there is no doubt that the activities of catching fishmen that were secretly carried out will be brought up to the light. In the long run, the Fishman Island will face extinction. In the face of the general situation of the world, the people on Fishman Island did not have the ability to contend at all. Wouldn't that pass to other tribes similar to the Fishman people? No, this cannot be allowed. This is inhumane behavior. Immediately, someone spoke out to stop him. It's just a group of fish, what's inhumane about that? Similarly, some people sneered. Others believe that although the fishmen and mermaids on the Fishman Island are somewhat different from us humans, they are conscious and able to communicate, so they are also regarded as a kind of human beings. We should give them the freedom they deserve. Within the limited rights, protect their minimum human rights. The person who raised the issue raised his hands to prevent everyone from arguing, and said again. One topic has two different intentions. There is no doubt that if anyone disagrees, that can cause a vote and may change the future of Fishman Island. What is the discussion on this issue? Suddenly, an old voice sounded. The tone was sonorous and contained strong spiritual power. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the place where the sound came from. Oh? Is it the kingdom of Balat that just joined the world government? It is said that you are the kingdom of magic. You have strong forces. Every resident can cast magic. Someone sneered. Indeed, the kingdom of Balat has just joined, but in historical classics, our kingdom has always been a member of the world government, and once held a high position. Salo responded indifferently. Yes, the kingdom of Balat was an ally of the world government 50 years ago. It was only after 50 years of loss of contact that they rejoined. The host nodded. Then, the representative of the kingdom of Balat, Wizard Salo, do you have any suggestions? Regarding these two issues. The host knew very well that in the historical records, in this kingdom, people who can have the title of a wizard in this kingdom have the strength of a vice-admiral, so he didn't dare to neglect him. The first one was not proposed by anyone. Salo said lightly. In a word, some of the representatives present changed their colors and their eyes became a bit sullen. In many countries, making huge profits through smuggling and trafficking of fishmen every year is an important source of profits for their countries, and they are naturally unwilling to allow fishmen to have rights. The second one is just a bit interesting, but it's not enough. My kingdom believes that fishmen are no different from humans and should be given all the rights they deserve. As for the drugs of secretly smuggling and the slave trade, the world government should eradicate them earlier. This is simply discrediting our entire human race. Salo's words were strict and mighty, and their directivity was extremely clear. In an instant, in the meeting room, many eyes were locked at him, expressing gratitude with gentleness and excitement. Salo responded, nodding politely, showing courtesy. But at the same time, his words also made the representatives of many countries angry and stared at him gloomily. However, Salo didn't care about these people at all. You are talking nonsense. I think you don't understand the rules of this world conference. Be careful that misfortunes come out of your mouth and cause national disasters. Does your king know about your suggestions? Someone made a clear threat and his eyes were cold. Don't worry, good sir. My king knows exactly what are my intentions. Salo replied indifferently, and then, his eyes turned sharply to the speaker. It's you who have the courage to talk to me like this. Do you want to die? His tone was extremely strong that shocked everyone. In the meeting room, all eyes were converged on Salo. Chapter 346, Valu Salo ignored these gazes, and looked calm. At this moment, Rojan's words before leaving echoed in his mind. This meeting would be tough, so at the World Conference, no matter how huge things get, you are not allowed to be afraid, and you have to insist on projecting what we believe in. Yeah, it would be tough. Whoever refuses your proposal, crush him. Make them obey, and if anyone refuses to accept your ideas, show them what we are capable of. After witnessing our true power, they will be reasonable. Weak countries have no diplomacy, and Salo naturally understands this. So he glanced at the guy, and the magic bloomed through his eyes. The man who scolded him immediately screamed, and his butt slipped from the seat and fell down on the ground, leaving around him a pool of urine. He became incontinent after being swept by Salo aura. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen a demon staring at his soul. On his seat, Salo looked indifferent, turning a blind eye to the scene he caused, and continued to speak quietly. The Kingdom of Balat believes that the people on Fishman Island should have the rights they deserve. His voice was not too loud, but it happened to be spread throughout the conference room. This time, no one confronted him head-on, and most of the kingdom representatives' eyes flickered. Sir Salo, it is not allowed to engage in any type of combat in the conference room. The voice of the host came from the side, warning Salo. This is a meeting of most nobles and leaders in the world, and all savage and impolite performances are strongly forbidden. Salo's behavior aroused the vigilance of the guards in the conference room. They all stared at Salo fiercely, waiting for the host to give him an order, so that they could rush and arrest him. When did I make a move? Did any of you see me move? Salo smiled slightly. I just took a look at him. Maybe, he thought of something unpleasing, which made him jump out of his place, didn't you? The host was speechless when he heard the answer. He had to admit that Salo's words were very reasonable, because the other party did not move a finger. The gaze was seen by the present members, and only they felt what happened. It is said that magic possesses the same strange power as the devil fruit. Now it seems that it is extraordinary. The people who were allowed to enter this place were naturally with broad knowledge. Before they arrive, they have been familiar with the information of various countries. Of course, these people know the magical power of the Balat Kingdom. However, they were still shocked when got a glimpse of it. That old man really has a combat power close to the admirals? The representatives of countries that have blatantly opposed his opposition were avoiding eye contact and didn't dare to look at him. This world, after all, does only listen to strong fists, and whoever has the largest fist makes the final say. It is said that there are 5 supreme wizards in the Kingdom of Balat. Each one has a significant amount of power, and serves as the guild president of the 5 types of magic. I don't know which wizard Salo is. The host quickly adjusted the mood, gently revealed what had happened before, and asked with a smile. It seems that he is trying to make peace in the meeting room, but all the representatives of the countries knew that he was just getting to the bottom of this kingdom. It has been 50 years since the Kingdom of Balat faded out of the world's sight. People were very curious about what changed in this period. In addition to this, more interested people inquired about what happened exactly 50 years ago, but they were surprised to find that this kingdom was so big. They rarely participated in the World Conference, and they were basically just named at the start of every level. I am the president of elemental magic. Salo whispered. 5 admiral candidates, it's terrifying. The host nodded and exclaimed. You are wrong. Salo corrected it quietly. Oh? Then please explain more, Wizard Salo. About the 5 supreme wizards, it's true that we have only 5 of them in the kingdom, but there are definitely more than 5 strong forces. Salo's voice spread through the meeting room, causing the pupils of the people in the room to shrink, and all of them held their mouths in surprise. Our king, His Majesty, is far more powerful than the 5 of us. This time, it was his desire to come and participate in the World Conference. According to him, the Kingdom of Balat is a member of the World Alliance after all. How can the Kingdom of Balat not contribute to such a thing? Although this seemed tough, Salo's words are also very smooth. After all, he was old and wise. He was very experienced in dealing with this kind of matters, and he knew very well when to advance and retreat. Oh, your king is really a kind man to bless us with the presence of his kingdom. This is such a great honor to the world, and we also welcome the participation of Balat. The host was startled, and smiled politely. He was very cautious. 5 admiral candidates, one who may exceed the strength of Marine's top ranks. Adding things up, it means that there are 6 forces to be reckoning with in this little kingdom. What a terrible and powerful country this is. The representatives of various countries were even more shocked. They read through history and naturally know that there are many magical places in this great world. Although most of them are known and documented, there are still some mysterious places. In the Four Blues, there are so-called royal families. For example, the Vinsmoke family, which still exists to this day, were once the dynastic conquerors and rulers of North Blue. And the Kingdom of Balat, in history, was once the top kingdom of a period. But, a long time ago, everything about it has been wiped out. With 6 top combat powers, there is no doubt that this kingdom is so strong, just like the legendary history. Solo knew the host's intentions naturally, but he didn't care. The decision to participate in this world conference represented the intention of the Kingdom of Balat to establish a nation. So, it is natural to show the world their true strength. Next, the previous topic was discussed again. After the vote on the Fishman tribe, the number of votes was even, and the conclusion was overturned and it needs to be discussed again. One topic after another, Solo sat there calmly. He ignored many observing gazes and occasionally expressed his opinion. Speaking here requires extreme caution, because every sentence represents the will of a country and the thoughts of millions or even tens of millions of people. Until the end of the World Conference on this day, everyone was deeply impressed by the mysterious kingdom. The burly, indifferent old wizard with a pointed hat and crescent staff left a deep impression on every present soul. In the middle of the West Blue, right there you can find Balat. This sentence circulated quietly on top of the red line and let this fact be known to the world. When the meeting ended, the 36 wizards led by Solo and the 72 armored warriors attracted everyone's attention. At a glance, the aura exuded by the 108 strong people was shocking. Such strength is probably no less than that of the famous big pirates in the New World. Balat Kingdom, so strong. It's really shocking. I'm very curious about what their king looks like. People discussed in a low voice, silently remembering the impression Balat left in their hearts. Chapter 347, Sudden Call. Solo's performance at the World Conference exceeded all countries' expectations. His toughness and determination, coupled with his aura, shocked the representatives of various countries. It is not that there weren't any powerful countries among them, but a mighty country does not mean that its representative has an unbreakable will. If they offend the wizard unintentionally or intentionally and make a fool of themselves in public, it would shake the image of the whole kingdom. From the day the Kingdom of Balat joined the World Conference, its island re-existed on the map of the world, and its name was spreading rapidly. The propositions that Solo supported during the meeting weren't accepted by many countries, but it also received some well-intentioned support. After that, Solo's mission was to contact these various countries in secret. It can be said that the World Conference is an important occasion for exchanges between countries while discussing their point of view. The world is too big, and it's difficult to communicate with each other. Sometimes, they don't even know that the other party exists in such a part of the world. At this time, such a stage is provided here by the government itself. Sorcerer Solo, I have brought you an important person, which you will never expect. On the 3rd day of the World Conference, a clan leader who was fond of Solo and his king and said with a smile, "The other tribes are not much different from humans, they are only different from humans in some parts, or they have special capabilities, or they are somewhat different in appearance. For example, the Angel clan on the Sky Island or the Mink tribe on the Mokomo Dukedom, they are all from other races." "Oh? Who is it?" Solo asked curiously. The Kingdom of Balat wanted to gather some great allies, so it is natural they have to establish good diplomacy. You will never think of it. This leader was from a race different from humans in terms of arms. His hands are covered with scales and possess certain defensive capabilities. They are an unknown race. They call themselves the Scale-Arm tribe. I don't know. Stop stalling, Abers. Or can't you just say it directly because of our relationship? Solo shook his head and laughed. Abers blinked mysteriously. No. This person is very sensitive and cannot be made public. I have prepared a suitable place for you to meet him, and he is there waiting for you. When shall we go? Solo said directly. Anytime you want. Abers respected Solo very much. I'm free now, so let's just go. Solo stood up. Abers was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted in a blink of an eye, and hurried to lead the way. I'll take you there. I believe the distinguished guest is already tired of waiting. Nodding along the way, Solo asked Abers about the other party's information, but Abers was very conservative, not mentioning a thing, just pursing his lips and smiling occasionally. Now, Solo was even more curious. The two went around and walked to the door of an ordinary house in a civilian area before stopping. You can go in, he is waiting inside. Abers smiled and knocked on the door. Okay. Solo blinked, opened the door, and walked in. After entering and seeing the person sitting in the room, Solo opened his mouth slightly, looking a little surprised. Merfolk. The person sitting on the chair at the table has obvious characteristics of a mermaid, His body was huge, and his face revealed majesty vibes. "Hello, I'm the king of Fishman Island, Neptune." Seeing Solo, the tall merman stood up, his head reached the roof, and his body was still bent. "Oh? Hello, your majesty." Solo raised his eyebrows, and became so shocked. But he was not surprised. When he put forward his ideas at the World Conference, he had already thought of the follow-up development. "I'm sorry for disturbing you and reaching you in a mysterious way without a previous notice. Please forgive me for my impoliteness." Neptune greeted him deeply, and said with an apologetic tone, "It's not a big of a deal, your majesty. You should sit down, it is a very inconvenient position." Solo said with a smile. His figure was huge, which made Neptune move and speak uncomfortable like this. "Well, I'll get straight to the point, Lord Solo." Neptune sat down, nodded, and said, "Thank you very much for supporting us at the World Conference. Although nothing changed at the end, your words were so kind, and your intention means a lot to our Fishman Island and the people live on it. Although I still don't really believe that humans and merfolk can coexist, this idea is a wish of the love of my life, my beloved wife, and I should naturally work hard to fulfill it for her." Hearing these two sentences, Solo was a little surprised. "Don't you believe that humans and merfolk can coexist?" "Yes, all along, I thought it was just our ancestors who wanted to destroy this dream. But, for a long time, the bad behavior of mankind has proved their point," Neptune said coldly. But in a blink of an eye, he became gentle again. "However, my wife, Atohime, has been working hard for this dream. As her husband and the king of Fishman Island, I should work hard for them. When I heard your remarks at the World Conference, I was moved." Solo listened carefully and gave a sigh. "You are a good husband and a great king. Peaceful coexistence between merfolk and mankind can really solve too many problems, and it is also an important plan to ensure the safety of the people on both sides." "Yes, Atohime thinks so too, and she has been working hard for it." Neptune nodded. "So, your majesty, Neptune, what do you want to do now? At this World Conference, the issue of the Fishman Island has ended, and I have not achieved this goal after all." Solo wondered. His Majesty, the king set off in person, concealed his whereabouts, and used various methods to mobilize and be found by the right people. "What an amazing event this is. I heard that you are not the only person behind this, the king of your country also supports your point of view?" Neptune asked suddenly. "Yes, it was what my king ordered, he told me to support this point of view out loud." Solo nodded. Neptune took a deep breath, his face becoming very serious. "I hope that I can meet with your king and discuss something. Can you arrange a meeting with him?" Solo was stunned. Neptune wanted to discuss matters with the king directly. This is indeed a great event, as Neptune said. It is conceivable that if Neptune met his king in person, the things they discussed would naturally not be small. "Well, I have to contact my king first and ask his opinion before I can respond to you." Rojan was not in the country at the moment, so Solo answered cautiously. "This is natural, I'll wait for you." Neptune nodded. "Okay, please give me a minute, your majesty." Solo smiled, turned, and walked out of the room. Ignoring Aber's surprised eyes, Solo found a quiet place by himself and dialed the call. With the 3 beeps, the Dandenmushi was connected. "Your majesty, I have something important to report to you." The Dandenmushi was silent, and its expression seemed to be contemplative. After 5 seconds, a voice came. "Go ahead." Chapter 348, Life and Death Alliance. His Majesty Neptune, the King of Fishman Island, wants to talk to you in person. After Solo gave a brief account of the matter, Rojan said softly. "Neptune?" The Dandenmushi smiled when Rojan spoke. He nodded in agreement after a little thought. "Yes, you give him the Dandenmushi." Solo obeyed naturally and walked into the room. Neptune sat there in the chair with a meticulous expression. Seeing Solo coming back, there was no urgency in his eyes, but he looked calm. "Your Majesty Neptune, my king has agreed to talk with you." He walked to the opposite side of Neptune and gently placed the Dandenmushi on the table. "That's great." Hearing this result, Neptune smiled. The strength of the Ballad Kingdom, he naturally knew after inquiring these few days that it was a powerful kingdom. It can be said that he is the new king of the West Blue. If they can really get each other's support and speak at the World Conference, then it will be a huge improvement for Fishman Island and for merfolk. Perhaps, the desire of humans and merfolk to coexist peacefully can really be established. He cast his gaze on the little Dandenmushi on the table in front of him, took a breath, and said solemnly. "What should I call you, King of Ballad?" The Dandenmushi showed a smiling expression and opened his mouth softly. "Just call me Nagato." "Your Majesty Nagato, first of all, thank you very much for your support to Fishman Island, and secondly, I would like to discuss some specific matters with you." Neptune went straight to the point, unwilling to waste time. It is not easy for him to come here, because his identity is sensitive, and if he is discovered by bad people, he will inevitably usher in an unimaginable disaster. Merfolk and humans are a part of this world. We should naturally coexist peacefully. As for the specific matters you mentioned, can you tell me what is going on? His tone came very flat. There is a reason for letting Solo speak out at the World Conference. Rojan himself supports the peaceful coexistence of merfolk and humans, but if he wants to truly speak out in the world, it can be said that the pressure on the Kingdom of Ballot won't be small. After confirming the other party's intention, it's time for negotiation. If you want, the Fishman Island wants to establish a trading business with the Kingdom of Ballot and form an alliance. I don't know if it is possible, but this is my proposal. Neptune took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. On the side, Solo was slightly startled. Because of the sensitive location and status of Fishman Island, they never interacted with outsiders. At this time, Neptune's words really surprised Solo. Oh? An alliance? On the Dendenmushi, Rojan smiled. As far as I know, the Fishman Island should be one of the Whitebeard's territories? The flag protecting your island is Whitebeard's Jolly Roger, right? Won't it be a problem for your majesty to form an alliance with us on behalf of the island? Neptune's expression stagnated, and then he quickly responded. The Fisherman Island is indeed under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. The New World is constantly turbulent. Only the Whitebeard can protect the safety of our island. It is precisely because of the support of the Whitebeard pirates these years that the Fisherman Island can maintain its apparent stability. Neptune sighed. But I believe Oyaji will not object to the alliance between the Fishman Island and others. Really? The Dendenmushi's expression became a bit playful. He suddenly said again. What if I asked you to pull off the Whitebeard flag and replace it with another one? What? Neptune was shocked and suddenly stood up. His huge body hit the table, causing the whole place to tremble violently. Why will I dare to do such a thing? His voice in the call remained steady, but he felt that this is ridiculous. Your Majesty Nagato, do you know what you are talking about? Taking down the Whitebeard's flag. The meaning of which is too serious for the Fisherman Island. It was placed there to indicate that this island is under the protection of the Whitebeard. At that time, those crazy pirates will tear their Fishman Island to pieces, and the entire island will be destroyed. If you agree, the Kingdom of Ballot can advance and retreat with you in any condition, forming a life and death alliance. I think you know exactly what this means. The Dendenmushi answered calmly. Neptune's pupils contracted, and he naturally understood the meaning of these words. Such an alliance means that the Kingdom of Ballot and the Fisherman Island will have a solid connection. In the future, these two countries will be too close to each other as brothers. And more importantly, this will inevitably push the relationship between merfolk and humans a lot further. Even on a small scale. They have completed a part of the peaceful coexistence of fishmen and humans. This is of great significance across the times. And as long as this step is open to prove to the world that merfolk and humans can truly stand together, then the proposal that is constantly discussed in the World Conference will develop in a direction that is beneficial to fishmen. The merfolk will be able to freely go out to the outside world. He was about to talk but he hesitated. There is no doubt that this proposal is more attractive than the shelter of the Whitebeard. After all, the Whitebeard is getting old, and no one knows how long the Whitebeard pirates can last in this mad world. But if the two countries truly form a life and death alliance, it means that the Fisherman Island will maintain stability and security for a long period of time in the future. The safety of the fishmen can also be guaranteed. Moreover, with Ballot's national power, even if the Fisherman Island is in danger, as the other side of the brotherly country, they will inevitably try their best to help them. All they need to face is the Whitebeard's rage. Do you want to think about it? Rojan's voice was very calm, with a light smile, and did not further force the other party. To be honest, Your Majesty Nagato, your proposal is too tempting. I really want to agree. Neptune smiled bitterly. However, the Fisherman Island really can't go against the Whitebeard overnight. I really need to consider it. Moreover, what makes me wonder is, what benefits will this bring to your kingdom, forming such an alliance with us? He will not be so naive to think that the other party will help the merfolk without gaining something in return. Even if the two sides can establish some interests through alliance, the benefits that the Fishman Island brings to the other party are far from their own huge gains. Neptune, it is an extremely huge benefit to establish friendship with Fishman Island first. I think you, as a king, should be able to understand as long as you have a long-term perspective. Rojan's voice was calm. Naturally, he will not enter a losing business. As a country, the Fishman Island has many strong people. They have never established diplomatic relations with the outside world. The benefits that can be derived from it are definitely not small. The collision of economy and humanities can bring too many things. Neptune was taken aback. He really didn't understand. He was a bit confused. What is he talking about? Chapter 349, Headache. There is no need to worry about the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Naturally, it is not so simple. The voice of the Den Mushi rang again. Neptune was relieved when he heard this. If he was asked to answer now, he wouldn't know what to do. The alliance of the Ballad Kingdom is too tempting, but at the same time, betraying Whitebeard is also a huge risk. Under the rage of the Whitebeard, the Fishman Island will be destroyed in an instant. The strongest man in the world. These words are definitely more than just words. After that sentence, Rojan hung up. It's time, let's wait for the day when the Wraith pirates arrive at the Fishman Island. Neptune was in a daze. After thanking Solo, he quickly left. This matter was too important that he must go back and think carefully, and then discuss it with his wife. In terms of diplomacy, Atoheim is much better than him. The two worlds Whitebeard and Ballet kept dangling in Neptune's mind, making him distraught. He knows that this is an opportunity for Fishman Island, but it is also a risk. If it turns to be a bad deal, he will lose everything, and it will be the end of his race. But it is also possible that the entire island will reach new heights. If so, Fishman Island can really take a step forward and participate in the World Conference. By then, everything will be different. Turning back to the Wraith Pirates. In the North Blue, in a small town. The Wraith Pirates were walking to the shore. Behind them is a group of grateful and reluctant villagers. Are you leaving now? Stay a little longer so that we can repay your kindness. That's right, you saved our town, how can you leave like this? Big Brother Rojan, tell us more stories, please. When I grow up, I want to become a pirate like you. The shouts came one after another, and the Wraith Pirates smiled and shook their heads to refuse. We stayed for a long time, we should go and free more people. Rojan said with a smile. Where are you going now? The villagers asked. To the New World. There is a place that can truly change a lot in this world. Rojan jumped on the Logan and waved goodbye to the villagers. The villagers tried their best to keep Rojan and his group a little longer. They can only do their best to express their gratitude. They filled their ship with a lot of valuable goods and fine wine. If you have time, you must come back again and visit us. Don't worry, we will definitely come back to see you, haha. Karaz stood on the bow, waving his hands with tears in his eyes. It was not until the Logan sailed far away from the port that Karaz put down his arms. Damn it, why do we leave early every time after helping people? These villagers are still grateful to us. I can't bear leaving them like this, what a lovely group of people. He complained, with tears in his eyes. During this period, the Wraith Pirates wandered in the four seas. Seeing the injustice behavior, they helped everyone on their way. For this, a lot of people's gratitude has been gained. In these mutual interactions, the crew began to establish bonds with people from all over the world. Karaz, who was once a world noble, is still not used to it after experiencing so much sadness and unfairness. He will cry secretly every time. Oh, is this still the same arrogant noble, Karaz? He is crying for the civilians. Dasbonez whistled and said with a smile. Go away, you heartless piece of trash, what do you know? Karaz cursed. Celestial dragons are also humans, what? We are not allowed to have emotions. Anger. Sorrow. Joy. Woo-you-you. TT. The thought of the two beautiful girls snuggling in his arms last night made him even sadder. Compared with the previous forced demands, now through his deeds, helping others, gaining gratitude, and being rewarded with beautiful women, Karaz has undoubtedly fallen in love with his current life. The life of the celestial dragons? It was a life of a puppet? Come on, don't be sad. I still don't know what happened to you yet, but hurry up and go back to work. Transu came over and kicked him, laughing and cursing. This guy, Karaz, who has been with Transu for 4 years, has indeed suffered a lot and changed a lot. From being arrogant and domineering to being a humble fellow, he has experienced too much. Transu has great trust in Karaz. The two have gone through so many things, they have been carrying each other through several dangerous times. Transu, when I become an official crew member, I will deal with you, you piece of s. Height. Karaz stood up swearing, picked up the broom, and started cleaning. As for Dez, after mocking him, he already took up the watering can to irrigate the orange trees on the roof of Logan. Seeing his crew arguing, Rojan shook his head and smiled. The increase in personnel has made the ship livelier. None of the people present have a stable temperament, and each one of them has a different personality, which often gave him a headache. For example, Robin and a young master were curiously watching Namlin perform magic, and she never failed to amaze them. Their eyes were shining a lot. Wow, this is amazing. When this cloud of smoke goes down, the fish will start jumping around. Robin exclaimed. This is a healing powder. It can heal primary injuries. It's not magic. Namlin explained with a smile. Do you have anything else? The young master asked curiously. After a slight glance at the young master, Nanlan nodded in response. There is also antivirus powder, which can cure some mild poisons. No matter how much she showed them, Nanlan didn't mention any of her top-notch spells. This is the secret of her potions and they can't be disclosed at will. At this time, Jason was fighting with Crocodile because of the battle to save the villagers just now. One scolded, the other sneered. Headache. Rojan shook his head and went down to the warehouse to find the great wine from the North Blue. During this time, they traveled all over the world, helped many islanders and villagers, and naturally received a lot of gratitude. Including souvenirs, drinks, food, and so on. All piled up in the warehouse. And money, of course. By this time, besides the treasures piled up in the warehouse, Rojan's system balance has 1.8 billion. Shall I add this? After hesitating, Rojan didn't do it. At this point, it seems that there was no need for the system's help. Moving the drinks to the deck, Rojan sat cross-legged in the bow position. On the bow of the Logan, they recently made a ferocious skull made of metal, which seems very domineering. The top of the skull was flat, so that Rojan could sit on it. He poured a cup, facing the sea breeze. Rojan drank it all in one gulp. Looking at the sea in the distance, a big smile was drawn on his face. It's time for the voyage to begin, the seeds have been sown. Let's just wait for the harvesting season. It took a long time for Rojan to plant a batch of good seeds in the Four Blues. Maybe next year, maybe many years later, he will have in hands a large number of great pirates. Now, it's time to go to the Grand Line. That's our stage. Chapter 350, Twin Cape. After traveling for about a month, the Logan had arrived at the entrance of the Reverse Mountain again. Along the river course, the ship roared and soared up in an instant. The sound of the swift river echoed in the ears of the crew. This is a miracle of nature and a real treasure. When the ship arrived at the Reverse Mountain peak, Rojan did not hesitate a bit. The rudder was violently slammed, and the Logan went straight in the direction of the Grand Line. This time, the ship went downstream. With the temporary boost, Logan's speed became faster and faster. The sails swelled, and the wind whistled in everyone's ears. So fast. Hold on, don't get blown away. Ha ha ha, this is great. More than a dozen crew members were floating in different ways, but all members were holding tightly to the objects close near them. Because of the strong wind, they could briefly speak, and their facial skin was pulled back and almost left their skulls. With the power brought by the wind, Logan's speed increased to its limit. Rojan sat cross-legged on the skeleton bow, with a smile on his face. The strong wind blew like a breeze to him, and his black hair fluttered wantonly. The ultra-fast speed excited all the people, and made their hearts beat faster. Their adrenaline soared all of a sudden, and a feeling called refreshing filled everyone's body. Such a feeling can't be experienced on casual days. The blood acceleration caused a pleasant sensation and some dizziness. For half an hour or so, the ship's speed began to slow down. They saw the end of the Reverse Mountain River, and soon they entered the gentle sea. Ooh, finally, we slowed down. As the ship stopped at the exit, the wind naturally decreased by a lot, and the crew breathed a sigh of relief then smiled. This reminds me of the time when the old bag of sand took us to climb the Red Line. Jason shouted with a smirk. If it wasn't for the captain's magical jar, I'm afraid we would all have died. Trensu added with a smile. If you didn't just speak, we would have thought that you have become a mute. Crocodile gave Trensu a cold look and said. Their interaction filled the whole ship with laughter. Half an hour later, the Logan had left the Reverse Mountain, but it didn't go far. They docked near the Twin Cape. The Twin Cape was adjacent to the Reverse Mountain. In this small place, there were lighthouses to guide passing ships. People looked around and saw lights flashing from the lighthouses. Bang! 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 At this time, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky, and lightning crisscrossed. The weather on the Grand Line changes quickly. Kaz complained. The reason why this place is so fascinated by the world is that besides the numerous pirates and fierce competition, it is the violent and changeable weather. Rojan said. The captain is right. Compared with seas, the strange meteorological environment here is terrible. Sometimes, a sudden tsunami, tornado, could be fatal. Daz continued. He has been in the Grand Line for a long time, and he is well aware of the horror threats here. Sometimes, powerful groups do not die in the hands of their peers, but they vanish due to the mysterious weather. These mysterious meteorologies only exist in legends, and few people know the specific details. But once they bump into it, no one will be left to tell the story. Or, when a ship gets lost, it sails to an unknown area, and the situation it encounters will also make people despair. Many pirate groups have somehow disappeared in the world, and their whereabouts are unknown. There seems to be someone in the lighthouse. Shall we go and have a look? Crocodile pointed to the lighthouse on the Twin Cape. Just after his words, Rojan jumped off the ship. Bang! 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 In the sky, dark clouds twined, and lightning staggered with each other, indicating the start of a rainstorm. Don't think about it. It's going to rain. Brothers, put on your raincoats. Let's go to the lighthouse, and meet its people. Maybe we'll get some useful information. Jason laughed, jumped down, and followed his captain. When the others were ready, they jumped off the ship and walked towards the Twin Cape. However, there are many pirates in the Four Blues, and their number exceeds the number of pirates in the Grand Line. They sometimes sail the sea without encountering any group. Although there are a lot of pirates in this world, only a few of them really dare to come to this area. Many people came here with warm blood and passion, but they were instantly splashed with cold water, suffered heavy losses, and then turned shallow. After these poor souls went back, they took and spread what they had experienced to others, which caused people to fear this part of the world even more. Therefore, only the strong and brave souls were allowed to cross the line. Rojan went to the door of the lighthouse and knocked. Knock. 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 The knocking sound was loud, but the people inside didn't seem to hear it and ignored it. Knock. 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 Rojan was not impatient, and knocked again. Still, no one opened the door, but he could clearly see that someone was sitting there through the window. After a while, Rojan knocked once more on the door. The continuous knocking seemed to annoy the man inside. Knocks after knocks. It's true that I'm old man, but I'm not deaf. I heard you, just wait. The old man sitting at the table going through some documents finally stood up and came to the door with an impatient face. Creak. When the door was opened, Crocus looked impatiently from the crack and scolded him subconsciously. What's up with these repetitive knocks? Don't you have some? But when he saw the visitor's appearance, the second half of the sentence was immediately stuffed into his mouth and could not be said. Roger? Crocus was shocked, and his eyes were glowing. The face in front of him has 7 points of similarity to Roger. If there was any difference, it was that he didn't have the iconic mustache, and his appearance was much younger. I'm not Roger. He's dead. Rojan smiled. When Crocus heard this, his expression was puzzled, and he took a deep breath. You're right. He's dead. He's been dead for 4 or 5 years. Indeed. Rojan nodded. At this time, Jason and his group behind him had also come over. Bang. 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 The thunder roared in the sky, and the rain suddenly came and hit the ground hard. Wow, it's raining heavily. We need a shelter. The crew ran over. Old man, you don't mind if we take shelter from the rain? Rojan looked at Crocus and asked with a smile. Oh, of course not. Come in. Crocus stared at Rojan's face for a long time before he reacted and got out of the way. The storm was raging outside and the crew moved in quickly. The house at the bottom of the lighthouse was very small and crowded when the crew went in. Young man, what's your name? Crocus, who had been observing Rojan, finally couldn't help asking. My name is Rojan, Gal. D. Rojan. Chapter 351, Labun. Crocus clenched his fists abruptly, and his eyes as he stared at Rojan shrank suddenly. Your last name? Who are you to Roger? After a moment of silence, Crocus loosened his hands and asked fiercely. I'm his brother. Rojan said with a smile. The crew members weren't surprised to hear this. Rojan's identity had long been concealed, but after his escape from prison, all his information had reached the surface and they were no longer secrets. Roger mentioned you. Unexpectedly, you followed his way in the end. Crocus said with a complicated face. The days he passed with Roger on board were unforgettable and deeply engraved in his mind. Although there was nothing he could do about Roger's death, the disbandment of the Roger pirates made him extremely sad. He had created a path, so I must take it too. Rojan smiled. This understatement pointed out Rojan's ambition concisely. On this path, Roger became the Pirate King. In other words, this young man has a goal to reach the same position. Great spirit, you are still so young. Crocus praised. He did not say that the other party has high hopes, nor did he ridicule. In this era, people with dreams should not be underestimated. Bang. 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 Rain was pouring heavily outside, and thunder was tumultuous, as if Zeus was passing by. Speaking of which, the young people who have entered the Grand Line these years are getting stronger and stronger. Crocus sighed. Huh? How is that? Rojan was curious. A few years ago, a guy named Doflamingo has entered the Grand Line, and he looked so wicked. And also, the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, plus Crocodile. Crocus looked around and suddenly saw Crocodile standing there quietly. His eyes widened in an instant. Crocodile? Why are you here? He was really shocked. When Crocodile, the Logia user, the Desert King, entered the Grand Line, he really set off a huge storm. Therefore, Crocus was familiar with his face. But how could he be here? I'm a member of the Wraith Pirates now, and this is my captain. Crocodile referred to Rojan. An electrical current flashed in Crocus' eyes, and he couldn't believe it. At this age, you were able to pull Crocodile into your crew. He's still very talkative, Rojan said with a smile. Crocus' eyes kept on jumping between the crew members, and no one said a word. What about the others? Crocus glanced at everyone present and was slightly stunned when he saw Jason, Trensu, the Little Master and the 6 dragons. Your partners don't seem to be some ordinary folks. Although he could not see the depth of their power, he could see the glow in their eyes. They were full of confidence and strength. Only those with strong will have such eyes. Moreover, I've seen Shanks. That boy has grown a lot. Crocus mentioned red-haired Shanks. Did you meet Shanks? Rojan asked. Yes, that guy gathered a group of good soldiers and partners. His crew is full of powerful pirates. It seems that they are not weaker than yours. Ha 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 ha. Crocus said and laughed. Looking at the trainees on board, he naturally felt happy. Shanks, should we have reached the New World by now? Rojan wondered. Yeah, that's right, it has been a long time since he entered the Grand Line. He should be sailing in that part of the world. Crocus nodded. A simple smile appeared on his face, and Rojan looked forward to meeting him. This era is so chaotic. The 4 emperors have not been established yet, everything was a mess, and it was a real troubled time. In such an era, when all strong groups stand together and compete with each other, a powerful emperor will be born. However, Rojan started his journey not too early, but not too late. I'm looking forward to meeting him. Rojan's eyes were bright. Haha, you may not be able to defeat that guy. He is Roger's heir. Crocus smiled. Don't you worry. No one can stand in my way now. Shaking his head, Rojan's eyes were firm. He had anticipated the difficulty of this path, but he had never been afraid, nor had he lost his confidence. He firmly believed that one day he would climb to the top of the world and become the strongest. However, if you two meet, you will definitely be good friends. Your personalities and ages are too similar. Crocus said again. I also think he and I will be comrades, not enemies. Rojan smiled and nodded in agreement. They have too many similarities and have a direct relationship with Roger. Even this fetter is enough to make them friends rather than enemies. Moreover, Rojan knows Shanks. He has the kindness and righteousness that all kings should have. His heart is as broad-minded as the sea. Such a person is optimistic and friendly, so they can easily become friends. The rain kept on pouring outside and the thunder shook the sky, but the people inside were chatting. Rojan got a lot of useful information from Crocus. He was located at the entrance of the Grand Line, which was clearly seen by everyone entering Paradise. The rainstorm lasted for about an hour. When the sun came out, the Twin Capes suddenly shook, and a loud roar filled the sky. What's this sound? It's Laboon. Crocus shook his head and sighed. The crew wondered, and Crocus did not explain, which made the crew members leave to see what was happening. The Twin Cape was constantly shaking, just as if Hercules constantly slamming his fists on the mountain. The ground kept on shaking. When the crowd came to the edge, they saw the large waves and splashes below. What kind of creature is this? It's so huge. Jason exclaimed. He was shocked by Laboon's huge body. At a glance, his body surfaced again and everyone was puzzled. There were various scars on his skin, which made people shiver. It's a whale. Rojan said softly. A whale? The crew members stared at him with wide-opened mouths. Why is there a whale here? Generally speaking, whales live in the deep sea, and although the Twin Cape is connected to the sea, it is definitely not a deep sea. However, there was a whale here, which surprised them. Do you want to hear the story of Laboon? Crocus looked at Laboon, who was hitting the mountain unceasingly, and sighed. The crew nodded. Rojan went to the front, sat down cross-legged, looking down at the huge whale below. Crocus started telling the story of Laboon to Jason and the others. The persistence and misery of waiting for his friends aroused the sympathy of everyone, especially the girls, who have shed tears and were very moved. It's so touching. Karas burst into tears and snots. After telling the story, Laboon, who kept whistling and hitting the Twin Cape, heard a loud voice. Laboon. Chapter 352, He's Still Alive. The voice was gentle and soft, and directly rang in Laboon's heart, causing the whale that kept hitting Twin Cape to tremble immediately. Laboon's head was lifted up from the water, trying to see who was speaking. The huge body of the whale gradually surfaced out of the sea. At that time, Rojan's crew also saw the whole figure of Laboon, and a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Hueco? I've never seen such a huge creature. Is this a normal whale? They turned their curious eyes to Laboon, and soon saw the crisscrossed scars on his body, which made them feel sad and pity. Through the narration of Crocus, they were aware that these scars were the outcome of slamming his body on the Twin Cape over the years. At this time, Laboon stopped hitting the mountain, but looked at the standing figure on the edge. Captain. Seeing Laboon's eyes fixed on Rojan, the crew members couldn't help feeling surprised. Stop slamming your head on the mountain. The person you're waiting for is still alive. Rojan said with a smile. How? Laboon's eyes were glowing. He jumped out of the water and headed to the people above, but he wasn't able to reach them because it was too high. Yeah, I'm telling the truth. He will definitely come to see you in the future. Rojan nodded, as if he understood the meaning of Laboon's cry. Ha! Laboon continued to ask, with excitement and joy in his eyes. He does have an afro style, right? And his name is Brook, isn't it? Rojan asked with a smile and communicated with Laboon. Ha! Laboon's cry seemed happier. He believed what Rojan said. So, don't hurt yourself again. Brook protected his style for you to recognize him when you two meet. Laboon, you should protect yourself and stop slamming your head on the mountain. Otherwise, when Brook comes looking for you in the future, he won't recognize you from all these scars. Rojan shouted to Laboon. Every word he said was magically comprehended by Laboon and entered his heart. And Rojan could also understand every cry of Laboon. Ha! Ha! Laboon leaped in excitement, tumbling in the sea, stirring up waves all over the places, but he stopped hitting the twin cape, and his eyes were full of expectations. I've seen him, and he told me that one day, he will come back again, so Laboon, you need to take care of yourself. Rojan crossed his legs and said softly. Laboon responded with joy. He didn't know why, but he trusted what the man in front of him said, he just felt that the other party wouldn't deceive him. It seems that the person above his head possesses an intimate temperament. Seeing Laboon promise to do so, Rojan smiled, then he stood up slowly. So Laboon, we have an agreement, you won't hurt yourself anymore, and you will wait a little longer for Brook to come back. He held his hand high. You have my word, Brook, he will come back one day for you. Rojan's right hand hung in the air, finalizing the contract with Laboon. This scene surprised everyone behind him. It's amazing that the whale can understand what the captain is saying. What I'm more concerned about is that the captain can understand Laboon's cry. It's amazing that they can communicate. Crocus told them that he had seen too many pirates enter the Grand Line, and their ships were destroyed because they were annoyed by his behavior, and tried to kill him. It was the first time he had seen anyone who could communicate with Laboon. Looking at Rojan, who stood up and stretched out his hand, he couldn't help wondering in his heart. What strength does this seemingly ordinary young man have? Ha! The whale's unique voice filled the air. Laboon jumped up with all his might and touched Rojan's right hand with his head. Okay, we have a deal, Laboon. Rojan laughed. Laboon also shouted happily, swimming rapidly in the sea, stirring up layers of waves. In his previous life, Rojan read this part of the manga and was so touched about it, he waited a long time to see their reunion, but he was reincarnated before it happened. Laboon, who was in great pain for a promise, was living in deep sorrow. Now, seeing the whale in person, Rojan, through his observation haki, can communicate with Laboon and help him, which made him so happy. It is hard to imagine that the relationship between man and whale can reach such a level. For the first time, Rojan felt that this world was really different from the earth. At the same time, he also understood that all things have spirits in the pirate world. This young man is so interesting. You're the first person over the years that could calm Laboon down. After witnessing this, Crocus looked at the deep sea and sighed. He was curious about how this was done. You seem to be able to communicate with Laboon. As far as I know, Roger had such ability back then? No. I'm a little different from him, but sure, I can communicate with animals and understand their words. Rojan thought carefully and said again. And also their emotions. Emotions? Crocus was surprised. Yes. Rojan nodded. It's true that he can comprehend their emotions. What happened on Abiel's Island is imprinted in Rojan's mind and can never be erased. This is also thanks to the long-term training of the 1000 Dragon Elephant, which create a magical link in his brain that allowed him to understand the emotions of all creatures. This is a magical and precious ability. Although it is different from the voice of all things, Rojan was still very satisfied. It's amazing. What kind of power are you hiding? Crocus looked at Rojan in surprise and wanted to completely understand Rojan's powers and personality. But no matter how he looked at him, the young man in front of him seemed like an ordinary boy. Laboon won't hurt himself anymore. You can rest assured. Rojan said to the doctor. I'm curious about what you told him. Crocus looked up at Rojan. You mean about the man Laboon is waiting for? Rojan asked with a smile. Yes, have you really met Brook? Crocus asked. As far as he knew, the group of people who were friends with Laboon are considered dead in the Grand Line. It has been ages since they left him here. Crocus was sure that they had disappeared in a mysterious way. If so, then is he lying to Laboon? Yes. I have seen him, he is still alive. Rojan nodded without hesitating. Crocus was stunned. He is? Yes, he's sailing in an unknown area, wandering lonely and desolate. He is also waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the friends who will save him and take him away. Chapter 353, Next Station. Crocus was stunned. He didn't understand what Rojan was saying, and he doubted the authenticity of what the other party said. But when he stared at Rojan's eyes, he saw sincerity. This boy, is he serious? There was no deception or lie in his eyes. Well then, das Bones, bring some specialties from the East Blue and give them to Crocus. It's time for us to leave. Rojan doesn't care whether Crocus believes it or not. Anyway, what he said is true. He did see Brook alive, but it was just in the manga. In the future, when the Straw Hats arrive at the Grand Line, Brook will naturally leave the area where he's stuck and eventually come again to seal a boon. Daz nodded, turned around, got on the boat, moved some specialties and wine and put them in Crocus' house. Are you leaving, boy? Crocus sighed. He was staying here alone at the Twin Cape all year round. Occasionally, some people won't bother chatting with an insignificant old man. It's not easy to encounter a guy who is somehow familiar. Let's go, Crocus. You know, Shanks has entered the new world, and I'm still here. I'm a bit late. Rojan waved his hand. Take care. Crocus knew that these young people would not admit defeat without giving it all they had. Do you want some advice? Regarding your route? Oh? All the crew members looked at Crocus. The experience of the old sailor naturally needs to be heard, which is a very valuable asset. Do you have any suggestions? Rojan asked. Where's your navigator? Crocus searched, but could not find anyone present who looked like a navigator. We don't have any. Rojan was a little embarrassed. Although there seemed to be many crew members, none of them have a formal career. Most of them were fighters. Even he is also a part-time cook and captain. As for navigators, naturally there is no one. You don't even have a navigator, and you dared to enter to the Grand Line? Crocus was a bit shocked. These guys were really fearless. What are they thinking, entering this part of the world without considering its dangers? You know, the strange weather of the Grand Line is completely unpredictable. Even veterans who have sailed here many times have to be careful and try their best to avoid unknown routes. Otherwise, they will enter a dangerous path by mistake. They won't even know how they died. We should be fine. Somehow, I have learned some knowledge about sailing. Rojan said with a smile. Crocus was speechless. Looking at the confidence in Rojan's eyes, he had a strong urge to slap his forehead. Forget it. However, I can only suggest that you should choose the route Roger took. The serious voice spread to everyone's ears and made them look puzzled. But Rojan was not surprised, he just smiled and listened. As we all know, in the Grand Line, geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents are all chaotic, and it is so difficult to confirm your position. If you want to find an island, your experience and technology in the sea are unreliable. Only an eternal pose is trustworthy, or a regular one. From the starting point, here, the Twin Cape, 7 magnetic forces extend out to form 7 different routes. These 7 routes will all lead to a focal point, that is, Laugh Late. But Crocus' tone became severe. I don't know if Roger mentioned this to you. I don't know if you know. Some of Rojan's crew were surprised to learn this. They were surprised that the Grand Line had 7 channels leading to one point. The real fact is that only when you enter the new world will you understand that only one of the 7 channels can really reach the final island. This sentence made everyone present shrink their pupils and change their expression. The real position of Laugh Tale is very difficult to determine, even the Whitebeard wasn't able to reach it. Even more, he, the Golden Lion, and many other legendary pirates who have dominated the New World for many years didn't land on that island. That's why Roger is the only one with the capability to become the Pirate King. Rojan's eyes twinkled. He read the original story, and although the story was not finished when he entered this world, he still understood something. The 4 red poneglyphs indicate the location of 4 islands. These 4 islands interlocks, and forms a point position that is Laugh Tale, right? He whispered. This sudden sentence shocked Crocus. How did you know? Don't worry, it wasn't Roger who told me, but I just knew. In fact, I already knew the location of one of the islands. Rojan said and smiled. You're an incredible guy. Crocus shocked. For the specific location of the 4 islands and the 4 red poneglyph, how many pirates slaughtered each other? Bloodshed turned into rivers. But this guy, before entering the Grand Line, has actually grasped a position of an island. Since you already had a grasp of the new world, you should also know why I told you to choose the route Roger took. He took a long breath, said Crocus. I know. That, including an island, you must ascend to. Which one? Jason asked quickly. He had been on the Grand Line and thought that this area was not too difficult for him, but with Crocus' description, he felt that this part of the world was far beyond his expectation. There are too many things he doesn't currently understand. Similarly, the others have the same idea. The world is too broad for them to imagine. Even Danzō and Crocodile, who have been to the New World, were listening carefully at this time. Skypia. Crocus said solemnly. Skypia? The crew members were stunned. Does the legendary Skypia really exist? Danzō subconsciously looked at the sky. A rainbow appeared high in the air after the rain, and the white clouds were sparse everywhere. Under such an environment, how could it be possible for someone to survive here? It does exist. This time, however, Rojan answered with a smile. In fact, my next station is Skypia. We've all been on the road looking for it. It's nothing unusual. Really? Crocus didn't know what to say. The boy seemed to know everything, and he even added some information. Over there, in the end, Roger has left you something. Crocus said one last sentence. Rojan naturally agrees with what he said. Even if the old man doesn't say what it was, he will find it. The 7 routes seemed similar at the surface, but if they don't select correctly, the risks and opportunities they face are also different. Brothers, let's sail. Our destination, Grand Line. Stepping forward, everyone followed Rojan towards the ship. Chapter 354, Kidnapping. 7 routes are extended by magnetic force, leading to 7 different lines. Each course has different experiences and sceneries. Rojan decisively chose the middle one. Compared with the scenery in the first half, the second half is a more suitable place for him. Moreover, this route is the one he is most familiar with and can reach the end of it as fast as possible to enter the New World. The Battle of the 4 Emperors began from the moment Shanks stepped into the New World, and Rojan won't miss such a big event. It is the dream of every pirate to stand at the peak of the world and become one of the most powerful. 3 days later, the Logan, following the Eternal Pose direction, docked at Whiskey Peak. We have to stay for a while and wait until the magnetic force is full before we can leave to the next island. Rojan looked at the compass on his wrist. It wasn't Crocus who gave him this Eternal Pose, but it was Danzō's pointing to the New World. It had 3 pointers in total, which have more powerful performance than Log Pose. Daz looked at the familiar place, turned his gaze to Crocodile, and saw the latter nod, so he left quickly. What's up? Karaz noticed their silent communication and asked curiously. This is our territory. So I asked him to arrange things up. Crocodile said softly. Rojan was not surprised. Besides his identity as an elite member, Crocodile is also the president of Baroque Works. Thus, Whiskey Peak is within his sphere of influence. However, Rojan had no idea about how strong this gang was. Under the arrangement of Daz, the crew entered a bar. This island looks calm on the surface, but in fact, there are pirate hunters everywhere. They often engage with new people who just entered the Grand Line. On the table, Crocodile said faintly. Pirate hunters? Jason was interested. Then we should stay alert. Ignoring Jason's mockery, Crocodile said. They already know who we are. The crew members turned their heads and scanned the surroundings. When they looked at some people in the bar, they immediately found fear in their eyes. This is only the tomb of weak new people, but for big pirates like us, no one dares to provoke these guys. Finally, Crocodile concluded. Whiskey Peak was full of pirate hunters, but they were all low level. Even some pirate groups who have just entered the Grand Line could pass their strength level. When they arrived in the evening, Rojan and his group followed Daz to the residence he had arranged. As soon as night fell, the streets were sparsely crowded. Occasionally, when passing some streets, Rojan will find some newcomers who are obviously pirates getting kindly invited by the local people to join a banquet. He knew the twists and turns of this matter, so he just smiled slightly. Those pirates are going to be trapped. Karaz said with a smile, and a little gloating. They will not kindly warn them of the upcoming dangers. They don't know what kind of people they were. So, naturally, they won't rush to rescue them. Going deeper into the street, and when passing an intersection, Rojan's eyes suddenly flashed, and he stopped in place. What's wrong? Captain? Danzō asked curiously. He looked around and found nothing suspicious. At this time, Rojan's ears twitched, he was hearing a faint conversation. This is of a rare species. I never thought that I would encounter a human with wings on his back, plus it's a female. Nobles will certainly like such a slave. Or maybe selling it to these collectors. Ha ha ha, this is the jackpot. Yes, look at her, doesn't she seem like an angel we all heard of in legends? I think so. With a sharp sense of hearing and magical perception, Rojan can hear low and far voices that others can't hear. Go ahead to the residence. I'll come later. Rojan said to the group, turned around, and separated from the crew. Captain, what are you going to do? Jason asked, but Trojan just waved his hand and soon disappeared. Don't worry. With the captain's power, you only need to think about whether this island will be demolished or not. Danzō smiled. Ow, yeah. I know. Jason reacted and laughed. On his shoulder, the smaller dragon snorted fiercely, spitting out a small line of flame. The crew did not worry about Trojan, they just followed Daz. On this side, after Trojan turned 3 intersections, 4 people appeared in front of him. One of the 4 was carrying a black bag on his back. There was something struggling in it, and a faint cry for help came out. Trojan hid in the rear, calmly looked at the 4 people, and quietly followed them. There is no doubt that it was a kidnap. However, judging from the voices Trojan heard, these kidnappers may be somewhat different. Hey, don't you guys have some strange feeling? Suddenly, the person walking in the front stopped and touched his head. What are you talking about? Hurry up, walk faster. The man behind urged. No, I feel like someone is following us. The person in front said cautiously. Someone is tracking us? Are you hallucinating or what? There is no one behind us, not even a ghost. The tall man at the end said impatiently, turning his head to confirm that no one was there. But the moment he turned his head, his expression changed instantaneously. A face suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, like a sudden fierce wraith. Ah! The man in the back screamed, took 3 steps back, and sat down on the ground. What's the matter? The 3 guys ahead immediately reacted and turned around. Motherfucker, you scared me. This boy suddenly appeared in front of my face. Did you want to die or what? The man sitting on his buttocks saw Trojan clearly at this time, took a breath, and cursed loudly. It's just a boy. Hey Agent N4, you're acting like a chicken. The 3 laughed at their friend, and then looked at Trojan. What are you doing, boy, following us? This tone was a little fierce. They kidnapped a human with wings, which can't be known to others. What's in the package? Trojan smiled and pointed to the package on the guy's shoulder. At this time, the person inside seemed to hear the conversation, shouted for help, and struggled constantly. Hey kid, mind your own business, or you won't be spared. The guy who seemed to be their leader changed his expression, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Help, help. In the package, a faint cry came out. Oh, you kidnapped someone. Do you have a death wish, kiddo? The 4 guys realized that they had been discovered. Their killing intention was awe-inspiring, and they started approaching Trojan. The latter's face was indifferent, and his lips opened gently. Heed my words, you will kneel in front of me with your forehead slammed to the ground. Pray for my forgiveness. The sound of these words, with inexplicable power, buzzed and trembled, sweeping the 4 kidnappers ahead. Chapter 355, Lilicon fear was emitting from their eyes, and they were shocked to find that their bodies were out of control. It seemed that a mysterious force manipulated them, forcing their knees to bend down slowly. Puff. The guy in the front put down the black bag, and all of them knelt down on the ground. Hearing the words of the young man, the 4 guys knelt down with a frightened expression. At this moment, a mysterious and enormous force swept through their hearts, making them think that the person in front of them was a god who dominates their lives. With fear and panic, these scumbags pressed their hands and their foreheads tightly on the ground. We implore your majesty to forgive us. As Trojan told them a moment ago, the 4 fellows knelt down, their foreheads pressed to the ground, and asked for forgiveness. This scene, if seen by others, is bound to shock the world. Yet, uttering just a sentence seemed to manipulate people's hearts. Facing them, Trojan smiled. Although he hasn't yet fully developed the ability of the prediction fruit, it is powerful enough to play an incredible role in controlling people. Ignoring the 4 kidnappers, he went over and untied the black bag. Am I been saved? Opening the bag, a girl about 10 years old was brought out. The little girl had a fat baby face, big eyes, a small nose, and a small mouth. She looked like a porcelain doll. I think so. But Trojan's eyes were fixed on the little girl's back, where a pair of white wings flickering slightly. The little girl who got just out looked a little cautious. Are you a Skypian? Trojan asked with a smile. How did you know? The little girl asked in surprise. The next thing she saw was the 4 people kneeling on the ground and constantly praying for forgiveness, and that alone stunned her. Are you the one who saved me? And what happened to them? I think they are getting punished by God. Trojan smiled. God? No, God won't save me. How can he save people? She is thinking about Enel. Hearing the word God, the little girl's eyes got filled with horror. Her reaction made Trojan vaguely guess something, but he didn't ask. My name is Trojan, what about you? I'm Dinah. Thank you for saving me. But I must go home, I can't stay here. Dinah said wearily. Are you going back to Skypia? Maybe I can help you. Trojan asked curiously. How can you help me? It's not easy to reach Skypia. Dinah yelled. The way the little girl yelled made Rojan shake his head, because it was a bit disrespectful. I have my means. Do you want to come with me? Or, you'll wander alone in this dangerous sea. However, no one can assure that somebody will save you next time. He said with a laugh, then waved his hand and turned away to leave. He was just curious about how there would be people from Skypiea in Whiskey Peak. Although he was confused, the other party was unwilling to follow him, but he didn't ask. Seeing that Rojan really left without saying anything else, Dinah got anxious. It was too dangerous for her to wander alone in the blue sea. She glanced at the 4 kidnappers who were still kneeling on the ground and praying, then she gritted her teeth, ran towards the young man. Although she is not sure if the man who just saved her is a good guy, it's always better than staying around these wicked people who kidnapped her and wanted to sell her to human traffickers. I don't believe how unlucky I am. Dinah quickly caught up. Hey, wait for me. I'll go with you. The sound of footsteps echoed in the alley. Dinah followed Rojan and walked on the same level as him. Thank you very much for rescuing me. Thanking Rojan again, Dinah's expression was very serious. Rojan nodded faintly. What's the matter with those people? Dinah was very curious about what happened when she was inside the bag, so she asked again. How could 4 despicable guys suddenly repent of their conscience and kneel on the ground to beg for forgiveness? The young man must have done something, Dinah guessed wisely. Who knows? Rojan shrugged. Are you really going to Skypiea? Yes. Skypiea is a very dangerous place. I just escaped that hell. There is a terrible man ruling the island. Oh? Then why do you still want to go up there? Rojan asked back with a smile, which embarrassed Dinah. It is my home after all. How terrible is that man? Rojan asked again. He is a scary man. He is the god who manipulates lightning and can destroy everything. Dinah said with a scared tone. Rojan didn't stop moving again, and Dinah followed closely. Really, I advise you not to go there. It's too dangerous. Actually, I am also a terrible person. Rojan said seriously. You? Dinah laughed. You don't look terrible at all. I don't believe it. You just saved me from those wicked guys. You're a good man. I was just passing by. If you can save a poor little girl when passing by, then you're not horrible. The conversation between the two was very interesting. One person told the truth, but the other didn't believe it. The rest of the way, he didn't talk to Dinah, but when they took a turn at a corner, he asked why she was here. However, the little girl was very vigilant. Although she was young, she was not small-minded. She kept her secret airtight, which made Rojan a little surprised. The young man clearly wasn't a bad guy, but she was still a bit nervous. Unknowingly, they had reached the door of the hotel Daz arranged to the group. Tonight, we'll stay here, and set sail tomorrow. Rojan pointed and went in first. Dinah didn't have time to object. Rojan was already gone, but she stamped her foot and followed in desperately. As soon as she entered the hotel door, Dinah was stunned. The first floor does not have the quiet atmosphere of a normal hotel, but rather noisy. Dozens of people were gathered around a big table, eating and drinking, with happy smiles on their faces. In the middle of the room, there were several women with exposed clothes, swaying their small waists. What is this place? Dinah covered her eyes and didn't dare to look at the dancing women. Her face turned red with shame. After all, the scale of the reality she can bear as a little girl is limited. Hey, Captain, you left us to kidnap a little girl. Who is she? This cute little girl. It's the captain's illegitimate daughter, haha. The crew joked loudly, which made Rojan's face turn gloomy with several black lines on his forehead. No, stop joking around, it's obviously the captain's girlfriend. He must have a special fondness. Lilicon? Karas jumped out and laughed. These words made Rojan's face twitch harder, and what made him angrier was that the little master who drank a bit seemed to believe it. His expression became ugly, and they couldn't help glancing at his face. I think there is something wrong with your face. Chapter 356, God Rojan, who was standing at the door, couldn't bear it anymore, so he strode over, and the people who had just spoken were all punched on the head, puffing up a big bag on each one of them. If you dare to make fun of your captain again, you will all pay the price. Rojan scolded all of them as he looked at the crew members who were holding their heads. Among them, Daz, who has always been indifferent, had a great time mingling with Karas. Although they quarreled every day, their bond was getting stronger by the day. Unconsciously, even the bastard Daz was getting along like Karas. This is a girl I saved on my way to the resident. She is from Skypiea. When the crowd finally was quiet, he explained. The little master's face relaxed, and the other crew members looked at Dinah curiously. Skypiea? Wow, that Sky Island really exists. Karas and the dragon elephants jumped out and surrounded Dinah, so that the latter screamed. You see, she has wings, just like an angel in myths and legends. It's so magical. Little angel, can you fly? It is said that angels have divine power. So why don't I see it? A few people shouted, which frightened Dinah. She was really afraid that these fanatical guys would tear her apart and dissect her. Move away. Don't you see that your actions terrified her? Nanlin came forward, stared at the crew members, and moved Dinah behind her to hide her. The healer that currently joined surprised the crew. They remembered that they had to rely on her if they were poisoned or injured, so they all respected her a lot. Seeing her coming forward at the moment, Kaz and the others stepped back silently with regrets on their faces. I've never seen an angel in my life. You are so different from us. She has wings, such an angel, she is also very beautiful. I can't believe that Skypia actually exists. Are we really going to there? I'm looking forward to visiting such a place. These guys talked to each other, their eyes full of expectation, and occasionally glanced at Dinah, which made her shiver all over. Faintly, Dinah felt that she was surrounded by a pack of wolves. Don't be afraid, that's who they are. They easily get excited. Rojan smiled and turned back. You, who on earth are you? Dinah trembled. The mad looks coming her way were horrifying, which petrified her. We are pirates. Rojan answered. In a word, Dinah rolled her eyes and fainted. Mama. Pirates, this is a more terrible guy than the 4 kidnappers. Why am I so unlucky? Captain, she fainted. After looking at Dinah, Nanlin said calmly. Frightened? Rojan was speechless, waved his hand, and joined the small banquet. You take care of her. Without saying a word all night, the following day arrived. After breakfast, they rushed to Logan. The Eternal Pose's magnetic force on Whiskey Peak has been stored, and the pointer was locked to the next island. With little Dinah, who still had fear in her eyes, they got on the ship. After 3 days of sailing, Dinah, comforted by Nanlin, gradually became familiar with the people on the ship. She was no longer as afraid as before and was able to communicate with them occasionally. To everyone's surprise, Kaz, the jumping monkey, had a very open conversation with Dinah. They soon talked about everything. Dinah, why are you here? What's happening on your island? Following the conversation, Kaz heard some of Dinah's story. Getting more curious, he began to inquire more deeply. At this point, Dinah's mood became low, and everyone on board couldn't help but focus their attention and listen carefully. It's all because of the new god. With a sentence, the crew members looked surprised. Is there a god on their island? No, I think there are many gods on Skypia. They thought it was incredible. Can there really be gods living in the sky above the sea? He is the god of lightning, he destroyed our kingdom and made countless civilians lose their families and homes. That's why my father and I came to the Blue Sea. Dinah cried. You came with your father? Where is he? Kaz wondered. We were separated when we fell. I was saved by a passing merchant ship, and then they took me to Whiskey Peak. When I got here, I was worried about my father and wanted to ask for help. As a result, I encountered the 4 guys who kidnapped me. At this time, Dinah finally told her whole story. The crew realized the little girl's tragedy and couldn't help sympathizing with her. Her hometown was destroyed by the god, and the people of the whole kingdom began to flee. Coincidentally, she came to the Blue Sea with her father, but they got separated again. After being rescued by a kind man, it didn't take long before she fell into the hands of evil people. If Rojan hadn't saved him, the poor little girl would have been sold to the nobles as exhibits. What a pity. Kaz shed tears hearing this, and wept while holding Dinah's hands. No one knew when this guy became a sentimental noble, completely different from when they met him. I will definitely take you back to your father and reunite both of you. Kaz cried and promised. Really? Kaz. Dinah was excited. Of course. I promise you. Kaz slammed his chest in tears and shouted. Great. Dinah hugged Kaz and cried likewise. The two, a tall young man and a small girl, just hugged each other and cried. Daz's eyebrows rose while watching. Why is this guy really crying? Who knows? Jason and Trensu wandered nearby. I miss my father. Kaz shouted and cried even more. Saying this made everyone on board have black lines on their foreheads. I suddenly want to beat him. Jason gritted his teeth. He'll die. So please don't. Trensu objected and asked Jason to hold back. Rojan shook his head as he watched. Kaz's reaction made him speechless. The captain hasn't spoken yet. So don't make such promises, Kaz. Daz gave a thoughtful advice. Ah. Captain, I forgot. Kaz came back to his senses, and then looked at Rojan with tears in his eyes. Rojan's eyelids constantly twitched with his tenderness. Rojan. Dinah also looked at him aggrievedly. The looks of these two put together are too lethal. Dinah displayed sympathy and pity, while Kaz was purely disgusting. Rojan was disgusted and couldn't take it anymore, so he waved his hand repeatedly and held his forehead with the other. Fine. We'll help you find your father. Hearing the accurate answer, Karas and Daine hugged each other and jumped up and laughed loudly. These two are living treasures. Trensu could not laugh or cry. We are on our way to Skypiea, so we should be able to inquire about her father in the surrounding area. Let's just leave. As for Skypiea, we will take them up with us. Rojan's eyes flickered. I really want to hear more about that guy. Chapter 357, Casino. In the first half of the Grand Line, you can find every kind of pirate, but most of them were newcomers. Rojan and his group traveled smoothly, and no one could stop them. Besides the necessary resting time, the Logan has been sailing the sea non-stop. After 5 days, the ship leaned steadily against the next island pointed by the eternal pose. Is this a small garden? Looking at the lush trees and huge branches of the island, Jason asked curiously. It is said that giants nearly 100 meters tall live on this island. Dasbonus spoke. On weekdays, when we carry out our tasks and stay as far as possible from the center of the island. So, are there really giants here? The rest of the crew asked curiously. Just thinking about it, they were surprised that there were incredible creatures like giants in the first half of this Grand Line. Jason and others had seen the Vice Admiral giant in the war against the Marines, so they found it a normal matter. While the others were so excited. We are not staying here. We will wait and leave as soon as the eternal pose determines a direction again. At this time, Rojan suddenly said. But Captain, can't we just have a sneak peek at the giants? Cried Karas. Haven't you seen enough in the New World? Trensu bumped Karas on the head and yelled. The latter laughed bitterly and stopped making trouble. There is no need to waste time here, we need to speed up and keep on moving. Rojan shook his head and said with a firm tone. They inquired about Dinah's father along the way, but didn't find any clues. According to the information provided by Dinah, the sea area where she and her father landed was most likely the nearby islands where Jaya Island is located. Therefore, it is only possible to get traces of Dinah's father around Jaya Island. Moreover, as far as Rojan knows, if he wants to go to the Sky Island and reach an altitude of 10,000 meters, then the place that could help them reach such a high place, due to a phenomenon known as the knock-up stream, which is a powerful pressurized water stream that shoots upwards to the sky from the blue sea, and this event only happens 5 times a month. So as long as the ships are reinforced and improved to withstand the impact of the updraft at that moment, they are 60% likely to reach the White Sea. Don't underestimate the 60% possibility, which is high enough. Although under this possibility, more ships have ended up being destroyed. After all, it is in an era without planes. Rojan doesn't worry about what's in the Sky Island. His magical gourd and swordsmanship are enough to handle what's coming his way. Everyone obeyed Rojan's command, and the Logan quickly turned its bow and drove in another direction. 2 days later, the eternal pose marked the next island with a slight fluctuation. Without the slightest hesitation, Rojan moved forward in the direction indicated by the pointer. This time, the Logan maintained a high-speed state, sailed the sea for 15 days, and finally entered the sea near Jaya Island. With Logan's performance, in the past 15 days, some pirates thought of ransacking their ship, but they were stunned because they couldn't keep up with their speed. They couldn't even see the stern light of the ship. Until the Logan disappeared from their sight, they didn't even see the pirate flag on the ship, they only glimpsed the skull on the bow. Jaya Island, here we are. Judging from the information we have received during this period, Dinah's father is most likely to be on this island. They docked the ship at the mouth bay, jumped off the ship, glanced at the people around, and said softly. This island is in the middle of paradise, with the largest number of pirates gathered around it, which should not be underestimated. Crocodile said solemnly. We are on the northern side of Gaia Island. The town in front of us is called Mock Town. There are many spendthrift pirates gathered in this town, and some are even connected with the big pirates of the New World. Therefore, the situation in the island is complicated. The general introduction of Mock Town made everyone understand what kind of island it is. They didn't come here to make trouble, just to get information about Dinah's father. Everyone has heard what Crocodile said, so. After entering this town, everyone must be careful, and ensuring the crew's safety is the most important prerequisite. Now, let's scatter around. I hope we can find something about Dinah's father as soon as possible and solve her concerns. Looking at the crew members, Rojan said in a deep voice. Hi Captain. After that, they turned and left. These guys were experienced soldiers, so Rojan didn't have to worry about them. Dinah was so excited and went with Nanlin. Therefore, Rojan also began to wander around the so-called Sin Town, scanning around and observing the situation of the island. In Mock Town, bars and casinos are the only stores they could find, and even underground auction houses were spread around. Rojin noticed this matter after a short walk. There are many dark forces hidden in this island. His eyes twinkled. After wandering around, he found that the strength of some pirates here has obviously surpassed the usual level of the Paradise Pirates, but he moved around silently to hide his identity. From this alone, they can see the unusual things in this place. After the crew spread out, they searched everywhere and tracked clues, and soon came up with useful information. Her father is indeed on this island. Like Dinah, her father also fell into the sea, and according to the news we heard, the location where he fell was actually not far from Dinah, but it was difficult to distinguish their direction in the sea, so that the two of them couldn't find each other. Trensu came to Rojin with the 6 dragon elephants and said softly, "Where did her father go then?" Rojin asked. "He was caught." Speaking of this, Trensu's eyes turned cold. How pitiful their situation was. When the daughter and the father were both captured, they encountered the same fate. It was the dark forces called Shad Underground Casino on the island that caught her father. Trensu had been the general commander of the Dark Knight army. He can be said to be the second leader of the whole army. Therefore, he has a lot of experience in the dark world. "Hey, we discovered that in 2 days, her father will be taken to the new world." At this time, Kara's and Daz Bonus appeared and said. Trensu looked at Kara suspiciously. "Why the new world?" "Because the forces behind the casino are interested in angels.